OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
Thing with Coach Youngin's departure, the team as a whole really looked to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well. Anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team, so I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing. Wait. It's like for me, I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
FFM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns.
My idol CW.
That's why we also.
Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
we will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly.
Try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead lah. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to. I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also. Yeah.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support.
Okay.
I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans supports Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys. Yeah.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate again, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
Thing with Coach Youngin's bunch of the team as a whole really look to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well. Anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team, so I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing wait. It's like for me it's I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns.
My idol CW.
That's why you also.
Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, there's nobody who likes to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah.
Oh,
You guys can try lah.
Kalian ah.
Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support.
Okay.
I mean, we tried to make you guys well on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome right here to week 2, day 2 of MPL SG season 6. Now, right here, so far, it has been very, very exciting over at the Land of Dawn, but today marks the halfway mark here for the regular season. Now, teams who are lagging behind right now in overall standings have to get their game plan straight if they have what it takes or if they're looking to snag the championship right here for MPL SG Season 6 itself. So let's take a look at the overall standings. As you see here on your screens respectively, right now in the top position, we see Team Flash SG with 8 points to their name, and trailing right hot behind their tails is Bleed Esports with 7 points. Then right after, we have Homebois SG slipping just 1 spot to 3rd position with 6 points. As of now, tied neck to neck with our defending champions, RSG SG, with 6 points as well. As of now, in lower brackets, we see Team Evil with 4 points, Stellar SG with 3 points, Vanguard Esports with 2 points to their name, and right behind in 8th position, Alchemy SG with no wins so far. Now, this is the current overall standings, but as we said once again, teams need to get their game plan straight if they're gunning for the upper bracket and the extra crucial life during the playoff season. Now, with that being said, exciting matches awaits you right here today, so let's take a look at today's match schedule. Here on your screens, as you see, today's matchups is very, very piping hot, in fact. Right now, the first match to kickstart the day bright and early is Bleed Esports going head-to-head against RSG SG, which is a very highly anticipated match that's going to come on real soon. And for match 2, we see Vanguard Esports duking it out with Stellar SG at 12:30 p.m. And for match 3 is also a very spicy one as well, as we see Homebois SG duking it out with Team Evil at 3 p.m. Now, closing the show, we see Team Flash crossing swords with Alchemy SG at 5:30 p.m. So this is today's match schedule. So once again, friends, MPL SG wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. We would love to thank MPL SG, and it's powered by Yuntan and Zenway Productions, our presenting partner. We have McDonald's, and of course our official partner, Head & Shoulders, and our partners in esports, Awesome. So without further ado, this is a very exciting match that you definitely don't want to miss. This is a rivalry that has been brewing for so long. So without further ado, let's meet the teams. First up, we have our veteran team presenting to you Bleed Esports. So right now, as we speak, our boys are getting comfortable right here at their battle stations. Now, this is going to be a very tough match because we have Bleed Esports going head-to-head with their long-running rival and presenting to you our back-to-back-to-back 3-time champions, ladies and gentlemen, RSG SG. Now, defending champions are getting ready at their battle stations and getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, if you guys have missed out on the action yesterday, as you guys can see right now here at MPL SG Season 6, literally anything can happen. We have seen a Nana MVP yesterday. I personally have been losing so many battle coins in game. I'm starting to get worried. So yes, what can we expect for this long-running feud match? I'm going to hand my time over to the casters, so let's find out from them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. It is now 10... No, I didn't set my watch yet.
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh,
10
man.
or 6.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay.
It's the morning voice.
Okay, let
It's
me
a
work
very
on...
bad morning voice.
Yeah, so my name is Abstract. With me here is Scrubby. And with me here is not Vertigo
It's
because
the old man.
he don't have Vertigo right now.
I'm the old man.
Oh, Christ, man. What's wrong?
I think it's my voice, dude.
This is
I think
how
that
much
works.
passion he has.
I love the game so
Losing
much.
all
Losing
his voice.
Yes.
I'm just amazed with how the fact that you're still sitting here.
I mean, I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'm walking, I'm kicking, I have to do Mobile Legends Bang Bang and MPL.
That's just how much he loves MLBB, huh? Well, either way, I hope that you guys had a very good morning, and with this very first game upcoming, I think that your morning would be even better. With Bleed fighting against RSG, the moment that every single one of you have been waiting for, you don't even have to wait until the 4th week. You can watch it right here, right now. As such, we're going to be bringing the players in and talk a little bit more about them. We'll start things off with Bleed Esports.
Yep, and on the side of Bleed Esports, we have Deck, FMM, Sagitnu, KelVJ, and JPL. I mean, these are, I wouldn't say veterans, it's a new hybrid, right? You have imports, you have veterans, you have up and coming, and you have, you know, decent players. Decent players.
I think I will put them above decent, to be honest.
Slightly above decent.
Slightly above decent,
Yeah.
okay. So he does have quite a lot of expectations out of the players here. I mean, Sagitnu as well as KelVJ, they have been pretty sick. Let's not forget about JPL, FMM, and as well as Deck, you know. But yesterday, they did manage to have a little bit of a problem when it comes down to their drafting, or perhaps maybe it's more of Deck's individuality as the gold laner, which I hope that they will be able to, you know, iron things out for this game against RSG. And speaking of RSG,
Yeah, looking at the team here, we have Oki, Bougie, Diablo, Bray, and Lucian Cutie. Now, all familiar names. Bougie, of course, the newest and the freshest among this team. But this is the RSG that we think we know, right? But even they themselves have been shaken, right? In the last game, they actually lost to Flash.
they
1-2.
Yeah, the thing is, Flash is one of the powerhouses that we have here in Season 6. And that is absolutely one of the main reasons why I love Season 6 so much, is that Season 3, Season 4, Season 5 mostly has been top-heavy in the top 2. But this time is pretty top-heavy in the top 4. We are looking at Homebois, we're looking at Flash as well. Well, we'll call them Flash Boys now. Flash Boys. Both of these teams, they are really stepping up and putting themselves on quite a, how can I say, quite on the crosshairs, perhaps.
Now, this match is very special, right? Because we always talk about the El Clasico. And here, we're going to look at how each of these teams can win on Bleed Esports. Their keys to victory will be to allow space for Deck to farm up, because they're counting on him in the late game to be able to just shred through the draft of RSG. Now, Sagitnu to control Diablo's aggressiveness in the EXP lane. We all know how much of a monster Diablo is in the EXP, and this will also bleed over to the other lanes as well. And last but not least, watch out for fast ganks by Lucian, Cutie, and Bray. We saw that two-man wild charge in the top lane yesterday.
That was a quick set. I mean, it's like an equivalent of a volleyball quick set. The moment it comes too fast. You can't anticipate it. There's no way to counter that.
But the thing is, when it comes down to RSG's lineup, they are quite, what's the word? Like, is
fancy.
Fancy is probably not the word I'm looking for, but you can see through them quite simply, and they have a very specific playstyle, and that revolves around Diablo, which is a weakness and a strength by itself. But when
Yeah.
we are speaking about strength, I think that Diablo's comfort picks is ultimately going to be very important.
Exactly, and Diablo's picks, it's a form of distraction as well. You can waste the bands on the lead, the Badang as well. But the other points and basically the other key to victory is that Bougie is pacing in the mid lane up against FMM. How is he gonna fare against this very strong up front, right in your face kind of FMM, the mage player? But Bougie is more of a artillery mage backline. This is how RSG plays, front to back, and as well as to protect Oki from JPL's pick-off. So JPL is like a bounty hunter, if you will.
A bounty hunter.
Yeah, he will hunt you down in the midst of 5 members.
You pretty much just beeline yourself over to the main objective, the
Yeah.
win condition of the opponent. So you gotta have to really understand and find out how you want to play against him. And regardless, when we are trying to kind of compare in previous games, especially yesterday's games, we're starting to see a more of a resurgence of Novaria. We don't really see a lot of Novaria in the other teams per se, but when it comes down to RSG, they seem to place quite a bit of priority onto Novaria, which I'm very curious if whether they're going to do the same thing for this games against Bleed. But, Bleed versus RSG. What are you counting on? What are you counting on? What am I counting on? So who's going to be the one that wins based on our predictions? Let's roll that. And okay. So what you have in mind is that Bleed is the underdog.
Yeah. No, to me, Bleed is not the underdog. They are very stable and very strong. And I am confident in, going up against RSG. Because RSG looking kind of shaky to me. But Bleed looks very solid. Although, yesterday's game, Bleed looked kind of shaky as well.
So a little bit of contradiction, but do you have any more to kind of follow up with?
I mean, this was a really tough one for me. Honestly, I looked at the two teams, right? And I spent like at least 5 minutes sitting there just thinking about how I think this would go.
Yeah.
Because like you said, both of them has shown a little bit of signs of
Cracks.
weakness and
Yeah.
cracks. There you go. So it's pretty difficult, but doesn't really matter what we think. We also want to know what the crowd thinks, right?
Ah, indeed. So it does seem as though we have a lot of the crowd in Facebook that actually voted more on RSG. While for the YouTube side, we're close to a 50-50, right? We're only like 10% shy to getting a really closer score between these two. But these are all predictions. Perhaps we'll be able to find out more of a reality once we actually make our way over to the draft. But the draft will only come up in 3 minutes time. So, hang on to your shoes a little bit and just wait for a little while longer, because I believe that, Bleed and RSG, this long-standing feud, I think that they have got a lot to say for themselves, or rather to each other.
100%. I mean, both of them have been going way back, all the way till maybe season 1, all the way 2, 3, 4, and 5. Long-standing rivalry, but enough about us. Let's check out what they have to say for each other.
Last season we didn't play that well, but we still managed to sort of 2-3 RSG. Yeah, so this season if we play better, I think RSG shouldn't be a problem.
For us, we're going to watch their past game, so how they win, how they strategize the game, so we can maximize it. So we can maximize it and beat them. That's our first plan right now.
Like I said previously, so I don't have any much expectation. It's more like we're gonna try our best. If we really win, that's what we deserve. If we really lose, that's what we deserve as well. So just try our best.
Yeah, this team is already have also really good experienced players. That's one of the different from other teams. RSG SG have also, but these two teams like go to international and have really good experienced players, and this one makes the difference for us in SG especially. So I think if our mental is good against them, it's not difficult for us to beat them.
For me, I think the previous roster stronger than this season, because I saw for the last tournament, in the Snapdragon, they're not performing well, but I think they have a bit adaptation for now. Got a lot preparation also for the season 6. So let's see later lah.
It's really all about the way they think of the game, and also they competed in like M3 and did well there. So I feel like this also a considerable factor. But right now, as of now, the members that are holding the team together, I feel like it's kind of gone lah. It's like I would say Gear and Sailor, two of the members that I feel like one of the best players in Singapore personally. And with them gone, I feel like Bleed has a lot to show lah. I remember that saying that it was easy to dethrone me because I was only playing 2 heroes or something, but I think he still has a lot to learn lah, and I will show him like why I'm 3 times champions. Like it doesn't hurt to show him like how his Fanny get back by me again.
A little bit of cheekiness coming from Diablo, which unfortunately is what we have witnessed before.
I mean, to be fair, you can't say that Diablo only plays 2 heroes, right?
It's kind of tough. I mean, even if that is a fact, even if that's a fact, Khalid, Diablo, Khalid, Badang. The fact that he plays so good and so much Badang that I look at Badang as Diablo, Diablo as Badang. But okay, my point is the fact that even if he plays 2 of these heroes, he's so exceptionally good at it. You know, there's this quote that says, "I fear not the man that practices 1,000 kicks once, but I fear the man that practices 1 kick 1,000 times."
Wow.
It's from Bruce Lee.
Wow.
Yes. It's from Bruce Lee.
Wise word. So what are you trying to say here?
So be afraid.
Be afraid of Diablo.
Because he has used Badang to kick many times.
Yeah. I mean,
Punch, actually.
we've seen how Badang used to counter Fanny as well, right?
Yes.
I mean, the Fanny hard counters is going to be the Badang or maybe even the Kufra. But this time, you know, maybe Bleed, they're more prepared. You know, they're like, I'm not scared of Diablo.
Now, I think the main question that I have right now is the possibility of what Potato might be looking out for. Does he want to focus on banning Diablo's picks?
I mean, that's what a lot of teams have been doing, right? Against Diablo, they've taken out at least Khalid, the Badang, all these pocket picks that Diablo has. So the question is whether or not Bleed similarly will feel that same pressure from these comfort picks of Diablo. But right now, on the side of Bleed, the first thing that they're going to take out is
Your team is banning.
for Gucci.
Yeah, I mean, we see that in yesterday as well. They always ban out the Eve, the Valentina, or even
The
the Bruno as
southern
well.
seas are my
the Valentina
domain.
is going to get banned out by RSG, and this time Bleed is going to retaliate by banning away Kadita.
So it's very interesting at the fact that both Bleed and RSG are looking at banning out mages. And in this very case, well, it seems like they just do not want mages. Well, we've got Valentina as well as Yves, very teamfight oriented mages, while we have Kadita as well, that is just, I think, plain annoyingness.
Yeah, I mean, not just that, right? The fact that you can just burst down somebody, you can go into the jungle. We've seen a Kadita go into the enemy jungle to steal away or to contest some of these key buffs and objectives as well.
It's our showtime.
Threatening. So you definitely don't want that on the team, especially in the hands of a Titan like Bleed or RSG. Now, RSG next ban here is going to be the Claude, so actually removing that
Sun
away,
rises when I give the
and
word.
there you go, the Khalid ban.
So this opens up a Badang. Maybe Bleed might want to pick up the Badang for themselves.
Yeah, but okay, so here's my problem is that I did talk to Diablo before.
Yeah.
That with the changes that made to Badang, weirdly, Badang it doesn't really feel as fast-paced anymore. You don't really have a longer lockdown as compared to the previous Badang. So you actually need to execute your combo one after another with no space in between.
Yeah.
Which I believe is a massive nerf over to Badang. And I don't feel like there is a lot of value that Diablo is capable of, or rather Diablo would want out of this Badang.
I mean, the Badang to Diablo, maybe he has a counter to Diablo.
Wait for it.
Diablo, see? Maybe
Your
he has a
team
counter
is
to
picking.
Badang. So they're going to leave the Badang open and ban out the Bruno. So Bleed right now, they can pick up the Badang for themselves or do the reverse psychology and give the Badang to RSG and maybe, you know, Coach Potato, he might have an answer to that Badang.
I'm also not sure if they want to prioritize Diablo's pick so early, because Diablo is quite flexible in terms of the EXP lane is really important, right? So seeing what Bleed is going to come up with first might be the priority here, especially since they are going to come up with their first pick in 2 seconds here. Now, on the side of Bleed, they're going to prioritize this Fredrin pick, so very, very strong, and also could be flexed in either the EXP or jungle.
I mean, usually the Fredrin will go into the jungle, but Fredrin EXP would be exceptional as well. I mean, so this time RSG, they can pick up the Edith for themselves. The Edith is very, very, you know, in their meta right now. They can go for the Edith as well as the Bruno or the Lance, or the Bruno's Lance.
Yep, so Edith is still going to be a pretty good choice. And RSG have been, you know, working on to their Novaria quite a bit.
Yeah.
And just based on the fact that they actually first picked onto a Kaja, is definitely something
Time
that is
and
very
tide
interesting
wait for
to me,
no
right?
man.
Based on the fact that they
Your team is
actually don't really have a way to flex the Kaja. I mean, ultimately, it's still a very good pick. So we know for sure, losing Cutie onto the Kaja. We know that Oki onto the Beatrix. And both of these heroes are very much comfort for losing Cutie and Oki respectively.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not just that, right? You also know that the synergy by now, they have built up really, really strong. And the moment Lucent Cutie hits that Divine Judgment, you know that somebody's going to get exploded, right? Barring any CC immunity or mitigating circumstances they can come up with.
Oh, I just realized that probably one of the main reasons why they picked up the Kaja is the fact that they actually leaked out the Joy.
Yeah, they leaked out the Joy, and this time they can pick up the Joy for themselves. But no, they're gonna go with the Irithor and the God. So
they still can.
They still can flex this. They can flex this Fredrin as well. But
I don't see a need to.
Yeah, I don't see any to as well. Yeah, but I mean, Bleed did play an exceptional Joy yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And Bleed now snap picking this Gord up. We've seen Gord a lot, I think, coming up, especially yesterday in many of the games here. Now, it's almost like a sudden popularity amongst all these mid laners here.
I mean, maybe this time with the meta change, everything's about true damage already, because maybe physical and magical damage is more equal. And this time they're gonna go with true damage instead.
Payback.
Your team it looks like RSG is going to fight that with more firepower, locking in the Farsa here. So it gives them that big, you know, AoE and zone control, and not to mention damage, of course, that piles on top of the Beatrix. Now we're going into the second ban phase here for both of these teams. So I feel like on both sides, it's heavily going to be reliant on their EXP laners as well to see how this plays out, because they're kind of missing, you know, the ability to dive into that backline and also to be able to engage as a team, as five, and have like the wombo combo, you know, if you will, kind of pulled off there.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to go for the wombo combo pull off right now, but as for Bleed, it is a very, like you said, wombo combo front to back. So someone is gonna
point out all the injustice in the
RSG
world.
recognize that, you know, JPL gonna be very comfy on the show. That's why they're gonna be banning it out as well. And Bleed, they're gonna go with the Fredrin, Irithor, and God. So the Fredrin will be going up front, taking all the damage and pushing all the damage as well.
So at least when it comes down to the middle lane, what I'm really expecting is the fact that Farsa do have an exceptional wave clear, and they should be wanting to compete for the middle control. And middle control is something that is going to be very important in this game, which it heavily relies on to the EXP later. So it's very highly likely that Bleed and RSG both will want to leave their EXP laners
When the body
for last,
suffers,
you
your team
a
is the spirit
win
blooms.
condition. You want to have a winning lane, thus giving you the lane
Your
priority
team
in order
is
to
bad.
always be fast enough to reach your lane. And this is why both of these teams, they're actually whittling down the amount of EXP laners out there. Except the fact that both of these teams can still play a Dairoth, which mostly leads up to a winning lane.
I mean, the Badang is banned, the Khalid, the Badang is still open, the Khalid is banned out. I mean, you still have a Uranus, a Edith, as well as a Paquito. Paquito is a really, really strong EXP laner now as well. I mean, with the inclusion of Dairoth as well, but this time Bleed, they could either ban one up at the Paquito and give them, you know, maybe the Uranus or maybe the Yutong.
I mean, just as you mentioned it, right, they're going to ban out that Vaquito as well. And really, really good that they're taking out all these plan B plays that RSG always does, right? We know that Diablo always goes for the split pushes, especially when they're falling a bit behind. So removing that possibility.
Actually, now that you talk about Yuzhong, this is a very good point to make.
Yeah.
It's very likely that Bleed would want to field in a Yuzhong for themselves. So this is kind of like a game between
This is the Emperor's
coaches.
order.
A game
Your
between
team
Triple H
is
as
picking.
well as Potato.
Yeah.
Does Bleed want to pick up a Yuzhong here? Because if they pick up a Yuzhong, they have an answer over to the far side. However, if you pick up a Yuzhong, you are essentially pitting the Yuzhong against a very potential die-off, which means that Yuzhong will not have that kind of win lane potential as compared to many other instances and many other matchups that you're supposed to have.
Exactly, and but the Yuzhong would be the answer to the far side as well. But look, RSG this time, Ju H was very, very smart by picking up that Arkai. Right, the Arkai can deny the Yuzhong from, you know, running into RSG's face, and you know, the Arkai can just use the heavy spin and push them all away.
Yeah, so right now it looks like RSG's team composition is shaping up to be really comfortable, right? You have the
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
Go alright.
The hunter of all the evil
gods. Be able to
undone.
deny Bleed from doing anything. Now Bleed's gonna go ahead with the Edith pick as well as the Minotaur, so ramping this up to very, very heavy engage and CC heavy team composition here. Piled on with the damage that the Gord and the Iritel is going to bring.
So regardless, Bleed have got a very heavy lineup in the front lines, right? With Fredrin, Edith, as well as Minotaur. They generally just want to play a lot of team fight, and they're very ultimate heavy lineup. In the early stages, that is the main idea that they're going for. If FMM doesn't get the ultimate in time, or he doesn't have ultimate during certain team fights, they are going to be falling off by a lot of damage. RSG-wise, well, unfortunately, kind of seem the same, right? It's a very ultimate heavy thing. We don't have any assassins coming in from both ends of the jungle spectrum, so very sustained base. A lot of utilities going on about. As such, this is literally gonna be a game between Bleed and RSG where they butt heads with very similar win condition. However, there are some things that will be different. How they play in the lane, their micro and their macro. As such, let's move on over to the Land of Dawn as we celebrate the first game of today.
I love it. A celebration, right?
Oh,
this is
let's
the
go.
El Clasico. RSG up against Bleed with a little bit of difference. I think both of them a little shaken. So
A little
this
bit.
is going to be a momentum setting game, if you will.
I mean, he's going to set the pace for everybody here, right? I mean, to set the pace in RSG, set the pace for Bleed, as well as showing the cracks, right? It shows each team how are they going to see each other's cracks and how are they going to hit those cracks and, you know, make use and take advantage of those weaknesses.
Yep, exactly. I think we also touched a little bit on the compositions. One difference that seems to stand out to me also is that RSG's comp is a little less committal than Bleed, right? You can pull with the Divine Judgment, you can disengage with Brace, Heavy Spin as well, but Bleed, once you go in, you expense everything, that's it.
That is very true. RSG have got a lot of ways to actually disengage, so that is one of the main things that I would like to say that it would work out very well for RSG. But for Bleed, when it comes down to opening the map, I gotta have to say that they do have the superiority over that. They have very long range control with the high ground out of the God that doesn't expend an ultimate. And of course, they also have a Minotaur that actually have a good amount of healings to his own setup.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to see how this plays out. And like you said, they are very ultimate heavy. So right now, they're all gunning for that level 4 to see who gets their basically huge ult up first to be able to contest this big objective at the top.
Doesn't seem as though that Bleed wants to compete for the EXP just yet, because you can pretty much tell that the priority of the turtle is already going over to the side of RSG, with Bray, Fuji, as well as Diablo all supposed to be there already. JPL, KillVJ, and FMM a shy bit slower. However, they are still going to be the one that drags out the turtle. Diablo and Losing QD just showed themselves, and they are more or less prepared for a fight, only for Losing QD to be right in the face of the battle. It's just small little pokes in between by both of these two teams. Nothing too committal just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the moment Diablo shoved up the wave, he could join the fight and now putting some pressure onto JPL as well. But you can see that it's difficult for Bleed to just run up to that and contest it because you know that Bray has the heavy spin. So it's going to be a lost cause if you just walk up to them and expect to take the turtle.
And let's not forget about in a raw team fight, I guess in the early stages, Bleed doesn't really have as much raw firepower as compared to RSG. RSG's lockdowns are generally more of a higher class lockdowns. We have suppression. We also have got the knockbacks coming in from Bray. Well, the main thing that you gotta have to look out for is what comes after the these crowd control. Do you have crowd control immunity? Because unfortunately, when it comes down to the side of Bleed, they actually don't have a lot of that. The only one that has that is JPL whenever he goes into the Minuan's Rage.
And on the flip side, Bougie himself has picked up a Purify, right? So there is more of a chance or opportunity for RSG to get away from that and disengage.
As the pickoff comes up right on top of FMM, the first blood going to be credited over to Oki. We also have Oki that's still going to be hanging around the back lines, but with that all said and done, KillVJ finds himself in the midst of it all. But Sagitno jumps over the back lines with a perfect Primal Wrath that allows him to eventually take down 2 of the opponent's members at his own sacrifice. RSG and Bleed currently looking at a 3-4-3 trade. But the question is, who's the one that actually got the better out of the trade?
I mean, looking at the side of RSG, they actually lost Oki in that fight, which is very, very key, right? You don't want to be losing, especially your key damage dealer that you will be depending on. That being said, though, they're still kind of holding their fort there. You can see that Bougie is a level ahead of FMM, so he is also going to be that secondary source of huge burst coming from the side of RSG. So at least they made it an even trade.
At least when it comes down to the raw firepower, right? The Faza definitely is a lot stronger, and you do have a lot more easier ways to actually work with the Feather Airstrike as compared to the Mystic Gun. Mystic Gun has like this turning animation that feels as slow as a snail, which can eventually bite you in the rear, and that is definitely gonna be a problem. But speaking of problem, that is the Mystic Gun that will be launching out onto Diablo, while KillVJ unleashed his wrath right on the turtle and takes it right under the nose of RSG.
Yeah, so this time it's going to go the way of Bleed here. So off the top of that other fight, they're going to slowly clock up that for themselves. You see in the items here, looks like Deck has already gotten himself a Heartspell, prioritizing that as the first item for him. So he's going to be able to start putting out damage as well as keeping himself alive for a while. More Bougie putting out that Feathered Airstrike there.
Exactly, and Deck without the boots at all, he's going to prioritize his items because he wants to get that, you know, a Berserker's Fury, but Nibra's Passion, and as you know, along with the Divine Judgment as well, just immediately melting out for FMM.
That's a game plan, right? You want to be able to start picking off people, and Oki right now already has 2 kills. Even though he died earlier on, but he has 2 kills. Now, one side.
RSG, they are going heavy and strong down at the bottom lane. JPL managed to dispel himself out of the heavy spin by his own Minoan's Rage, but unfortunately, that is not going to get him out of that danger. But he did manage to peel a lot for his team. Bougie went to the backside, and he managed to pop off with the Feather Airstrike. However, Sagitno beelines himself onto Bougie, almost bringing him down, but at least KillVJ has managed to catch up to that gap, putting RSG with a 2 death down on that side, while Bleed, I think that only one of them went down, 2 actually. So actually it's pretty confusing for me because it's 5-5 the current kill score, right?
Exactly, so it was a 2 for 2 right there. JPL, he did use the Minuan Fury as well, you know, just to get himself out of trouble, get himself out of the jiffy. But did you see how well he did it? He used the knock-up, he flickered over the wall, and then he knocked it up again. RSG, they're just in a complete disarray.
Yeah, you can see that, right? I mean, the fact that they also lost Oki as well as Bougie in that fight is not... It doesn't spell positivity for them. Deck's gonna go ahead and pick up the Berserker's Fury as well. So even more damage in that fight. He was already starting to put up blows. Now, it's gonna be worse if RSG doesn't stop this onslaught, especially now that they're looking at the turtle down bottom.
Exactly, and Deck right now, he's losing a little bit in lane, but he's going to be A-okay in this time for the second turtle. They're going to be good. The last turtle, they're going to get pushed back though.
And it does seem that the Mystic Gush is trying to be pushed right down, allowing KillVJ and opening up some space for him to get the turtle.
Oh, but that, oh, look at
Oh,
JPL.
top lane looks like the action is not over just yet, with losing Cutie falling prey to the hands of JPL's Benuan's Fury. Deck was almost down, and his HP down to a sliver, but not quite enough to bring him down.
Oh, that feather airstrike came almost in the nick of time, but Buji was just a tad bit late. But as of right now, Diablo is actually leading up against Sagitno, and Sagitno may seem like he's winning, but look at Diablo. He's not afraid, he's just walking up. He's just, look at the amount of regen Diablo has.
Infinite
Regen.
Right. Diablo knows that he can do this. He can push his lane and push the limits of what Uranus can bring. And right now, actually, 3 of them are down bottom, so it looks like they're looking to make something happen here.
Yeah, they're trying to siege the tower right there, and Bray locking and painting down the Sagitno, and they're going to be able to push and get him down and take the tier 1 tower. But Bleed with a reply up top.
It's a good mirror, and now they are forced to do something about this. But unfortunately, it seems as though, oh, okay, so that was a very crucial flicker coming from Oki. They had to concede the first defense turret in the top lane, but at least his life is spared.
Yeah, I mean, at least his life is spared as well. But this time, Diablo, he's still enjoying the push. He's still being able to push, and Sagitno not, being taken out. And this time, Diablo able to take the tier 1 and tier 2 turret in one fell swoop.
I think that that's disrespect coming in from Bleed side. Like, they didn't really care too much about the Uranus in this very instance because of the fact that, once the first turret goes down, you're gonna have to answer to it. If you don't, then you can pretty much expect that the second turret tick will eventually happen. But speaking of that, JPL finds himself absolutely lassoed in and brought within the realms of the Feathered Airstrike. That is 2 ultimates already expended from the side of RSG, and they definitely shouldn't be looking out at another fight.
I mean, they might be though, right? They're rotating down to the Lord here, and they're looking at this huge objective now. Stand down from the RSG, so they spotted out in the bushes here, but Beat still wants to handshake this.
Bleed right now, they're a little bit behind RSG. I mean, they are at a 1.7k gold deficit as well, and RSG over the airstrike.
The further airstrike did manage to come off cooldown really fast. Sagitno had to pull off his primal wrap to hope that he'll be able to regen all the health back to himself. But the Lord was gonna be the main objective after all. It still went to the hands of RSG with a quick little fingers of Bray.
Yeah, without JPL being able to get there in time is really hard, right? Because they're counting on him for the Minuan Fury to set things up for the team. So Bleed kind of had to give that away, especially knowing that Bray with that heavy spin basically denied any form of entry from KelVJ as well as Deck to do something about this objective. So they've managed to secure that and put that in the bag. It's going to come down the bottom lane here, and that's RSG slowly turning the tables here. They've been rather even for now, but you can see that it's creeping up to a tipping point. And as we say that, RSG might be setting up for something.
And with losing Beauty with the conceal play, unfortunately did not manage to really quite connect. They're looking at a 3 versus 5 game with all 5 members of the side of Bleed stacking onto the middle lane. They know how crucial this first defense turret is. They know that all of the entire river control is very important. As long as the first turret stays up, they are going to stay alive and they would not be steamrolled by RSG. They've got their priorities in play until now, unfortunately, because they gotta have to deal and respond to the bottom lane, while RSG responds over to the middle lane. Look at the Banaz Rage! Actually managed to blast through Sagitno's armor, and they have got a great take from a single Lord.
That was the play, right? You get the bottom turret and also the mid. RSG was entirely grouped up to take that fight, and we could see that coming, but hold on!
Oki is dried in the face of Bleed, unfortunately gets absolutely caught. While Buji and Oki, both of them are in the same kind of situation. Bleed, they managed to find the cracks within the armor.
I mean, nice counter engage here, knowing that RSG has spent a lot of their critical and crucial cooldowns in that earlier fight, taking down the turret. And I guess RSG staying there gave Bleed that opportunity to fight back and take something from them. Now the question is, what can this translate into for themselves?
As of right now, RSG, they're just trying to capitalize on the small little lead that they have and try to snowball that into a larger lead. But Bleed, they just keep on coming back. They're denying RSG to let RSG snowball that lead because they know how RSG can snowball with a lead.
Yeah, I guess that's what they're trying to look at now, right? And for RSG, it's about holding this small lead that they have over Bleed and seeing if that critical moment they can snap that and tip it over the edge such that it really helps to snowball. This is especially important when we're looking at this next board coming up on top in about 15 seconds. So you can see both teams just setting up for that right now, but RSG definitely has so much map control over Bleed.
Exactly, and RSG right now at the bottom half of the map, and Bleed, they're just walking right up. They're trying to gain map control. They're just trying to clear out bushes. They're trying to walk around, try to have, vision and information on the side of Bleed, because we know Bleed thrive on information, but so does RSG. The moment, we saw yesterday as well, the moment the Star Shadow spots out somebody for a split second, they are rushing in.
That is one thing that we are realizing is the fact that we are looking at a split push coming from RSG. They went heavy down to the bottom lane, and Bleed was completely blindsided by all of that. Let's not forget about the fact that we are looking at an Akai who have great amount of CC immunity within of his kit. As such, he will be able to get himself out of the Minoan's Fury very easily, while the Menace Rage is going to be connecting down on the members on the side of Bleed. But we do have the backlines, or rather the front lines coming from the side of Bleed. It's just going to be running right down onto RSG. RSG leaving Lucid Cutie down to the dust, finds himself dead, and so will Bray. But the main thing is, the Lord is already down, allowing RSG to get themselves quite a bit of a lead, despite the fact that Bleed only have got one person down, and that is Deck.
But I have to give it to Diablo as well. I mean, one man taking up 4 players coming up from Bleed. He just zoned them out, denying them from trying to even steal the Lord. And this time, RSG, they're going to get the Lord with 3k goal lead. And, with the Lord pushing down at the bottom lane, Bleed, they are having their back against the wall. But what can RSG do here? RSG, they can capitalize on this lead, and Bleed, all they can do is just defend, but hope to, turn the tide within one solid good team fight.
They definitely have their backs against the wall here, right? And that was that one fight that tipped RSG over the edge. Not only did they get the Lord, they also got that bottom turret that didn't seem like they saw coming. So right now, RSG is going to stomp that down. And to what you said about Diablo, I would say that's just obnoxious. Not only did he zone out all the members, he even took down Deck in that process. And that's
solo kill.
It shouldn't be allowed.
Exactly. I mean, he's just there zoning out and jumping all the way into the backlines of Bleed as well. And Diablo, he's just doing his job as an EXP laner. All he has to do is flank, soak up some damage, push some damage, and, pull all the attention onto yourself.
It's all about creating space, at least for in the eyes of Diablo, right? But hold on a second, as it seems as though Sakito actually found himself completely ambushed by RSG. Definitely not the sight to see for Bleed. I mean, that is what happens when you completely lose out every single one of your exterior turrets.
And that's also the thing with Bleed, right? Super committal. The way that they have to take the team fights, you have to full-on engage into that and dive into that, spend everything you've got, and if you don't manage to, then that's pretty much it. Sagitnu face-checking the bushes and losing his life because of that. Now they're one member short, and it's going to be so tough for them to defend against it.
Oh, Lucid Cutie with a quick little flicker to try to catch on JPL. JPL did manage to pull off the final hit of the Minoan's Fury, but unfortunately shortly after, he's going to go down. The top lane inhibitor turret is going to be under siege and taken down, while the Mystic Gush unfortunately didn't really have a lot of things that really enables Bleed. So right now, Bleed back against the wall with the middle lane creeps pushing right in. They don't have quite an answer to deal with all of that. They don't have FMN's Mystic Gush. They don't have Dex Ultimate that can eventually push RSG away as well.
I mean, let's take a look at the items that's going to be coming up on the screen right now. For FMM, he has to go with the Winter Truncheon as well. I mean, he's so afraid of getting killed. He has to go with the Winter Truncheon, but he goes for the Enchanted Talisman along with the Ice Queen wand and the Burning wand.
Yeah, and on the side of RSG, they're so tanky, right? They have the Blade Armor, Athena Shield, as well as the Radiant Armor to just soak up the damage. Basically, the FMM and Deck are outputting onto them. And so, not only does Bleed have to turtle up, the moment they try to engage, it's going to tickle RSG, but it's probably not going to be enough to take them down in that fight.
Exactly, and then Diablo is just there, just soaking up all the damage, and Bray on the Akai as well, just soaking up the damage, and all they need is one good catch from Lucian Cutie. It all boils down to Lucian Cutie with the Divine Judgment as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, RSG, they have that catch potential that really helps them a lot. Bray is also an answer over to JPL. At least he will be able to push the rest of the members from the side of Bleed away in the very event that his entire team got launched into the air by JPL. They have a lot of answers to what Bleed is trying to do, and I think the draft alone completely dictates as to what RSG can do and how they should be doing things. In the meantime, Diablo a little bit too deep. Despite the fact that they have got the Lord, he's going to be finding himself taken down by 5 of the Bleed members.
Exactly, and right now, Bleed, they're going to be playing a numbers game. They have 5v4 right now, but at the same time, when Diablo is going to be spawning out on the death timer, the Lord would be coming out as well.
Definitely, and this is going to be crucial, right? Vertigo, you were saying, we're waiting for that one big engage, but Bleed, they knew that Diablo was going to come and split push and be that threat to their lane, and they went down to take him out. So now RSG, one member down, can they make this push here with this Lord?
It's a bit hard for the Lord to push in as well. I mean, right now, Bleed, they do have a numbers advantage, but RSG, they have the Lord. They have 3 waves pushing in as well. The Mr. Gush is there to try to chunk down the Lord.
I think that is going to be tough, but in regards, Bennett's Rage as well as the ultimate coming from the side of Fuji has already been expended. RSG has made the quick call to back off after they didn't really do a lot of damage over the Bleed at all.
Yeah, so the one advantage of this composition for Bleed is when you're trying to siege into their base, all 5 of them grouped up, this is exactly what they were made for, basically, right? So it's going to be tough for Diablo to kind of break through this defense here, and especially not with Diablo down, right? That was 4 members short, so that Lord essentially, instead of Bleed contesting them for that Lord, what they did was take somebody out so that if ultimately they still render that Lord useless.
Exactly, and right now, RSG, all they have to do is to capitalize and try to win back the next lot and, punish Bleed, but this time Bleed.
Oh, I don't think the Bray is going to get himself away from that. He do have the immortality, but in the meantime, Lucian Cutie just going to be going straight in, hoping that he will be able to hook down on the deck, but the lasso did manage to connect, while Diablo is going to be landing the finishing blow while everyone else is trying to work on something against him. Diablo needs to go down. They need to save deck before it's too late, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do so. Regardless of all of that, they may have lost deck. They may have lost that one member that helps them siege very well. But you need to remember this. RSG lost 4 men out of that.
Exactly, huge. 4 members lost.
That was huge. I mean, they lost everyone, and it was also big that Diablo took out deck there, right? Because without deck, then it's harder for them to siege this down. And right now, the minions are also cracking down on their door here for Bleed.
Exactly, they're trying to crack down the door, and as well, the minion wave is coming in. But our Bleed right now, they're trying to go for the end. They're trying to go for the sneaky peek. They're trying to go for the end. Lucian Cutie runs low, but look at Sagito. He's going to be pushing.
I believe that Bray will come in with the clutch utility that they really absolutely needed. When it comes down to the heavy spin, he pushes Sagitnu out of the base. And even for Frederick, he's going to be finding himself in a really bad spot. While all of these is happening, Bleed have to answer to that heavy lanes coming in from top and the bottom lane. So even when Deck comes back, he can't come in and help the rest of his team, allowing RSG to actually snowball that momentum and that tempo towards their favor over Bleed's unkindly venture into their base.
That was unfortunate, right? That was like a base race, basically. They wanted to end it at that point, but the minions were just too much for them and had to send somebody back to deal with that. And that's why what Diablo did in that previous fight was so important. Without Deck in that fight, they could have, with Deck in that fight, they probably could have ended it right there. So at this moment, RSG, again, is going to clock themselves and another Lord. The difference being now, it's going to be a full 5-on-5 fight. So everything boils down to this one fight that could really tip the scales as how this is going to go.
Exactly. It all boils down to that one fight, and I have to give it to Deck especially. He popped the Wind of Nature, swaps out, buys the Rose Gold Meteor for extra shield, swaps it out again, and goes for Immortality if I'm not wrong. He swaps items constantly.
And now we are back to a stalemate. However, it is still leaning towards the side of RSG, as the Lord eventually just gonna be getting himself running down the middle lane, and RSG has managed to bring every single one of the crit waves pushing into the base, while we're looking at KelVJ completely suppressed down and completely pushed away. FMM is dead, KelVJ is dead, RSG SG, they're looking to be on a steamroll right now, with Deck going down as well. There's no one else that can stop this 3-man plus the Lord, giving RSG this game 1 win.
first win of this series. Gonna go to RSG. My
Victory!
goodness. Now, for a moment there, it was a bit scary, but RSG came back really quickly with that final Lord there. And that fight, the first person that Lucian Cutie went for was FMM, because he was the one who could clear the creeps and basically dampen their chances of winning that game and securing them that victory. So, very well played by RSG. Vertigo, how do you feel now having voted for Bleed in the first game? But you did say 2-1.
I did put 2-1.
Yes.
So maybe there might be a reverse sweep. You know, who knows? There might be a reverse sweep. But I have to give it to Tech as well. He put up an insane performance from jungler to marksman. And you know, Lucian Cutie with the Kaja, that last catch, he caught on, he locked on to FMM. He's doing what JPL is supposed to be doing.
But it's unfortunate because JPL's ultimate, it takes some time to actually, you know, come into effect. You're gonna have to wait for the perfect timing and so on and so forth. But especially when you are on the defensive, you don't want to be the one that actually initiates the fight, especially in that situation. It is actually RSG's game to lose to a certain extent. Because if RSG, if they don't initiate that, they are unable to extend the life of the Lord. And that allows our Bleed to actually whittle down the Lord fast enough before they need to deal with the 5 other members of RSG.
Yeah, looking at the items and the statistics here though, you can see it was a dead even game, right? It was super, in terms of the goal, the objectives.
Yeah, very even.
Exactly. So you can see that these are really two teams at the top of their game here.
I mean, it all boils down to the execution and the team fight as well. I mean, the goal, you know, Bleed, they were behind and then they equalized it again, and RSG were behind, and then RSG, you know, starts to equalize it yet back again, and this time Bleed, you know, they lost the fight, and RSG is just going to take over and take the game away.
I think that all in all, Bleed did very well in their game. However, it was just this small little crucial mistake that eventually snowballed out of momentum, because I would say they probably either, number one, overestimated their siege component without deck.
Yeah.
And they left it to Sagitnu to try and hope that he will be able to bring the turrets down fast enough with the Primal Wrath. But that didn't seem to be the case, unfortunately.
Well, they got it to half, I think.
Yeah, they got it to hit 50% base HP, but then it just wasn't enough because the moment Bray comes out, heavy spin instantly.
Yeah, it's gone. They don't have the opportunity to do any more sieging from that point onwards. But, well, regardless, we'll take a look at the emblems here. I believe that we are looking at a little bit of a difference here and there. God is working on a magic emblem. We've got the Farsa working on a magic emblem as well. Minotaur. That is what I would say is very interesting when it comes down to the tier 1 emblem. Now, I would assume that he will want to go more on agility, more movement speed, rather than a flat boost of defenses?
Defense.
So I don't really like that. Like tenacity as well as the final tier is completely fine to me, but the first tier is what I'm actually kind of surprised at.
They might have needed the defense, right? It seems like they were protecting really FMM as well as Deck here. So all 3 of them building on that tank emblem to give themselves more sustain and ability to frontline as well as peel for the rest of the team.
I mean, this time they just want JPL to just soak up as much damage as possible. I mean, we can see he is the Forgotten One with 12 total assists, and you know, Oki being the carry and the rich guy, and Diablo being the sandbag, 182k. I mean, that's a Uranus job, right? Just soak and soak.
It's funny how we are looking at damage dealt has got like maybe 50% in favor of RSG, and then maybe like damage taken 51, damage tower 52, and then total shield 53. You can see that it's slightly inclining
towards,
over to
RSG.
Towards RSG, right? So that's an interesting, you know, statistic. But regardless of all of that, right? I think that the answer to this game is very understandable, how we are looking at the game from the start to the end. But the main question always lies whenever we are looking at this screen. Who's your MVP?
I mean, I have to go with Buji. To me, it's Buji.
Buji?
Yeah, he didn't get caught. He was always landing down the Feather Airstrike, using the Feather Airstrike for objective as well. A very good team player, and that's why he is going to be my MVP.
Well, we'll see who exactly it is. The man of the match going to be Lucian Cutie himself on this Kaja. 81% kill participation.
I would say that the main thing that he's being chosen as the MVP is probably based on his exceptional timing and targeting, right? If he couldn't find FMM in certain situations, then I don't think that they will be able to win in most of those team fights. They managed to effectively eliminate a lot of the damage, and they mitigated a lot of that just by bringing FMM down. And even when in timing, Lucian Cutie knew about macro changes, or rather knew about macro. He knew that I gotta engage right now in order to extend the life of the Lord. I gotta go in now in order to bring the slow push somewhere else into a more impactful situation, and so on and so forth.
I mean, he understands the situation, right? He understands, he sees the situation, but what else are we going to see? We're going to see the highlights that are going to be coming up on the screen right now? Soon?
Very soon. Okay, there we go. So as we bring in the highlights, tell me a little bit more about this game, Vertigo.
I mean, take a look at that. KelVJ gets pinned down, RSG, they recognize what they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with Lead kind of getting a lead, right? You saw, okay, they had a few even fights in the beginning, but Lead had a bit of a lead in terms of the kills, and they were getting that. They ended with 19-16, in fact. So, and I think this was the fight where they managed to get Oki and Bougie as well. So that really helped them in terms of the early game. But somewhere along the way, RSG was be able to, like you said, play the macro fights and be able to pick up exactly what they needed.
And then, like, you know, RSG, they just capitalize on lead, and then Bleed, however, they start to slowly gain back the lead, start to gain back the kill, start to, you know, equalize the gold as well, but RSG, they're just too far ahead.
And I think when you said, you know, Bougie was your MVP of the match, you can see how RSG was just, every one of them was playing exactly to the roles that they needed.
Exactly.
So which is what makes it a little bit difficult to identify the MVP, right? When you are doing exactly what you need in order to win the game. And you can see here that was the game-ending team fight where Lucian Cutie pulled out FMM first to take him down.
And with that all said and done, I think that Bleed have got, well, learned a little bit, a thing or two perhaps, is the fact that, well, Diablo don't have to play Khalid, you don't have to play Badang. We've got Uranus in one of his kits, and he did manage to create a lot of space, albeit not as impactful as what we have seen in his Khalid as well as his Badang, but he still understood his role. He's like, when we're looking at Badang and Khalid, we know that he kind of like overly excel, right? He stood out among the rest. And now, his playing a Uranus is just going back to what the meta needed out of a EXP laner, and that is creating space, and that is to open things up for the entire team, which ironically is not really what is not really RSG's playstyle per se. RSG playstyle is more on Diablo, that is more on position 3. He needs to be the one that actually creates the impact in the game in order to have more of a more decisive win.
Well, back to basics, right? You're playing, you know, things like Uranus, what you need as an EXP laner, like you said, but it's not... Diablo definitely can play both, right? But I think it's when he shines and when you see Diablo being Diablo is him being the damage dealer EXP laners, the really flashy skills and the ultimates, like on the Khalid with the Raging Sandstorms, catching people in the backline when they need to. So I think it's what gives him the opportunity to shine, but either way, he definitely is able to pull that off.
Exactly, and I mean, right now, what else are we going to be able to pull off? We're going to be pulling out the McDonald's for you guys. No, we're not going to eat McDonald's on set, but you can see the nice McDonald's here. I mean,
I would love to eat McDonald's on set though.
I think we can propose that. We can do that soon.
Yeah. So let us know if whether you want us to eat a chicken McCrispy live on set. Just saying that we may or may not be able to take spiciness, and so we may or may not cry on the desk and
or sweat
table
and like have
sweat. Yeah,
makeup running.
But in the very event that you guys are masochistic and would like to see us suffer, please let us know in the comments, and have fun. But regardless, you know, the quick little to let you guys know that, you know, the new improved Chicken McCrispy is available in all of the McDonald's near you, and you can even deliver it right to your doorstep without even getting out of home. That way, you'll be able to tune in to MPL SG Season 6 the entire duration while still enjoying some very juicy, succulent chicken.
Exactly, juicy, succulent, as well as crispy, right? I mean, to
As
me,
crispy as your voice.
as crispy as my voice, as crispy and as raspy as well. I mean, I tried it, you know, when it first came out. It's not that crispy. I was like, oh, this is not my crispy. It's not even crispy, right? And then this time with the improved recipe, crunchy.
I beg to differ. I think it's a personal preference, but
Oh.
the first time I ate it,
It's good.
this beats a lot of like other fast food fried chicken.
Oh.
Yeah, but now they even improved the recipe. And they also have a honey soy flavor, by the way.
I love honey soy.
Yeah.
I actually really like the salt and pepper one.
Oh.
I like the pepper
We
one.
can't sit on the same table.
No, the
So
pepper
you
one
see,
is really good.
And you have a thing for everyone, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have the basic pepper, you have the honey soy, the flavored ones, and the spicy ones.
The pepper one is super good.
I mean, the honey soy is still good.
Alright, you
pepper
know what
one.
else is good?
You know what else is
The
good?
pepper.
No,
right?
it's not the pepper, man.
It's the spice in the games that we're
That's
about
right.
to see.
As such, the spice in the game is pepper.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Who is the pepper?
Me.
Are you the pepper?
I am the pepper. But maybe one day we'll be able to see a Pepper Potts.
Oh, we might be able to see Pepper Potts, but right now, Bleed up against RSG. Bleed, they are one game down. RSG taking the first game, and what could Bleed do?
Well, I think that one thing they're gonna have to look out for is that they're gonna have to look at the top-down approach. They're gonna have to look at the bigger picture first. They probably... Okay, so this is difficult as well, right? Because
Yeah.
you gotta have to really understand what is your team's identity and how you'd want to play together as a team. And then you also gotta have to look at your opponent's team and to see what is the secondary option that your desired hero does that can counter against the opponents. You can't go on a full counter spree against the opponents. You gotta have to look for heroes that works within your game plan, and it also doubles as a counter. You gotta have to find the best of both worlds, essentially.
Yes, I mean, that's also a difficult thing to balance, right?
Yeah.
When you want to find
Yeah.
what's good for yourself as well as a good counter. I think that plays to the versatility and just the open nature of this current meta now. It's so hard to predict, it's so hard to get a grasp on what you could possibly pick just because there's so many options now, right? It opens up not only the hero pools that you have, it also opens up in terms of the play styles that
The
you have.
synergy as well, right?
The
pick-off synergy. Like we saw the Lucian Cutie yesterday with the Grog, and wow, Novaria and Grog, who knew these two would be the great pairing, right? So the Novaria grants you that vision, the Grog conceal, go in, wall charge. That's it. Done.
I feel that at least in the previous game, there is some differences when it comes down to the draft, when it comes down to, you know, which draft is better, right? One of the main things that I observed, or rather is rather blatant, is the fact that Fredrin has a difficulty in engaging because you only have a single dash already in your arsenal.
I mean, you do have a taunt.
Yeah, you have a taunt that eventually refreshes your, or rather reduces the cooldown of your dashes. However, you gotta have to cling onto someone beforehand.
Exactly.
And one person that actually stops that is going to be Bray. So he should always be able, or rather, the Kill VJ should always be on a lookout if whether the heavy spin is available, if whether he's going to use the heavy spin on him. There's a lot of things to actually think about, but it doesn't seem like the presence of the Akai actually made a very big impact on KillVJ, which eventually just really translates to how mechanically skilled KillVJ is.
Exactly, and right now RSG, they're gonna be starting off the ban with the Claude as well. Wow, straight up, they're gonna be banning the Claude. I mean, they know Bleed loves to play Claude, right? Especially Deck. And Bleed is gonna be retaliating in the form of Kadita, and Kadita will never see the light of day. Never.
It's really unfortunate.
Right. I mean, Kadita has such a high ban rate as well. I think it's about 70 to 80% already. It's either you pick the Kadita or you ban it.
Yeah, it's either pick or a ban kind of situation.
As well as the Fredrin.
Yeah, I think Kadita's up to like both Fredrin and Kadita are like over 90%.
Wow.
Yeah,
I believe so as
pick
well,
ban
yeah?
rate. Yeah, exactly. So it's crazy. The one that's also sitting on top of the charts is Edith, by the way.
Oh,
so.
yeah, Edith.
Okay.
Edith is a hot pick,
I
and
didn't
usually
choose
it's
a
either you ban
Your
Edith
team
or you
is
pick it up
banning.
for yourself.
The Fredrin is like 97% ban pick rate.
Wow.
Kadita is 100.
Kadita is 100?
No, it's,
I don't think so.
Kadita is 100.
No way.
Kadita is 100%. Ban pick rate.
Ban pick rate
Ban
together.
pick rate.
Wow.
When it comes down to bans for Kadita is 77%. Pick rate is 23%.
Okay.
And for some reason, my data shows that Edith is 103%.
Okay, so something's really wrong with your data.
Something's wrong.
It's only for the Edith that something's wrong. But when it comes to the Kadita, I'm pretty sure that is 100% pick ban rate.
Yeah, and right now RSG, they're going to be banning out the Valentina. We've seen how FMM used the Valentina to fruition, right? I mean, he uses
Among
the
the
Raging
planes
Sandstorm,
exists
and,
the
RSG
equilibrium,
is going to be picking the
which
Khalid.
I
They do
was
not
made
want that Raging
for.
Sandstorm right up into their face. And Bleed, they're going to be banning out the Eve. They don't want a backline artillery.
Yeah, I think the thing with Valentina also is that not only does FMM play it a lot, right? I think in this league alone he has played it like 3 games already.
Yeah.
It has so much utility, and RSG is known to pick up a lot of ultimates as well that Valentina could potentially steal. Like you saw earlier, there was the Kaja with the Divine Judgment. So taking that
Wait
out
for
early
it.
Your
probably
team
means that
is
RSG is
banning.
going for something a bit similar. They're running the exact same bans as they have in the previous game, now with this Bruno being the 3rd ban.
Bruno, banning out the Bruno. I mean, they're
It's the
trying to
same
lock
thing,
down
yeah.
onto deck, right? I mean, either they pick up the Irritor for themselves, and to be frank with you, I'm not sure first picking an Irritor would make a lot of sense. I think they want to leave the
Sand
Frederick
rises when I give
open
the
for
word.
themselves
Is
and
picking.
banning away the Khalid as well right now. And RG, they could either pick up the Edith or the Frederick.
Fredrin is might very likely be the case. But a small part of me just feels as though, is Diablo really going to play a Fredrin? Or are they going to be looking at another form of
See
flex
value
whereby
in
it's
me?
either Arcane and
Yeah, they
Fredrin?
have to go with the
Sure.
Frederick, right?
They have to, huh?
So Bleed, this time they can pick up the Edith for themselves as well. The Edith is pretty strong. I mean, the Edith, they don't want it to go into RSG hands because the Edith could either flex into the EXP lane or the roam, right, for Lucian Cutie. But Bleed, knowing Bleed, they want to pick up
Yeah, actually, I
the
thought
Edith.
that Edith might be... Okay, never mind. It's still putting Diablo on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe if they do pick up the Edith, Lucian Cutie might be more likely to play that as compared to Diablo. I just
Yeah.
think there's a lot more utility and flexibility that Diablo can
And
have.
tankability as well.
Yes, tankability. Is that
That's a word, that's a word.
Tankability.
Only right here, only here.
Only here. I
Only
think
here.
I may be the one that actually started that, right?
Tankability.
I
makes
will
sense.
use a flare that's gonna light up your
There we go.
sky. All of
So
it.
we got a tankability there.
Yep, they're going to get the tankability as well, but they're going to be picking out the Beatrix for themselves as well. They don't want the Beatrix going into Orki's hands,
It's
right?
I am the
But
power of
knowing
light
Bleed,
incarnate.
we've seen Bleed played this yesterday. They want to use this Beatrix for macro and macro only.
So the thing is, I think it's very easy for Potato to really understand that, yeah, this Fredrin is not made to flex for either Diablo or Bray. It's very likely, it's more of like a 90% this
Bray.
hero is locked onto Bray. And then there's a 10% in the event that it actually goes completely wrong. So, as a coach for Bleed, what should I be looking out for? Do I gotta have, we gotta know that the EXP
I've
laner
been
is still
waiting
gonna be
for too
open.
long.
We can
Is
still waste
picking.
some bans over to the EXP in order to whittle down more of the possibility that Diablo could pick, or we can send him to play a Fredrin, which he might not be comfortable.
It could be a possibility, but the thing is, how many of Diablo's heroes can you ban, you know, in terms of like comfort? I think Bleed probably they need to ban out what is threatening to the plays that they want to make that Diablo could pick. So like the Khalid, for example, is definitely one that they don't want to deal with, that can rush into the backline, into this Beatrix here. So that's why it's taken out early on in that phase, right? So yeah, you can't possibly ban out everything that Diablo can play.
Exactly.
But within the same realm of Khalid, Terizla needs to go out too. But when it comes down to comfort, we also got a Mosquito that is still possible for Diablo. So we have a lot of ways that we can, kind of stray around for RSG. They still have some time to, kind of recalibrate themselves. They're gonna have to look out for the 4th pick coming from Bleed, and then they need to blind the rest of the 2, and then fixate themselves onto a single team fight, or rather a single member, right?
Yeah.
They need to focus on what they need to do from that point on, and then give Bleed that reactionary chance for that final 5th member pick.
Looking at these picks on the board now, right?
I do what I want to
Diroth
do.
as well. So you could be right? Now they're looking to really take control of that EXP lane. We said earlier on that one of the keys to victory was to shut out Diablo in his lane, and as a Uranus, it's pretty hard to do that in previous games. So maybe this round it might be something that they can do.
Your team
RSG gonna take out that
I was about to
Terizla.
say about the Terizla as well. And Bleed this time they can ban out the Yuzong and leave the Uranus for themselves, right? But knowing Bleed, they want to ban away the Uranus. More probably ban away the Uranus because they already have the Edith going into the EXP lane.
They could. One thing on RSG's draft right now, as I'm looking at the team composition, it's very, very single target heavy as well.
Very.
Given Fredrin, Carry, and that Uranus banned out on the side of Bleed, and the Kaja. So they seem to be doubling down on that pick-off composition that they picked in the last game.
I think that there's a very high probability that RSG will want to pair their mage, pair the mage and the EXP laner to be picked together for one very exact reason. They want to react to Bleed's final pick, or rather second final pick, and look at what they want to pick. In the very event that it is going to be working towards them very well, they will pick the Yuzong together with the Novaria together. Yuzong will be able to win in the lane pretty easily, especially since that Diroth is already out of the equation.
So Novaria roam?
Novaria will be mid.
Then what about Gord?
No, we're talking about RSG.
Oh, RSG. Oh, you're talking about
yeah.
Bleed.
Yeah, talking about RSG. For RSG wise,
Thorns
their
remain.
main picks they would want to look out for is Yuzong as well as Novaria. It checks a lot of boxes for them. And now they're looking at this Archive. I don't think that is going to be an issue for either of these 2 picks either way.
I mean, the Archive would be great, right? Divine Judgment would to come down, or maybe, the Bray coming in with a Fredrin as well. The Heavy Spin would deny that it acts as a secondary Valier. Right, it acts as a secondary Valier, but Novaria is still open on the side of RSG, and Bougie can play that Novaria because of this god. This god will be a sitting duck.
Yeah, the Yuzong is mainly manifested for the God as well as the Beatrix themselves, the both of them. And Diablo is exceptionally good at diving over the backlines and really finding all of these pick-off potentials. And Bray can also, Lucent Cutie can also have got these kind of situations. Since that happened before. Novaria was the right pick, at least for that. But the Benedetta is not what I expected.
Do you not like the Benedetta, Mr. Benedetta?
I'm okay with the Benedetta. I mean, after all, it is one of his comfort picks.
And it goes into the back line.
And it also still plays within the RSG's MO of going to the back lines and leaving Diablo to play as more of a position 3 hero, where you actually have an impact that deal damage.
So this seems pretty interesting to me, right? I mean, right now, they want to also see if they can catch out someone with the Edith, burst someone down, and at the same time be able to disengage the fight if anything goes wrong. Now, on RSG, they are already kind of split up. I mean, okay, so Bleed gonna go ahead and round that draft off now with an Arlet.
Arlet jungle.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's gonna be an Arlet jungle.
Oh wait, no.
Hold on.
Arlet EXP.
Oh, no.
Archive
Yeah,
jungle.
EXP.
Edith
I completely
roam.
forgot that there's an Archive.
Yeah, exactly. And this time JPL is going to be playing onto the Edith as well. So hopefully we see something new. I mean, we don't see JPL on the Cho, on the Atlas, or even the Kufra anymore, or even the Franco. This time we are seeing a JPL on the Edith.
So looking at these 2 drafts now, I mean, which one do you think Bleed has sufficiently adjusted for what happened in game number 1?
It's kind of hard to tell, but I have to say, it all boils down to the execution as well. Because of Diablo's Benedetta, he can rush into the backline, and no one is going to be there to catch out Bougie on the Novaria because Diablo is busy
5 seconds till the
in
enemy
your
reaches the
face.
battlefield.
And it's all said and
Smash
done. We are going into match point between Bleed versus RSG. Bleed gonna have to really be careful with what RSG have got in store for them, as I believe that death is going to be served on a silver platter.
There's not a pun in it.
There's no
because Lucian QD name is Death.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't make sense to you guys. The joke just flew by.
Did you hear the crickets?
The crickets is pretty loud in here, guys.
That's a very heavy whoosh coming in. But well, I'm sorry. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about it off cam and off broadcast so that I can laugh off cam.
Laugh off cam for me.
Yeah, but okay, so we are talking about mid lane control. This is very likely what we would want to see out of RSG versus Bleed. The middle lane is ultimately very, very important. They cannot allow Novaria, at least for RSG side, they cannot allow Novaria to be stuck in the lane. They need to get Bucci out of the lane. They need to find a way to get him out of the lane in order to throw more than just a single ball.
Exactly, and JPL forced the flicker. FMM forced to use the flicker as well, and that's 2 flickers down on the side of Bleed.
That's huge, right? Already the
Very
flicker
huge.
down, coming on to this turtle spawning in 30 seconds is not going to be up for this fight, so you know that RSG can definitely capitalize on that. The only thing being, they, unlike the previous game, they don't have those ultimates that can set them up really well for the turtle here, right? Lucian QD is not going to be, probably not going to be hit in time for that turtle there. So we're going to see how this exactly plays out and what's RSG's game plan going into this.
I mean, they got Buji, right? Buji on the Novaria, you have the Astra Echo, you gotta give a lot of vision on your team as well. And that's gonna be very, very good for RSG. I mean, that's the way to set up towards the turtle fight, or maybe, you know, giving information to your team as well.
There is actually quite a lot of synergy coming in. The Astro Echo together with the rest of the ultimates coming from RSG, and Diablo usually plays the Execute, but this time he had decided to go for Petrify. So whenever you see that, the Astro Echo will be accompanied by the ultimate from the side of Diablo and the Petrify. This allows them to take control of the main team fight. The only thing that will work out for Bleed, or one of the main things that will work out very well, is that KLVJ will zone RSG out and take the turtle for themselves. So in all, RSG likely to win fights, but lose in objectives.
Wow, what a play, like you said, right? I mean, with the Astra Echo, Lucian QD comes in and Diablo comes in with the Electro Final Blow as well as the Petrify, and, you know, takes out FMM just at an instant.
It could be that they win out in team fights but lose their blow.
Oh,
that's a mistake.
Mistake, big solo kill there.
That's a human error, I'm gonna have to say, unfortunately. So with that said, it seems like in the bottom lane, another human error coming in. What is going on with RSG right now? They wanted to go for a kill on the deck, only for Oki to eat every single one of the Nibiru's passion in the face. But Buji!
Oh, the Star Shatter sniped out onto deck. I mean, a pretty bad call there, but a lot of human errors, a lot of mistakes coming out from both sides.
That gives Bleed that chance to close that gap that RSG has created in the first fight. But I'm gonna go into an instant replay here to see what exactly went down in that fight now. Lucian QD, I think this was the latter part of the fight already, chasing down deck, getting caught by the Mystic Gush here, and then Bougie coming in to get that completely missed, but we saw earlier on already.
But the timing was actually very impeccable from the side of Bougie. He made sure that the other two reinforced and make sure that they gotta walk away first. But we're gonna hold on that thought as Dex is gonna find himself in deep trouble, as that is gonna be a 4-man gank down onto Deck. And that will help RSG to completely, equalize the goal lane.
They need to do that as well, right? Because you know that Oki's gonna take some time to come online as well. Deck already having 1 kill in his bag. You need to shut him down early before he manages to get any of his key items. So right now, RSG holding the fort across really well. Diablo though, a bit of a brawl up top here with Sagitnu. Has to keep the pressure because the turtle is up on top side.
Yep, and KLVJ just going at it. Boji putting a little bit of pressure, and Ray is there as well. Astra Echo Extra Echo, they're going to be pushing on to Brado.
It doesn't seem like our Bleed did manage to take the turtle for themselves, which is kind of a surprise if you ask me.
Diablo.
Electro Final Blow unfortunately did not manage to land on anyone, but Lucid Cutie with the Divine Judgment did manage to onto FMM. And that is going to spiral RSG into yet another fight. Diablo, he's trying to get himself out of that, but it does seem like he does have Hunter Strike, and that amount of movement speed ought to get him out of sight.
Out of sight it is, and what a insane play. I mean, Bray getting locked against the wall by KLVJ, you know, on the heavy spin, but still able to capture that turtle with the retribution. I have to give it to Bray. That was a precise play.
And managing to catch out FMM on top of all of that, right? It's a huge, big win there for RSG. So right now, looking at the items, you can see Oki already has that tourism size built up.
Ice Queen wand already.
Yes.
God already have Ice Queen 1. Okay. I think that is going to be pretty detrimental over to RSG, completely slowing people down, and that is going to be tough. But I would love to see how the macro game for RSG would be like.
I mean, we have no doubts on their ability to play the macro, right? Especially with this pickup here on Benedetta for Diablo, you know that he's going to be able to have that entrance in the late game. If anything goes wrong, they're going to split push as usual, and their composition here allows for exactly that as well. Now, RSG and Bleed both setting up down here a conceal play.
Oh, conceal after a conceal, and Lucid Cutie finds himself in the brunt of the damage, and unfortunately, RSG loses one, and I don't think that they are ready for this upcoming turtle fight in 20 seconds.
Yep. Vertigo, you asked for the play by JPL there. That was exactly that. The onward and the throwback onto him, but it looks like RSG wants blood as well.
Onward and throwback by JPL was the perfect setup as well, and they're gonna spot out Diablo in the bush. But I have to say, RSG right now, they have the lead, and they're just trying to slowly turn that lead into value. You know, they're just trying to find value into their lead, snowball and get ahead of lead. But oh, Divine Judgment.
And the JPL taken down right as the turtle is currently available. Diablo is not stopping. Oh, he whiffed his Petrify! But he's trying to go for the kill on the deck. He did manage to get himself away from all of that. The turtle's taken down, and FMM's taken down. Oki and Lucid Cutie finds himself in a very precarious situation, and they gotta have to go back unless Buji is trying to be greedy. He did manage to get a snipe down on the deck. Not quite enough to bring him down just yet though. Sagitnu, he don't have a lot of health, but it's more than enough for him to be safe.
Red team turret has been
Right there by
destroyed.
Bougie. He's gonna land on KLVJ, so all safe for now.
Red team turret has been
They managed to
destroyed.
take down this bottom tier 1 turret, so a win for RSG here, but they press on.
And the onwards and Earth Shatter just gonna be conducting down onto Lucid Cutie. The sacrificial lab for RSG once again.
Fortunately, losing his life there. Now Beat has a
Oki.
chance to come back
Ooh.
here. The snipe there by Oki take up so much of his HP, but they're not going to be able to close out that fight just yet. Now, RSG, like you said, right, they might lose out on objectives, but the thing is, do they need to go for that? Because they can just go for the kills, and the moment they have a numbers advantage, that's what gives them the opening to start taking these structures down. So they're basically all over the map now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because RSG is actually out macroing Bleed right now. That is what I'm seeing, and it technically shouldn't be the case. JPL even had to go for a flicker and Earth Shatter only to find no value out of that, giving RSG the counter initiate. That is not good. With JPL expending a flicker for his own death, KLVJ, the jungler that also gone down. This is all gonna be spiraling downhill.
Wow, RSG with the punish onto Bleed. The moment Bleed with RSG, they're gonna hunt you down and they're gonna punish you real hard. You know, right now RSG, we saw earlier it was a 2,000 goalie, and right now it's at 5,000 already.
They're snowballing towards the late game, right? And right now it's mid, but it seems like Oki's already online, taking down these structures in just a couple seconds. RSG gonna look towards the Lord here that's just spawned up as well. They're really accelerating the pace of this game, and the huge vision now.
Astro Echo spots out 4 members at JPL, chunked down to 50% HP. He's gonna be trying to get the Lord over to their side. I mean, right now, RSG, they have 5 members, but take a look at, keep your eyes on Diablo, guys. Keep your eyes on Diablo. Look at how he's gonna be flanking.
Oh, not only him, but Oki is flanking as well! As the rest of the members from the side of RSG is just gonna be jumping over to the back lines, but Oki is still gonna be A-OK! They managed to bring FMM and JBL down both, and that gets sniped out from downtown by Bougie. Well, Sagitnu, I don't think you're going anywhere, buddy.
Oh, he's running for his life, but right now Bray is just trying to chase him down, and Diablo doing the Lord's work as well, walking in and trying to chunk down the turret. And I have to say that was a very, very good fight from RSG as well. They were phenomenal with the flank, Diablo, Astral Echo, and the Star Shatter. Sagitnu runs low, and he survived this. No, Appraiser's Rave is going to be able to take him out as well.
Well, for the side of Bleed, they already got most of their members back already, while the Lord actually went in the favor of Bleed. So that is one thing that works out for Bleed. But the question is if whether they are able to extend the life of the Lord, if whether they are able to find the value out of this Lord.
I think they...
Oh, the flip.
Oh, hold on.
This doesn't seem like Bray is gonna get out of that alive. Losing Cutie was hoping that he'll be able to go on a flank mission and try to find out where Deck is, but he died finding out that as well. With 3 members from the side of RSG taken down, JPL is probably gonna be the next one in mind. Oki, luckily for him, he's still gonna be alive. Bougie is not exactly in the right place as he threw out his little meteor. As such, KLVJ goes forward, takes him down.
And Bleed with a 4-man takedown there, 2 for 4, and this is Bleed's time to balance it out and try to equalize the goal economy right now. But taking a look at the items here, Sagitnu going for a tanky boy build. You know, going with the Dom Eyes along with the Oracle, but is going to go for a Bloodlust Axe in the meantime. Taking a look at KLVJ as well, going for full tank. FMM already completing his 2 wands.
See, I mean, Oki is huge right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yet another one. They're focusing down on the Bray, but the Appraiser's Wrath is not quite enough to sustain him out of that fight. While Diablo was hoping that he will be able to get an Electro Final Blow to do something about it, all of that. He's still unable to get a kill down in just yet. He don't have the Petrify as well. As such, with Bray, Oki, and Losing Cutie taken down, it's all left with Bougie and Diablo. They don't have any frontliners in this case, but that is not what I was expecting from the side of Bleed.
Wow.
KLVJ, FMM, and Deck, the 3 of them is very painful, so you've got to have to still watch out for him as Diablo fed himself over to the wolves, over to the side of Bleed.
Now this is starting to look dire for RSG, right? In a quick snap of a finger, it seemed like for a moment RSG had it all. They were able to surprise Bleed, Oki coming with the back, coming from the back actually, to take them down. But right now you can't do that to Bleed more than once, especially not as they are now grouping up as 5 and they know exactly where you are. So once they have that vision and awareness of RSG's game plan, it seems like RSG is kind of split apart and they can't find a way in, and there's just not enough peel for Oki and Bougie.
Yeah, not enough peel. I mean, Lucia Cutie, he needs more energy though by the Lord.
All eyes on Losing Cutie. He's looking for the opportunity to jump in, but it doesn't seem like he's able to do that at all as he doesn't have the flicker. The Electro Final Blow is just going to be right in the middle of the team fight, but not quite enough to actually clip onto anyone else at all. RSG may have lost Bray. The Lord is not going over to the side of RSG, and Bleed is finding themselves trampling around the battlefield.
What a play there, right? I mean, Bray tried to rush in from the back behind the Lord, but he's just going to get pinned down by KLVJ, not being able to steal the Lord. In the end, the Lord is going to go into Deck's hands, and Bleed right now, they equalize the goal economy, and now it is neck and neck.
Neck and neck. Yes, but also RSG is kind of on the back foot here, right? They're playing off having to defend against this Lord, and that's coming down the top lane here. Lucian Cutie somehow has to find an angle, but the rest of his team is so far away as well.
They're not really finding a lot of value out of getting in Novaria as a main in this game this time. Diablo was hoping that he'll be able to be the one to start the team fight first. The Electro Final Blow did manage to connect only a 1 person over his very over-expiring 4-man Electro Final Blow. But regardless, it's Pyro for the team of RSG. Help them to defend against the Lord, help them bring Sagitnu down and push Bleed away to ensure that they don't lose any more turrets from this point onwards. Big win.
It's huge, especially considering they didn't even lose that inhibitor, right? It's still standing, albeit on the last legs of its health there, but they've got it still alive, and I think that's big for RSG. So now, clearing up the waves, looking for a way to get a bit more control of the map such that they can potentially find some fights, maybe pick off someone. They really need to find a catch here for them to be able to get an advantage in the fight.
Oh, I think that the Divine Glaive from Buji is finally coming in, and I think that that is finally where we might be able to see more value out of this Novaria. Novaria has mostly been, kind of tickling the front lines because, let's be honest here, there's quite a bit of front lines from the side of Bleed, and it's very difficult to clip anyone over to the back, whom your main target is going to be Dak as well as FMM. That is the problem of fielding in Novaria. It's all skill shot. You make it or you don't.
Either you make it or you break it into the backline, trying to catch out onto FMM or maybe Dak, or maybe try to chunk out on JPL as well. But that's the whole point of Novaria, right? You're there to chunk down and then make that space for your team, and Diablo is going to be able to go in and threaten Bleed to back off. And this time though, they're walking up. Oh, the flicker from JPL though.
I think the losing QD, okay, it appears that he's going to go for the Divine Judgment onto JPL instead. That is going to be one of the Divine Judgments that's going to be quote-unquote wasted, as he wasn't able to drag him far enough. That is two of the members from the side of RSG that's going to be taken down. Bleed didn't even lose a single person. Diablo is hanging around onto being an extra right now. He didn't really attend the previous performance, but perhaps he's got a bigger role ahead of him.
Exactly. And right now, RSG, they're trying to get some attention off of themselves and Bleed. They're just trying to secure onto the Lord and go for the GG push right now. And Diablo just trying to make way for Bray. Bray's just trying to walk right in, but he's gonna get flipped up.
Bray getting caught by JBL. What was that? Onwards! Diablo is going to be jumping over the back lines to try to deal with FMM as well as Dak, but I don't think that he'll be able to run away far enough. He did buy a with the Truncheon, but we are talking about Dak after all, a fully decked out Dak. As such, Bleed, they did manage to take this game in a chokehold. RSG going to completely cycle through, leaving Buji and Oki left alone while waiting for Bleed to take down the Lord and waiting for their imminent doom.
It could well be imminent doom at this point, right? RSG is having such a hard time fighting against this composition of Bleed, and Bleed spotting out, RSG's path into the Lord. JPL with that onward perfect timing, just from there. And now Bleed are going right into the base here.
We do have the heavy spin from KillVJ push everyone away as a small little insurance, I gotta have to say, for Bleed to take that one win away from RSG.
Well, they're knocking it up to a 1-1 here, so we definitely have a series on our hands, and Vertigo, we are each, no, actually you,
We're
getting
almost
closer.
there,
Almost there, getting
Wait,
closer
all
to that
three
prediction.
of us are almost there, right?
No, well, we all went for a 2-1.
Everybody
right,
went for a
yes.
2-1. It's just a matter of which side.
I don't think that anyone would dare to put a 2-0 victory on top of either one of these teams.
No, it can't be determined, right? It's either one or the other, but in a way, which way are you gonna tip? Where are you going to tip? Which way are you going to tip?
It's a very narrow game, or rather a very narrow prediction between these two. It's really like an either-or situation, and we only have the theory involved, not exactly how these two actually would fare, butting heads against one another. In this case, well, RSG did have a very decent early game, but unfortunately in the later stages of the game, it didn't quite work out very well from that point.
Constantly locking down Lucian QD, locking down Bray. I mean, we can see it from the KDA, right? 157, 0, 8, and 15. Lucian QD and Bray, they're constantly getting locked down. KLVJ looking out for Bray. He knows Bray loves to go for these steals, locking him, activating the heavy spin before Bray can even come in. Hope, and then that can just secure the Lord or any objective.
I think one of the main things that really changed the tides over for Bleed is the effect of Arled. Arled has such a strong control in a battlefield, and ultimately, I think that even when it comes down to laning, outright beats, I wouldn't say outright beats, but the skill-based matchup between an Arled and a Benedetta is so narrow, it became a lot more difficult for RSG's Benedetta to even get that kind of lane priority.
I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? If Sagitno can shut down Diablo in the lane, it would definitely give them a lead. And that's what they've taken, and taken a mile, taken with and ran a mile with, you know? So I think exactly played out to the way that they wanted it to. Now, looking at the emblems here, we can see, again, actually, on the side of Bleed, JPL again opting for the tankier build, but the rest of them now this time not going for more damagey. You know, you can see Deck picking up the assassin emblem as well to be able to dish out more of that, and I think that really worked out in their favor.
And going with the tenacity as well. I mean, he don't, you know, he want to have extra, you know, a little bit of extra physical, you know, physical defense and magical defense as well. You know, popping with that flicker, the assassin build. I think everything looks normal here apart from Diablo's Petrify, right? Because he usually goes on to the Execute, but this time he's going to go into the Petrify.
Yeah. So you can pretty much tell that RSG is trying to go for something a little bit different this time. He loves to execute, and he always managed to find kills and create space. Whenever you switch from an execute over to a petrify, your game plan actually shifts by a lot.
I mean, because they don't have a big AoE catch, right? Apart from Bray, they only have Lucian QD, which is single target.
So
and
they have to leave it to Diablo.
Yes, they have to leave it to Diablo.
It needs
hence,
to be in the fight.
Hence the Petrify.
That's why I have never at one point mentioned that Diablo split push, Diablo should go for split push. Normally when you look at Benedetta, the first thing that you think about is their other win con is split push.
Split pushing.
But once you see the Petrify, you know that that is not going to be the case.
It's a team fight.
You need the Benedetta to be part of the team fight.
Looking at the post-game stats here, a little bit different from the previous game. You can see that, you know, it's still kind of in the middle, but it's a bit more mixed this time in terms of the damage dealt and damage to take that's been taken. Now, the thing is, RSG and Bleed, they're still so even. You can see 19 to 21 kills, and it's hard to say really who will come out on top. Unfortunately for Oki, 42% kill participation. Even though we might have expected him to be the one to dish out the damage, it doesn't seem like he has been able to have the opportunity to engage in that.
I gotta have to say that JPL would be my MVP in this case. When it comes down to team fights as well as timing, it's very similar to game number 1, whereby JPL found the timing and somehow his onwards is pretty much on point. Right?
Yeah.
So I would love to give it to Sagitno as well.
I want to give it to Deck. It has to be Deck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, he's there to secure it. We were all wrong.
We are all bloody wrong. We're all bloody wrong.
But yeah, KelVJ on the Akai, he did great. 1-1 and 12. I mean, he was there to secure the objective over and over again, using the heavy spin to protect his teammates whenever he needs to, and, you know, just be there for his team. He fulfilled this role, only died once. Amazing Akai.
I think this is quite interesting, right? Because so far, KelVJ being able to play on like a support tanky heavy hero seems a bit of a deviation from his usual playstyle. I think how we would expect him to play, it's more support and utility in this case. So it's a surprising but a nice change, I think, to be able to see him flex that as well.
Well, regardless of all of that, I gotta have to say that KelVJ is, of course, very mechanically skilled regardless. So with that all said and done, with him being an MVP, not too surprised, but us being all bloody wrong is definitely a fun thing. Well, with that said, let's take a look and jump on over to the highlight. What can you guys tell me about this, Scrubby?
I mean, looking at the early game, it was heavily in favor of RSG, right? And you can see them taking all these fights here. I mean, yes, Bleed got the objective, but RSG had a lot of kills. I think the kill advantage over Bleed in this early game. Now, this was the one where Lucian Cutie sacrificed his life in game number 1 so far. Yeah. But eventually, I think there was a point where RSG was forced to play front to back in a way, which was not what they wanted to set up for. They wanted to pick up somebody. So eventually you can see the team fight slowly tipping the way of Beat. KelVJ there going down, but you can see how he has managed to peel for the team, engage, and help them to disengage as well successfully.
Yep, and with the flank in this fight, Diablo takes out 2 members, killing spree right there. And Diablo is just on another level. And take a look at that. Lucian QD goes down, and then Bleed, they just go for the last push all the way. No objective needed. Just finish the game.
Bleed Esports, they managed to put themselves out, or rather pull themselves out of a trench which, to be honest, was a very difficult situation to find themselves in, especially since with all the rotations that RSG was trying to go for. And let's not forget, with the limitless amount of information that RSG could have gotten from themselves through the Novaria.
Yep, exactly. Well, I see Vertigo, you're holding something here. It looks like you're prepared for.
I mean, I really like this, right? I'm gonna go shower. You know, when we have that 5 minutes break, I'm gonna go take a quick shower. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna feel fresh. I'm gonna feel amazing. You know, I mean, I had a problem with my dandruff as well. I have dry scalp, but this was my lifesaver, right? Like, I never knew they have an apple flavor. Apple flavor? Apple fresh.
Apple and also cool menthol.
Cool menthol.
Oh,
yeah.
the cool menthol is what I use every day, but I didn't know there was an apple fresh as well.
Now you know you gotta get both.
I'm gonna do this and imagine that Jace is right here with us.
Wow.
Smell it.
Oh,
Smell it.
good.
At least she smelled
this
it.
is the
At least she smelled
cool
it.
I can really smell it.
Smell
Cool
it.
menthol.
Smell it.
Okay, I
Smells like
can't
home.
even
Yeah.
deal.
Smell the
this.
apple one. The apple one is really good.
Then now you smell this.
I use this
Okay,
every
now I
day.
smell this.
Really, it really does smell like apple and menthol. Like, you don't even have to know the scent. Once you smell it, you will know. But you know what? That's not the only thing that's special about it, right? It's a special collaboration between MPL, this Season 6, MLBB, and Head & Shoulders for the first time to release both of these flavored, limited edition anti-dandruff shampoos.
Exactly.
Featuring Tigreal and Eudora as well. So you can see those prints actually printed on the bottles themselves.
Yeah, this way it will be very simple to actually just defeat your enemies and just get on with your life, and of course get yourself a great amount of games in and wipe out all of your opponents in MLBB. Because I'm pretty sure that, you know, you don't want your hands to be scratching your head, you'll want to use your hands to play games instead.
Exactly.
So wipe out your dandruff and itches like you will want to wipe out your enemies. You can get that anywhere in your usual grocery stores, you know, Fair Price, Unity, Watson's, Cold Storage, and Giant, or even online for those of you who are too lazy to buy groceries. Get it on Redmart, Shopee, and Lazada.
Wow.
As such, I think that we gotta take some time to clean up the battlefield a little bit.
Yes.
Because we've got a lot of blood splattered everywhere with all of the chaos and atrocities that has happened in the Land of Dawn. So we're just gonna take a break. We're gonna go clean up the battlefield, and we'll be right back with you for match number 3 between Bleed versus RSG.
Head and shoulders.
That's the stuff. What?
Wow. I guess even though it's apple flavored,
It tastes like apples. That's why don't try shampoo, guys.
Shampoo is for your hair and for your scalp as it takes away your dandruff. But if you are thirsty, then grab yourself some Coke from McDonald's instead. My name is Abstract. With me here is Scrubby Chicks as well as Vertigo. The three of us is going to be the casters for this series after a very tight game between Bleed and RSG in a 1-1 fashion.
Yep. He's just gonna drink more Coke. But you know what? This is really interesting, right? So we talk about how this was El Clasico, and
It's bound to be a game
I'm
tree.
so distracted by the ASMR here.
It's bound to be a game tree, right? Bleed
Yes,
and
yes.
RSG, they have shown their weaknesses. They both know how to take a hit at each other's cracks as well in their defenses. And you know, it's definitely gonna be a game tree. And the third game, it will be very tight.
Now, what's at stake here, right? Because RSG currently in the standings, they're at 4th position. They're 1 point behind Bleed, who's at 2nd position.
Wow.
So it's kind of like a strange, uncomfortable situation.
Place to be.
Well, yeah, we're not really used to seeing this, and maybe RSG themselves aren't used to seeing that, right? So they really need to fight for this match here if they want to come back up the standings.
So the question is if whether RSG will be able to find a victory above Bleed for the second time of today. As we move on over to the draft, where Potato takes the coach seat for the side of Bleed, while Jill H is going to take the coach side of RSG, as both of them are going to be pitting their brains against one another.
Yep, it's the battle of the brains, and right now, down to the players, it will be the battle of execution. And as we can see, the first band that's going to be coming out is going to be the Eve, coming out from Bleed Esports, and then RSG SG, they're going to be banning out that Valentina.
Same rises when I give the word. I think the drafts haven't deferred. This time Bleed also opting to take out the Khalid. So in the past 2 games, they've had the exact same bans in the first phase as well. Bleed's going to go ahead and take out the Kadita, was their other ban, and RSG also the Claude and the Bruno. So do you think, coming off of this game number 2, that RSG will look to do something else?
I mean, RSG, they can leave. RSG, they just banned the Claw, and right now, Bleed, they are not banning Madang in the first game or the second game because they don't see Madang as a threat. And right now, they're going to be banning away the Kaja and RSG. They need to make a choice here. Do they let the Kadita out? Do they let the Edith out? What do they let out?
Yeah,
or maybe the guard as well.
I don't think that they should let the Kadita out.
Right? They have to ban it out, right?
They gotta
RSG
have to ban it out. I think that Kadita is a little bit too annoying of a hero with that great burst potential that could literally eliminate anyone with just a snap of a finger.
I mean, Oki as well. I mean, they can instantly melt Oki down because we know Lucian Cutie, he's more of an engager. I'm not saying Lucian Cutie leaves Oki alone, but Lucian Cutie is more of the one setting up for the fight, and then Oki is left to, left to his own endeavors.
I am the priestess of pride,
the
hunter of all the evil gods.
As well, if
Yeah.
they want to first pick that that marksman.
I think they might want to pick up the Kadita instead, or the Fredrin.
Right.
Right, the Fredrin is open, and Bleed, they did pretty well on the Fredrin. I think they would still want to pick up the Fredrin.
Yes, so this is a game of either open up with a flexible pick, or number 2, to deny the Kadita away from RSG, or number 3, just focus on the Bruno. Wow. Okay. Not quite what I was expecting. So just right off the bat, we are just going to be looking at Bleed. They're just going to be beelining themselves into a single objective, and that is to ensure that they get the comfort pick over for Deck.
Oh, it could be a comfort. I'm sure he's played this hero a lot, right? But the other thing is with the changes in Hearth's Claws, Bruno has become such a high priority pick, right? Because he can absolutely dominate in the lane as well and start to dish out the damage even early on. So RSG here has kind of a tall order because they have to pick someone that can go against the Bruno. And it looks like it's going to be a Beatrix here. So they've set out the marksman early on already, coupled with this Fredrin.
Yeah, and securing the Beatrix for themselves. I mean, it is comfort pick for the side of RSG, right? I mean, the Beatrix has been doing well in the first game, but in the second game, it got snatched up by Bleed. And this time, RSG, they seen that the Bruno has been picked up. They're like, okay, we don't have to worry about it. let's pick up the Beatrix for ourselves.
So we're not exactly looking at a lot of trades coming in between
Your team
these
is heavy.
marksmen, but there is definitely a lot of free hits that this Bruno could
Are
very,
you
very
my next
potentially be
conquest?
able to snatch up onto this Beatrix. So very much of a skill-based matchup, I gotta have to say, while Bleed focuses onto their own Martyrs as well as a Lilia. So it's a very fast-rotating game that we should be expecting from Bleed's middle game, and the middle control is ultimately gonna be extremely important for Bleed to take control of. RSG likely would want to focus on their own mage as well, which has quite a bit of option
The falling
here.
stars brought us here.
Your
Oh,
team
they're actually
is
going to go for
banning.
the Novaria early
Again,
on already.
yeah,
Yeah, and again,
very
Gucci.
early.
Well, we did see him perform really, really well, you know, being able to hit those star shatters and getting those snipes in as well. So perhaps they could similarly pull that off in this game. Now, the difference being on the side of Bleed, now they have Lilia as well. So it could be a bait, right? You have Novaria with the star shatter. You pop off some of his HP, force him to reset the black shoes with the black shoes, but then you are able to poke him down again and again.
Yeah, I mean, with the Enchanted Talisman and the cooldown emblem as well,
Your
it
team
will
is
be really,
banning.
really good. But right now, RSG, yet again, they're playing the EXP game again. They're banning away the Terizla, and what Bleed could ban away. I mean, they're not going to ban away the Badang because the Badang is no threat to Bleed. They could ban away the Uranus or pick it up for themselves. RSG, they can ban the Terizla and leave the Uranus open for themselves, or even the Bakido.
May the blood of my
Yeah, I mean, we
enemies
talked
flow
about
my
that a lot.
spear.
That Bleed actually going to take out the Mincetar here. I'm not sure if that kind of hints at something that they're trying to play here. We've also seen Diablo play the Mincetar, I think, at
Full
least...
attack speed.
Yeah.
Full attack speed Minizita is crazy fast.
And he's like... Diablo playing on the Mincetar is especially crazy, right? Hitting those poles, the hooks, and being able to isolate the members of Bleed as well. So far, he's played it to a lot of success in this league twice now. So back in the pool of RSG, are they going to continue taking out?
Wow.
It's finally going to be
Justice
the
in the
Cho
world.
here, taken away from JPL.
Yep, JPL's Cho will never see the light yet again. But as for Bleed, they still have Diablo as a hero to ban out, right? I mean, you ban the Khalid, you ban the Minister. Do they ban the Uranus or leave it open for themselves?
Terizla is going to be banned for themselves, or rather they banned the Terizla for themselves. This is very reminiscent to back in MSC. It's something that we could see out of a Novaria plus a Beatrix combination.
Yeah.
Something that RSG is capable for RSG to pull off, the double snipe combination. But that means that they're going to have to look out for combinations in their own of their own sake to really put it off. The thing is, when it comes out of Novaria, it's a simple burst of damage. You gotta have to land some. You gotta land those skill shots. If not, if you don't land those skill shots, you're going to have to rely on the damage onto someone else. In that instance, I will believe that Diablo would definitely want to pick out someone that have a heavy impact in terms of damage instead of being a very conventional gap creator, space creator kind of a hero, like playing as a Uranus in that instance. So Franco is a great pick for them. Very, very similar to the MSC game whereby they actually had a Kaja, so they still had the suppression that's inbuilt.
One person, single target.
Yes, so in MSC, they actually had Khalid in that game, but because Khalid is banned out here, we need someone that is very similar to what a Khalid is capable of doing. Either jumping over the bat lines,
Benedetta or Arlet.
Benedetta or Arlet.
Yeah. It's either Benedetta or Arlet, or maybe even Esmeralda.
I haven't really seen Diablo play the Arlet actually, so that would be quite interesting. But I think having the Arlet would definitely add to that. Well, Bob is still out if they want to add to that CC, but here comes the JPL Valier.
Oh, okay. So Badang is definitely out of the woods now. Is definitely not going to be considered anymore. Because if they were to go for the Badang, that means that two heroes in the lineup of RSG will have problems catching up to Bleed, just because of the Searing Torrents that the Valier is capable of working out on. So RSG, they need to have that kind of mobility. They need someone that can really stick onto Bleed. What are the options?
That's the glue. And that's glue. And that's why they picked the glue for themselves.
Looking at this here, I think RSG looks like they're contemplating, right? They're trying. It doesn't seem like they expected that Valir pick to be coming.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, this was bad, sorry.
Xborg.
Xborg, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so technically speaking, no crowd control in an AoE effect. But they stand a standard chance to still have that burst potential out of the last Insanity, which does deal true damage, by the way. So I would love to find out how that the Ice Queen's wand is picked up on the Diablo and how much of that is going to be important into the game of RSG in this lineup.
Wow, with the Xborg in the EXP. I mean, we've seen how, you know, Vanguard used the Xbox in the jungle, but this time Xborg is going to be in the EXP and in the hands of Diablo. I mean, Diablo is going to be cutting ways, you know, he's just going to be constantly putting pressure, he's going to be pushing as well as joining the fight. Xborg is one of the most perfect EXP you can pick for this game.
As such, we move on to the final game for this series between Bleed and RSG. It's time for us to watch these two titans clash against one another one final time of the day.
Well said. I mean, this is the defining moment, right? It's gonna determine who comes out victorious and kind of settle the score even before we go into the playoffs as well. So right now, like you said, right, gonna be Diablo on this Xbox in the EXP lane, which I don't think I've seen actually.
Yeah,
it's like throwback to 2-3 seasons ago when Xbox was still in the EXP lane.
I think even in the past few seasons, I don't remember ever seeing Diablo ever playing Xbox. So
Diablo, no.
Yeah, so this is a question if whether this is going to be comforting enough for Diablo, if whether he's used to playing an Xbox in this case. So regardless, this entire lineup of Bleed is very, very aligned on JPL. JPL alone can actually be able to stop RSG single-handedly because RSG don't have a way to actually stick onto Bleed. Xbox still needs some time and to actually just jump over to the backlines with the last Insanity. So this is gonna be a target for RSG indeed.
That's right. RSG is either looking for the pick-off on Lucian Curie's Franco or the decimation catches off Diablo, and it does seem like he's not very, very comfortable on it.
Yeah, with Guji taken down as well. Kill VJ very, very simply managed to find a double dunk onto RSG.
So a lead here for Bleed already clocking up that to 2-0 gives him free reign over this first turtle here. So super important. That being said, he is a martyr, so you would expect him to have sort of that early game advantage. Now, how is Bleed then going to capitalize on that is important, especially now that Diablo has been kind of put back and set back a little.
Nice little hook plus flicker coming in, but unfortunately we're talking about a Novaria after all. You don't really quite have the burst potential available in order to bring that one person down.
Exactly, and I mean, because you're a Novaria, you are kind of susceptible to that items as well. You need that items in order to deal the damage that you are trying to burst the enemies down with, but this time Lucian Curie is still at level 3 as well as JPL. But don't forget, JPL, he is at level 4. He has his ultimate and a free debuff, as I just said. The debuff comes out.
Oh, okay. Immediately forcing JPL to pop off the ultimate. But so far, RSG, they actually don't have a very good early game. So I would expect that Bleed is capable of taking the early game very, very easily. Xbox loses his lanes. When it comes down to middle lane, Lilia wins the lane. Novaria don't actually have a lot of ways to open up the map against the Lilia. So Novaria is kind of like a step behind. RSG, they gotta have to play slow. They gotta have to get the items that they absolutely need. But they also need to respect this Martyrs, because the Martyrs is going absolutely ham, getting himself a 100 strike in just sub 4 minutes.
Yeah, and 4 kills. All of the 4 kills to kill VJ already. My goodness, OP!
Blue team hero
hook down there.
been
Lucian Cutie getting himself another JPL.
This is kind of like shooting fish in a barrel for Kill VJ. RSG doesn't have the lineup that is capable of dealing with the early game aggression that is capable from the side of Bleed. RSG really needs time. They really need the gold. But I think that the main thing is not about how RSG is not doing something. It is more the fact that Bleed is capitalizing on the gaps within the armors of RSG, and they found out that they gotta have to do a certain something in order to get themselves that kind of momentum and work on tempo.
Exactly, and Bleed right now, although they have the early game with the Martis, they have the late game in the form of Lilia as well as their Bruno as well. I mean, mid game as well. Bruno mid game is very, very strong and painful. As you can see, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in a lane swap already happening, and Deck clearing the top lane.
Yeah, it kind of forced to go for a lane swap since the bottom lane first tier turret is already taken down. This enables the glue to actually move around the map a lot more efficiently, putting RSG in a very precarious position.
And you can see that it's not so comfortable, right? Diablo, usually we see him the one being able to oppress his lane, being able to rotate around the map really, really early on, but now he's not able to, and now in the mid lane, they're kind of brawling it out here as well.
Well, as for now, we're starting to see the little bit of a problem that RSG's draft may have given them. They don't have a very guaranteed kind of stun. Most of that relies on skill shots or to get in close to their enemies. And all of that is relying on the human error of RSG. If they don't land a skill shot, they don't have the lockdown. While Bleed have got a single member, which is, like I said before, the Valir, that will be able to stop this Fredrin from going in for his own lockdown. As such, RSG don't have a way to initiate. They don't have a way to really disengage as well.
They're relying on, again, Lucian Cutie, right? In the previous game, it was Kaja. This game, it's Franco. Hopefully, they won't be able to do something, but looks like KLVJ again walked away with a stolen buff here.
No, Bray got the buff.
So unfortunately, before all of that, RSG is forced to go into the fight. But fortunately for them, they did manage to get a kill down onto Lilia though. They are very content with that single kill. And they are going to be going back home, or rather back under the first tier defense turret.
Yep, and Sagitno right here putting a lot of pressure while JPL, KLVJ, and Deck takes out the first tier turret yet again. Bleed, they are on the macro game. They are pushing hard. Deck is serving one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to be pushing down your turrets.
The turtle has just spawned as well. This is the third turtle of the game now. So Bray is starting to leash it in here, but I mean, KLVJ is there, and you know that the rest of the team is gonna rotate in for this objective as well.
Yeah, I don't think that Bray is capable of taking this fight at all. The entire team of RSG, they can't come to back him up as well. And even if they do come and back him up, I don't think that Bray is capable of stealing this turtle away from KLVJ, considering the 2 levels gap. Sagitno finds himself inhibiting the body of Bray and forcing him to fall back. They did manage to, however, buy some time for their Beatrix to farm in the bottom lane. The longer that Bray managed to keep KLVJ here, the better it is for the farm of Beatrix.
Right now, BOD already secured for
Wait, what?
Whoa, Bray able to take down the turtle as well.
Okay, so I would...
the red tree. The red tree, man.
That's not supposed to happen.
The red tree.
That's not supposed to happen.
Because only KLVJ was there, and Bray is a very thick boy. He can tank up anything that comes towards him, and all he has to do is land that retribution on time.
Yeah, looking at items here, you can see Diablo is slowly farming up. Hold up here.
As we got the Banana Rage, it's gonna be raining over the shoulders of Team Bleed. Sagitno takes the body of Bray, but realizes that, you know what, I can't really do much at this point in time, and immediately disengaged out of that fight. Oh, painful snipe coming in with the Renner's apathy, connecting down on the JPL. Bleed, they're still not exactly really content with the current kills and the lead that they have. They want to push more.
They want to continuously push on and on and on. And right now, Bleed, they are at 2.5k goal lead. And RSG, they're still sitting, they're still trying to trade back the economy. They're trying to balance it out. Take a look at this. Deck, KLVJ, they are at the top of the net worth right now. And Oki and Diablo are just below them. So it's 2-2 right now. And Bougie just dropping below FMM.
I think that Oki is still on track though.
He is.
I think he's gonna be A-okay.
He was that a pun? Well, Lucy Cutie landing the hook though.
And now Lucy Cutie finds himself taken down. And that's going to be the final nail in the coffin for him, at least for now.
So, I mean, RSG have to look for these things, right? Look for the hook. Look for hopefully a pick-off that will slowly get them back into the game. But so far, it just hasn't been panning out well for them. Even if they manage to hook somebody, they need to be able to close out that fight, right? Novaria has the poke, but maybe not necessarily the burst. Just as I'm speaking, he does take a chunk out of JPL and FMM.
This is a game of slows right now.
It's a game of slows. I mean, RSG, Diablo with the last Insanity trying to burst down. 3 members able to use the flicker to get right out.
That is actually pretty good for the side of RSG. They did manage to whittle down a lot of the health over from the side of Bleed, while the Meteor actually lands right down on the JPL. RSG continues the pursuit down on the kill VJ. That is going to be him taken down, while the rest of 4 members from RSG focuses down to Sagitnu, the only one frontline member from Bleed. They managed to overcome the obstacles with a single last Insanity from Diablo to set up the stage.
It's the pick-off that they need, right? Take out JPL, and they have so much of an easier time approaching the rest of Bleed, which they have done. And now in their pockets, they get the Lord.
Exactly, and Lord is going to be secured, but Blade Armor for Bray at the same time right now, and Vision Cutie just waiting to land that hook down onto FMM, but FMM uses the Purify and walks right out, and just like that, one Lord fight, one Lord take, RSG turns the tide to take down the tier 2 turret as well.
Bleed needs to set some distance. They need to find the opportunity and create that space between themselves and RSG to really control the battlefields against RSG. The moment that RSG manages to find themselves coming closer and closer over to Bleed, that is just not going to end up very well. Because the only way that they can set the stage is to ensure that JPL constantly throw his fireballs, and we also gotta have to make sure that the glooms coming from FMM constantly sticks onto the enemies. This way, the slow is going to be such an impending doom over to RSG, and RSG can't even get close. But that is probably the only thing that RSG has to look out for.
Wow.
No other crowd control is available.
I have to say, RSG, Lucid Cutie went for the hook and flicker and kind of wasted it and not landing the hook at all. But Radis Apathy from Oki is going to barely catch up onto JPL.
With that said, the bottom lane inhibited for second tier defense turret just went down.
Yeah, that's really in favor of RSG though, right? JPL having to back, and now they're slowly chipping away at the structures to gain more control of the map. So really quickly now, even though again Bleed was up in the early game getting control, now RSG have kind of pretty much closed that gap that they needed, and they've come up on top even of Bleed with 4K.
They turned the lead back into their favor, and right now they capitalize on that lead as well. But Star Shadow chunks up 50% of JPL HP yet again with the Extra Echo, increasing your hitbox, but the hook comes down.
He's just going to be getting the suppression down on the kill VJ, but he will be able to get himself away with the Mortar Coil very easily. While Diablo dives over to the backlines, he manages to find the flames and burn him to hell. And that is going to be a goodbye for Dak, while RSG is just going to be healing upon themselves with all 5 still intact.
What a catch from Lucid Cutie as well. I mean, Diablo jumping all the way into the backline, using that last Insanity and catch out Deck.
Yeah, fantastic plays, and this is the fight that they were gearing up for as well, right? Once Diablo is farmed up, and now they have a better chance to group as 5 and fight as compared to the previous game as well. They have the Novaria for the poke, and you know, the thing is, with the Novaria and the Franco, you can just kind of randomly shoot out shots. Well, not exactly random, but if you do manage to land one, it's a huge advantage for you in setting yourself up for that fight. But right now, Oki's in some trouble.
Half HP left with the Renner's Apathy to open things up, as well as Bougie. They tried to land on the same person, but unfortunately a little bit slightly off deviation.
Right now, 6-6, everything is more fair and equal, but RSG, with that one Lord fight, they took it and they ran with it. And they are starting to slowly jog and gain speed right now with the lead, 4.4k. Sagitnu trying to jump in, opens the split, the Lord goes down into RSG hands.
Time is all RSG needs, and this is where they are starting to pop up, and they will be able to get over to the backline pretty much easier. But with that said, Bray, as well as Lucid Cutie, finds himself in a precarious positioning after taking the Lord for themselves. RSG understands they gotta have to regroup, they gotta have to get back before the imminent push from Bleed appears.
Exactly, and the team fight shows how strong Bleed are. I mean, you have the slows from the Gloom, you have the damage from deck, and you have the constant stun coming out from JPL on and on and on. So no matter how thick you are, this is a sub tank killer or sub DPS.
It's like, yes, RSG has the poke, but so does Bleed, right? If you continuously put out those glooms, put out those searing torrents and prevent the approach from RSG even, then it's kind of like, you know, both teams, if you visualize this, just standing apart from each other and poking at each other and seeing who kind of gets the HPs whittled down first before they advance. Now, the lot has already been chunked down by Bleed, so RSG losing a bit of that advantage there that they had to push the map.
RSG right now 4k into their hands, and they are having a good time. But Bleed, I mean, they managed to get the kill there, but the Renner's ability is not going to be able to catch on to anyone at all. And Bleed, they are pushing, but RSG, they're trying to gain back the map control. They're just trying to cover as much space as they can, gain information for themselves, and Bray still hiding in a very good flanking position. Star Shadow able to catch up onto deck.
I think one of the main things that we're gonna have to be really crucial and be a little bit more critical on it is the fact that Bleed has a very good composition that plays around the Bruno. A lot of slow mechanism and a lot of ways to help deck actually kite away from RSG. But what exactly is going wrong with that, and why isn't deck getting the kills, or maybe it's not outputting enough damage here?
I mean, they are not hard locking down onto anybody at all. You know, they are not there to kill, but Star Shadow nearly catches out onto JPL. They don't have that, you know, hard lockdown like the Bloody Hunt or the Iron Hook. All they have is just, you know, basically kiting skills and kiting techniques. Brandon's Apathy still aiming down onto KelVJ, taking his time. But I have to say, because of the Valir pick, you don't have a hard lockdown, but you have someone who can kite constantly for deck.
It's still going to be a waiting game, and there's still going to be a macro-intensive game coming from both sides. We would want to see a little bit more of that lane priorities coming in from either one of the maps, and Xbox doesn't have that kind of mobility. In fact, a lot of these players from the side of RSG don't have the mobility to actually go for a split push. As such, knowing that Xbox has stayed behind in the opposite lane of where the Lord is going to spawn, they have a good amount of time. They have that kind of allowance to actually try to pick off the members from RSG. But the question is, how do they do that?
Ooh, FMM takes a lot of damage. Astra Echo though.
This is probably the perfect time for RSG to go in, but on the sidelines they realize, hey, Diablo is here already. Deck has managed to whittle down the life of the Lord and effectively bring it down. Bleed has came here and they got what they came for, immediately retreating right afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing that Diablo was on top, you know, clearing the lanes, right? And Bleed make really quick work of the Lord there. Now, Sagitnu as well, being that one member to zone out the members of RSG, and I think at that point Buji didn't seem to have the Astro Echo, or maybe popped it early on as well, so it didn't give them that whole team fight capability that maybe they would have wanted. That being said, they aren't giving up here.
The hook.
The hook and the suppress, as well as the ultimate coming in from Oki. That is going to be the Bananas Rage as they move on to the next person afterwards, and that is going to be JPL. Diablo flickers inwards and tries to bring deck down with the last Insanity. They are not done just yet. They would want to move on to kill VJ, as unfortunately Bruno got out of their arm's reach.
Yep, and Bruno right there, deck with the flicker at a very precise timing as well. I mean, to deny Buji from sniping it down, and Diablo as well. Take a look at the damage coming out on the side of Bleed. We have JPL going with the slow and utility Radiant Armor as well. Bruno with the high heart damage with the Wind of Nature as well. But take a look at that, a Twilight Armor just in case. Twilight Armor just in case. Lilia going for the slows, utility, as well as damage and spam ability. And on the side of KelVJ as well, he's going full tank damage.
There's a lot of utility, right? You mentioned, right? It's like 4 Ice Queen wands across the board as well. Yeah, so you know that they're playing for these. I think that's why the fights have been a little dragged out as well as they look for these catches.
Well, while we're having this small little downtime, I think I would like to point something out is the fact that Diablo very likely actually picked up the Ice Queen wand first item. Right?
Yes.
And normally we don't really see that first item coming in, and it's not possible for the Ice Cream one to be half built as well, because it consists of 2 items that doesn't really get much value just by itself. You gotta have to create the final item within itself, which is the magic crystal as well as the container. So I would like to have a little bit of understanding why
conceal.
Ice Queen 1 being the first item.
The conceal play comes out and the hook.
Well, JPL, he does have ultimate, so he would not be able to hook within the reach of Lucid Cutie. The rest of Bleed is now going to be moving on to the next fight as they manage to bring Lucid Cutie down, and Sagitnu doesn't have a lot of health to work with as well. Oki brings Kill VJ down, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 3 fight as Deck was a little bit out of position, but luckily he got a quick little slide to get himself out of that.
Quick little slide indeed. And I'm sorry, Abstract, what was the question?
Oh, no, Ice Queen 1.
Oh, Ice Queen 1?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Because Diablo wants to constantly, push out that damage, push out the Ice Queen 1. He wants to, be in a team fight and deny. He wants to deny Sagitnu from, rotating as well. Because Sagitnu, he even bought the rapid booty, right? He wants to go fast. He wants to rotate fast as well. But FMM,
trying to get the hook down from Lucid Cutie, but unfortunately didn't really quite get that to work. But Diablo, as annoying as it is, this guy, this Xbox, he doesn't have the immortality anymore, remember that, so he's no longer a cat with 4 lives. But for now, he managed to bait Sagitnu right within the grasp of RSG, bringing Sagitnu down, and the next one is going to be FMM. RSG, they came here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to bring the Lord down, or anything after that is going to be a massive bonus.
Again, Diablo with the space creation, right? The last game as Uranus, this time as Xbox. Now the Ice Queen 1 going in the backline, slowing down everybody from approaching or advancing towards this objective here. And while they didn't manage to catch out Deck, I think Oki even flickered in to try to catch him. They didn't, but it was a full back off there, and it gave RSG free reign to be able to take this Lord. And now, with this huge advantage, they could potentially use this to finish it off.
And now the hook is just going to be forcing JPL to pop off the ultimate, while another suppression just going to be working down to kill VJ. With the marches taken down so fast, the Lord marches in, and RSG found the timing to eventually try to keep the Lord's health intact for as long as possible. That is a massive health bar that Bleed has to work on. Where exactly is Deck? It's just going to be right in the face of the Lord. He's focusing on the Lord to make sure that the Lord will not be able to touch him, but that is only going to put him in a very bad spot, being hooked in. Immortality popped, and he's going to win on nature popped as well, but he's still going to go down to the Astral Recall off of the hands of Bougie. That is 2 important members down from the side of Bleed, and RSG only have one thing that they need to focus on, and that is the core, allowing RSG to take Game 3 away from Bleed Esports.
Oh, wow, and you can see the sigh of relief from Bougie. Bougie's like, oh, that was a tough game. Bougie was like, oh.
It was a tough series, I mean.
Yeah, it was amazing series as well. I mean, at the very last part, I mean, we saw FMM coming out with a Lilia. I mean, just doing a little bit of work, trying to chunk them down, but it just wasn't enough. Lucian QD lands the hook onto Deck, finishes the game, GG.
It's these catches, right, that really make the game. The moment, I mean, as sometimes you want to say it's random or by luck, but it really takes some skill to be able to land these hooks on the exact target that you want, that can help you close out the game in that fashion, right? Being able to get Deck and as much defenses as he had with the Immortality and Wind of Nature, it just wasn't enough.
I mean, he swapped for the Rose Gold Meteor at the last second, right? He popped the Immortality, he popped the Wind of Nature, and then he sold off his Wind of Nature to buy a Rose Gold Meteor to give him a little bit of shield. Just wasn't fast enough.
It's unfortunate, I gotta have to say, but regardless of all of that, you did see it right. It is the Rose Gold Meteor that is in his inventory.
Oh, he swapped off for Immortality.
Yes,
sorry.
The Immortality was swapped off instead. But I think that is just really unfortunate because Bleed had such an amazing start, giving KLVJ a 4-0-0 scoreline. And they're supposed to be able to snowball a momentum from that point onwards. But I think that is where KLVJ also realized that there is that gap. And that is a very consistent and a very reliant crowd control ability. Because the only thing that they can rely on is JPL only after 2 skill has been popped up, right? Fireball and the Searing Torrent. Only then you can stun someone. Or leave it over to Sagitnu. But you gotta have to be close enough to deal with RSG and really throw your goo right underneath the feet of RSG. But we cannot also forget the fact that we have a Diablo who has the Ice Queen's wand, and that's not going to be easy for Glue.
Exactly, so that's why he bought the Ice Queen wand at the start. So he wants to deny anything that can close the gap towards his teammates. That's why he bought. Exactly, and along with Bougie as well on the Novaria, buying the Ice Queen wand with Astra Echo, you can deny any sort of movement, and you know their movement becomes a little more predictable for RSG.
And not just that, right? It increases the hitbox as well that you can use. And the Astral Echo, the Star Shatters have been very, very instrumental in laying out this huge bursts of damage that poke down Bleed so that they just can't heal up in time. As much as they have the slows to try and prevent that from happening, the range is just so long from Oki and Bougie.
That's right, and we're gonna go into the post-game statistics right there, and it is gonna be not too much of a landslide. It is gonna be fairly balanced as well. I mean, RSG with a higher damage dealt and the lesser damage taken, and Bleed, I have to say, Sakitnu with 186,000. But take a look at Bougie, 126,000, constantly landing that Star Shatter over and over again. And on the side of Oki, highest goal per minute, and Diablo with 9 total assists. This is the whole point of Diablo. He's here to slow you down with the Ice Queen wand. He's here to provide, you know, the space for your team and deny Bleed from closing the gap towards RSG.
Yeah, and you talked about Bougie, right? That damage dealt, 126, is like a third, I think, of the entire team's damage. Almost 40% of the team's damage as well.
Exactly, and 40%, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, almost 40%.
Wow, I mean, that's almost, I mean, his back must have hurt, right, from carrying the team by outputting so much damage. But, you know, let's take a look at the MVP here. I'm guessing it should be Diablo.
Yeah, okay, so in terms of statistic-wise, it seems as though it's Bougie, right? Because of the damage dealt and all. But I think that Diablo's presence is just so important to the victory of RSG. And his quick thinking of getting the Ice Queen's wand.
Dang it.
But it seems like Oki, he's a more of a different marksman as compared to Tech, I gotta have to say. 7-1 is a 2. He's got a lot more easier ride as a gold laner. He just need to get in close, boom, with the Bennett's Rage, and there's so much value they can get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, Oki is more of a brawler. He's there to fight. He's here to chunk, and you know, he's there to close the gap. Whereas Deck is here more for towards, you know, macro. He's trying to push down turrets, and whenever there is a team fight, he'll be like, okay, let me provide some damage for you guys as well.
That being said, the positioning of the carry is also very important as Oki, right? If you're one of the key damage leaders, you don't want to be caught out. So the way that he has to balance between being aggressive or being defensive and still outputting the damage, super key. And I think that's what also, you know, earned him this MVP. We're going to see how exactly that went down and what they said during this process in this mic check. A bit of a...
Lots of words. A lot of words from them. I mean, it was
communication.
Insane. Key communication is exactly that. I mean, if we were to play, what would we do? We would just... whenever there was a...
To be fair,
we'd be screaming.
To be fair, I'm despite being a commentator, I'm actually really bad at communicating games.
Exactly. Like, we're very quiet during games, right?
I am very, very quiet. So, I mean, when we played for the casters versus productions, I don't think that I said anything at all.
Abstract didn't say anything because I had the shot call. Because I was the jungler.
You were the jungler?
I was the jungler. I had the shot call, right?
And they keep betting my Benedetta.
I mean, I can't do much, right? I mean, we do have our mic checks, you know, with us, but we want to hear the mic checks of RSG and Bleed. Let's check it out.
I got. Go. Slowly, guys. We can end this game. Nice. Nice lah, guys.
Eh, go.
Nice. Eh, FM.
Very. Lot. Okay.
Go, bantai.
Lot.
Take low.
Nice. Lot.
Mati. Go.
Sabar, guys. Wait, we still have lot. Sabar.
Hey, that kena.
I can pull deck.
Eh, go. No, fast go.
Go. Go fast, guys.
Nice lah, okay. Eh, no rewind. Hit me.
Go
Kena deck. Deck. No emo.
Queue him. He no flicker.
Deck one.
I kill him.
Nice lah.
Die.
Slowly can end.
Eh, JP ada.
Oh, nice try.
Hit me.
Nice lah, guys.
I got you, bro.
I know we can do it, bro.
Of course, I know you can do it. I mean, that's the nice positive compliment. No, there's no like, hey, sit down lah or anything. You know, it's like, oh no, I know you can do it, man. I knew you can do it.
I know that I can do it.
Positive reinforcement.
Exactly.
Right, and all you hear is santai, bantai. Santai means to relax, to chill first. Bantai, kill them all. Yeah, and then they're like, okay, come, we got this.
I thought you're Thai.
I'm Thai. So bantai, santai, I'm Thai. No, I'm just kidding. But that's in Bahasa Indonesia as well. It's right there.
Yeah.
Is this still an English
It's
broadcast?
still an English broadcast, guys. But enough about us. We want to hear what Cheryl has to say. Most best, beautiful host in MPL SG as well. Take it away, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, guys. And right now here, I have none other than Lucian QT right beside me. Hi, Lucian.
Hello.
Now, I'm very curious about Game 3 because you, as a Franco, I'm not sure how many people there are to catch other than Bruno for their last game. So was it a very challenging role for you as a Franco where you only can reserve your hooks for Bruno?
Yeah, I think for the third game, quite hard for me because we didn't expect they will pick the fella there. The fella quite make me hard to do rotate. Yeah, so I just wait for my friend for get the power spike and then drag the game to the late game and then we win the game.
Right, and the fact that, going up against Bleed, you've met them before, and, they are very individually skilled players in each of their roles. So now as a roamer, what changes you have to make when players are individually skilled on their own?
I think every roamer have a different playstyle. So we just need to find, if we play as a roam, we need to find what playstyle good for ourselves. Yeah, because a lot kind of playstyle as a roamer. Yeah.
Right, and the thing is, I was so nervous, I nearly bit all of my nails off. It was such a close back and forth when it comes to the games. And when times are bad for the team, the situation where it looks like you guys are losing turrets and objectives, as a roamer, what adjustments you make to ensure that your team can snowball for a comeback?
Honestly, the second game we beat Rush because I saw Bleed content that Deck say he want go sleep after our match because very easy. Now the second game I want to help him to go back home earlier and have a good rest because our first match this day is our first match 10 a.m. They need to wake up very early, right? So the second game we very rush to make them go to home and then have sleep earlier lah. But we cannot, so we just do the fast game on third game lah.
Right, so you're very nice. You have him sleep earlier and sleep longer. Get ready for next week's game, huh? All right, and then honestly, to be very frank, when you guys take a look at the overall standings, Bleed in a sense of their performance, maybe when it comes to the new roster or role switches, did you guys expect a 2-0 and really let that go home and sleep earlier today?
We did expect we win the game, but we win the series, but we didn't expect for 2-0 or 2-1 because the roster also changed, so they might change their playstyle also. So yeah, we just need to read their playstyle from their previous match and then we execute here lah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lucian Cutie, for your wonderful sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Now, our next match will be happening at 1 p.m., friends, and we're going to be seeing the likes of Vanguard going head-to-head against Darkhorses SG. Stick around, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
Unstoppable! We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Blade and I play jungler. Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular playstyle. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah. We got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Okay.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick Beatrix. That means without Beatrix I cannot function.
Not bad, I like. Think we're still improving, slowly improving. Yeah, Not the best yet. Yeah, we're just trying to work with what we have now. Then like Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new cause like I don't really scrim a lot last time, like play a lot. Then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more. Cause last time, never mind.
Say Just say.
Cause
Solo ranker.
no, trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
Very helpful.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
Eight. Minimum 8.
Wow. Maybe not so bad. Our goal, maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We'll try our best. Yes.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Churut and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport. My name is Ryan and I play EXP lane.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play goal lane.
I believe this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from lah. Because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL because I want to prove it to you that he is below me. Yeah.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Telak cause that time they knock out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Blade and I play jungler. Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular playstyle. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah, we got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Okay.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick beatrix. That means without beatrix I cannot function.
Not bad, I like. Think we're still improving, slowly improving. Not the best yet. Yeah, we're just trying to work with what we have now. Then like Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new cause like I don't really scrim a lot last time, like play a lot. Then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more. Cause last time, never mind.
Just say.
Cause
Solo ranker.
no, trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
Very helpful.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
Eight. Minimum 8.
Wow. Maybe not so bad. Our goal, maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We'll try our best. Yes.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lane.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Go lane.
I believe this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag.
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG. Yeah. Besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL. Cause yeah, I want to prove it to you that he is below me. Yeah.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stella, cause that time they knock out Zion, but I was not playing. If I playing, confirm different.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Blade and I play jungler. Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
And we're back right here today for match 2 that's going to come up in a few moments time. Now, earlier on in match 1, it was so close, but RSG SG is like, nope, not today, and therefore has clinched the win earlier on at match 1. Now in match 2, we're going to see a very exciting lineup of Vanguard Esports going head-to-head against Stellark SG. Now what makes this team matchup really very interesting is that we see Vanguard Esports actually scoring a win against Evil yesterday. Are they able to keep up this momentum and secure this win? We can only find out. So without further ado, let's meet the team. Presenting to you, Vanguard Esports. So right now, our team right here from Vanguard Esports are getting ready. It seems like smiles all around, and they're very excited to head on over to the land of Dawn. Now, next up, we're going to present to you would be our wonderful lineup from Stellark SG with brand new faces looking fresh today. So without further ado, friends, presenting to you Stellark SG. Just taking a look at the team here. I'm not sure if you guys remembered, but Team Flash did actually wish Chesty tons of happy birthdays yesterday. So I'm not sure if I jinxed it or the casters jinxed it, but hopefully today he will get that birthday week buff right here from Team Stellark SG. Now this is going to be an exciting matchup, and we would love to know where you place your guest coins at. So without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to the casters, so take it away, friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second series of today, and we are going to be looking at Vanguard versus Stellark. Both of these teams, unfortunately, didn't have a very good time yesterday.
It's kind of bad. It's very rocky.
It's pretty rocky. So hopefully today is the day where they start to redeem themselves. Anyways, my name is Abstract. With me here is Vertigo and Youngin, and the three of us is going to be your caster for today.
Well, I mean, it's a pleasure to have Youngin back again. I mean, we've seen Youngin in week 1, right? He's back now. I mean, he's here. He's ready with the almighty file, right? He has his file ready to go, ready to help us analyze everything and anything, and you know, especially the weakness from Vanguard and Stellark.
Yeah. So again, very happy to be here again. Today, you know, I hope to provide more detailed analysis as well. Also, at the same time, you know, trying to improve my cast, as this is something new to me as well. So, you know, as we go along, we'll see what Vanguard and, you know, kind of like what Vanguard has for us.
So, with that all said, we gotta have to introduce Vanguard and take a look at who are going to be fielding in for today's games. So, well, Vertigo, tell me more about Vanguard.
I mean, Vanguard, not much change. I mean, they're still going with their original 5 without the inclusion of Suni. I mean, we have Nick stay in a slowly, Super Ryan, Chud as well as Lakshan Stain. And honestly, Vanguard, they're sticking with their 5 all throughout. I don't think they're gonna be any changes to this lineup because this is what they're comfortable with. But they are not producing much result, although they did win over Evo yesterday.
Indeed. I mean, there is definitely a need for more understanding as to what else they can do with their current lineup. Technically speaking, right now, it worked for them against Evil. Even though we are definitely hoping that they will be able to move on even stronger, because we're looking at Lakshan Stain, we're looking at Slowly, we're looking at Chud. 3 of these players are ultimately very, very important to the lineup of Vanguard. In the meantime, Youngin, tell me more about Stellark.
Yeah, so for the side of Stellark, we actually have a bunch of new players. A lot of them are being new to the MPL scene as well. So first up, we have Hauski, Chesty, Bear, Blade, and Yuski.
Oh,
so
wow.
I think last week, they proved themselves a little bit by taking 1 win. So, they have gone through that losing, they've gone through winning, that kind of MPL nerve. And especially yesterday, where things didn't go so well for them, I think in general, compared from Flash to fighting Vanguard today, it's going to be slightly easier for they're going to have an easier time, right?
Wow.
And it's a chance to prove themselves as well.
I mean, they did change out for Chu for Bear as well.
That is right, and that is what I actually wanted to touch on a little bit. Like, do you foresee any kind of changes, or do you foresee, like, would Stellark have a little bit more problem without Chu fielding in Bear or whatsoever?
Yeah, so I think last week especially, for the side of Chu, I think when he played the Pakito, right, there were times where I felt that he could have been better on the macro game a little bit, and that kind of maybe was one of the reasons why the swap was made. Maybe for the side of Bear, who has been playing a lot of community tournaments, he might have that experience.
Okay, now, since the both of them is going to be pitting against one another, and we've had about 3 days worth of information to break down, what is Vanguard Esports looking at?
I mean, Vanguard Esports, they're looking at Lakshan Stain's Comfort Beatrix pick. I mean, he's been showing up, although he's like glass, right? He's a glass cannon. We can see easily through Lakshan Stain, although he is capable of holding his own lane, but he's not that stable during team fights. That's only purely my opinion, right? As well as for Vanguard Esports, they need to prioritize the objective plays alongside Slowly. Like, yeah, they are great at skirmishes, they're great at killing, but they have to focus more on the macro. And of course, looking forward to Chud's stable performances as well. I mean, Chud, he was doing great, but there are days that he do good, there are days that he didn't do so good as well. But next up, we do have the keys to victory about Stellark as well.
Yeah, so for the side of Stellark, with Bear coming in as well, the pressure on the EXP lane against Ryan will be something to be seen. I think these are, for the side of Ryan, he has already played a season. And I think for the side of Stellark, play around Chesty spacing and rotation, because Chesty is by right the most experienced player on the side of Stellark now. And captain, I think, is never easy, right?
Yeah.
So his leadership on what Stellark can provide will be key to how they win. Right, and lastly, of course, sticking to the comfort picks for Hauski and Yuski. I think last week when I casted their game, they were a bit uncomfortable on using the heroes that are meant to engage, and they didn't really get the chance to do so. This time around, maybe because they were not so, maybe the comfort pick wasn't there yet, right? And this week, we'll start to get to see what they can actually provide. As more and more picks come out for the side of Stellark, we'll get to see, a glimpse of what Coach Tenshi has for us.
Wow, I mean, we have to see how Coach Tenshi is going to be drafting. We have to see how Coach, aka player Nick, is going to be, drafting for us as well. I mean, I'm very excited to see the draft, but I'm excited to see what the casters have predicted for this game. And Youngin has to go.
Believe in Vanguard.
Right?
Yesterday, I think everybody voted for Evo.
He's the only person in the entire caster's desk that voted for Vanguard. We are all on Evil. He's the one that got it right.
I mean,
I'm a Vanguard believer, right?
Yeah, he's still a Vanguard believer.
I'm a Vanguard believer. Imports over no imports, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, for now, right?
For now.
I would like to see Evo do more and more to actually, break this kind of curse. Unfortunately, even yesterday they failed to do so.
Yeah.
But, so for you guys, why Stellark?
I mean, I'm kind of going with my guts here, right? I mean, experience over no experience, but what else can we experience as well is the viewers and the audience. What are they going to be predicting? And it is going to be Yeah, it's pretty even between for YouTube, right? 56 to 44.
I think that the YouTube audience have got almost the same sentiments as the both of us. At least for me, to answer your question, right? I'm looking out for the potential rise of the newbies.
Yeah.
Like what Longsi said before about their fight against Stellark, right? Or rather, yeah, they're preparing for Stellark because there could be a chance that Yunski, Hauski, Bear, this kind of stuff, they may actually be just another Brave.
I mean, Flash, Lozzy said as well, they are title contenders.
Yes.
Right? So they have a chance, they have a chance to take a hit at, being the champion.
Yeah, especially after that first victory as well,
yeah,
right?
of course.
It always snowballs from there.
Yep. Although, the results are not too promising yet, but perhaps the MPL chills and nervousness is getting to them. Hopefully this game against Vanguard would not be too bad, but what else do they have to say against Vanguard and vice versa? What does Vanguard have got to say about Stellark?
Personally, I think that to us, they are the lower end tier teams as compared to the other teams mentioned just now, because they have too big of a roster change and they bring in too many inexperienced players that never played in MPL before. So I feel that the departure of like Odell Bambi and experienced players would really bring the team down, and they can't really just depend on Forza. Yeah.
Stellark, I feel now they have a lot of new players, like not like new to the MPL scene only, but like new good players that they have just been born. Yeah. And I think Stellark have more potential than their last season team lineup. Yes, I think my team can beat them. It's like 70 to 30 odds.
The goal lane. Cause personally I feel Lakshang goal lane laning is quite weak. However, team fight wise I haven't really seen yet. But from what I've seen in the qualifiers, yeah, his laning is quite weak. Maybe you can take advantage of that. Cause after all, if your goal laner is fat, your game will be much easier.
Actually, I don't really know much about them. Yeah, but I watched the qualifiers and they really look quite strong. So I think we should be careful of them and don't underestimate them.
Actually, we cannot tell yet because every team's got different strategies. So they only put it onto the desk, so we can only see those strategies on play when we meet each other on the regular season.
70 to 30 odds, that's a lot.
No, that is not my thing. They have just been born. I don't know whether that is a jab at the fact that they are young or not. But yeah, maybe we can have Suni on the desk soon because she has so much content.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, they're fresh, they're new. But then Chesty is like, respect. He's like, I don't really know them. But, he still gives respect over to Vanguard as well. But
it's like a mix of respect / quote-unquote ignorance as well. Because probably they're very confident about their abilities as well. So they don't really need to, look too much about the lower tier teams right now.
Yes, correct. So actually, I also realized for the side of Bear, right? The interviews they've been giving out, I actually find it quite interesting. The ideas, the things that you talk about is actually very impressive to me. I think for him to come up with this kind of insights as a new player to MPL is something that I wasn't expecting. And this kind usually, right, they will actually make a very good coach or analyst in the future. So after hearing him speak more and more, Bear, I'm actually a fan of you now. I'm hoping to see your growth more and more.
Have the legendary young look up to
Bear.
Wow. Okay. I mean, there is definitely a lot of substance in that, right? In yesterday's games, we have seen Luxenstein actually being picked off a lot of times due to
Among
his
the planes exists
positioning
the equilibrium,
situations of the
which
game,
I
which I
was
really
made
hope
for.
that would improve in the lineup of Vanguard. But for now, let us focus a little bit more on the brains of the game, the fight between Stellark and Vanguard and how they are going to be working this out.
Yeah, so for
The
the side
southern
of
seas
Vanguard,
are my
as you were
domain.
mentioning Lakshan just now a little bit more, right? I
Yeah.
think he's the only player so far that hasn't picked the Bruno, even though from what I remember, back when he was in Zion,
Yeah,
right?
when he
Bruno
was
was
in
actually
Zion.
one of his signature picks. So
And now Bruno is in meta and he doesn't pick up the Bruno.
correct. So there can only be two things, right?
Yeah.
One is he haven't played it well enough to
Oh.
be picking in scrims. His Beatrix is definitely one of the other
Comfort
star,
pick, yeah.
correct, star picks for him. Or they have been hiding strats all along.
Oh, maybe
right?
he's been. But would you want to use that strat for against a strong team like Stellac as well?
Yeah, so for the side of Stellac, I think definitely Vanguard yesterday after their game against Evil,
Sir,
they
what's
have
your
that
command?
confidence going
Is
for them,
banning.
right?
Yeah.
Being able to beat Evil, and then from there, what you want to be able to achieve is, get this clean 2-0 victory, because I think at this point in the regular season, you should be aiming for that upper bracket slot, right?
Yeah, 2-0 instead of 2-1, right?
Correct. Yeah. So for the side of Vanguard, for the side of Stella, almost everybody here, the chance of them going to the upper bracket is still decent, and then they need to get as many 2-0 victories as possible.
Yeah, and I have to point out Vanguard as well. He bans out the Paquito, the Kadita, just like how they ban up against Evil, and they might be going for the Edith ban as well. I mean, because Stellac is first pick after all, and this time Stellac, they're going to be banning out the Joy, the Eve, as well as the Fanny. So Vanguard,
Wait for
they can ban, easily ban
Your
away, but no, they're
team
going to
is
ban the Bruno instead. Ooh.
So as I mentioned,
Yeah,
the
they
Bruno
don't want
before,
to,
right?
maybe they don't want to deal with the Bruno.
They don't want to. I think it is a very powerful lane winner right now.
It is.
Yes. So they don't want to put the kind of
I will
pressure on
protect
Lakshan
this
State
world.
at the moment, right?
Your
And,
team
of course,
is
as you said,
dying.
right,
All
the
of it.
Edith comes out right for the side
Of
of
course.
Stellac. This is something that Coach Tenshi knows the line too, especially he has practiced this line before. And against a team like Vanguard, right? Currently, Nick Stain is doing everything right. He's doing, as he mentioned in the interviews yesterday,
Yeah.
right? He's doing the coach role, analyst role, and things like this.
Detective
Is something that
Bumblebee
he
reporting for
perhaps
duty.
came through in his
24/7.
studies.
Your team
And straight away
is
we see a
picking.
response from him, right? The Fedrin and the Xbox. So I want to talk about Fedrin a little bit, because we have seen many teams, even on the site earlier today, every single team is snagging up the Fedrin wherever possible.
Yeah.
Right? So because of that, this Fedrin pick actually provides you a lot of not only just utility, right? A good tech. It is like the premium of like your tank junglers right
Yeah,
now,
it
right?
is.
So it is an okay pick, right? And then from the side of Stellac, we actually see
Guess
Lilia.
who's the
So with
star
things like
player
Fedrin, tank
tonight?
junglers coming back
Your
into the
team
meta,
is
you'll see
star.
more backline mages more and more. Mages will
Yep,
slow,
it's
that's why
me,
your Eve is being banned. Lilia, a little bit more priority. And then of course we always see the usual culprits, right? And then at the same time we also see a little bit more God being
Yeah,
picked
a
up
little
now,
bit
right?
more.
Yeah, the priority has been going
Into true damage.
correct.
Right, the Xbox as well. I mean, Xbox and a God. I mean, if you're gonna do that, you have double true damage.
Let's go.
Yes, correct. So
Your
for the side of
team
Vanguard,
is
yes, I was
banning.
gonna say,
Yeah, the
be
Irrital, yeah.
able to take up a hero for Lakshan Stain earlier, because your Beatrix is gone, Bruno's not being able to pick, and then what you're left with, right?
You better
luckily,
snake up the Irrital.
luckily you have the Irrital, decent laning, right? And then later on, you are able to run in and finish up the fights.
I mean, we're looking at a technically winning matchup for Lakshan Stain right off the bat with
Thorns
the better
remain.
Your
trait
team
set.
is
Petals
banning.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's still a lot of micro setup and how you play in the lane. The main thing for Lakshan Stain is you gotta have to be really careful with
Your
positioning
team is
when he's
raising
coming to
infections.
dealing with Houski, or else he's just gonna get 3 hits off of that Beatrix.
Your
Red.
team is banning.
So for the side
3,000
of Vanguard
worlds,
as well, right? They're
and not a
opted to
single
ban out even
worthy
more junglers,
foe.
taking out the Martis, taking out the Lance. And actually nowadays, especially today, this week especially, we have
Yeah.
been seeing a prominent rise of the Archive pick.
Yeah.
Right? So why is Archive such a good pick now?
It's a good zoning.
Mainly for 2 reasons, right?
Yeah.
You're able to spin out the Fedrin to make sure that the contest,
retry
yeah,
battle.
you straight away you have a chance to contest the retry.
The advantage
not
of
only that, right? You can also get out of any CCs that come to you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Correct. So immediately you kind of like render that 10 pick useless, because now
The
as we
falling
look
stars
at the
brought
side
us
of
here.
Stellac, they have opted not to actually ban out the Kaja and the Franco. Actually, this would be a different line that I might have considered taking if I
Your
was
team
looking
is
at the
picking.
archive.
Oh, but this time they're gonna go for the Kufra instead, and they might be able to go into the archive for Stella.
I think right now what Stella would probably want to look out for, there's still the potential of flex pick coming in from Edith.
Yes,
but I actually really do want to see a Franco being picked up from Stella. That is one thing that I would love for them to be able to eventually be able to lock down onto Luxenstein, because there's a lot of times that is positioning, right? Positioning from Luxenstein, taking advantage of that kind of positioning when he's open, draws a really good hook timing coming in from potential Yunsky.
I mean, Yunsky, Franco has been pretty good. We've seen the hooks landing over and over again. But, you know, at the same time, what does Vega have on this? And instead, they're going to go with Valir Roam again. And, you know, Valir Roam, and then we're going to go into Bane jungle.
Okay, so this Valor pick, let me talk about it a little bit, because in the previous game as well, for the Blade RSG series, right, this Valor pick here with the Lilia, so there is something that you have to consider, right? Just now, for the side of Bleed, they actually had the glue. This side, they have the Edith, right? These are heroes that are very skeptical to Radiant Armor, right? You actually have 3 ways of blocking the Radiant Armor constantly in the fights, right? You have the Edith ultimate, you have Lilia, you have Valor. So to me, this is not the strongest pick that you can go for here for the side of Stella, but we have to see, right? So very, very obvious win condition here for the side of Vanguard, right? Build up your magic armor. I think that's going to be priority number 1. You only have to worry about the Beatrix with the blade armor later on. And then for the side of this Bane here, actually he's not going to do much, because most likely he'll go for a tanky build. His objective is only to control the objectives, you know, and when it's time to use his ultimate to zone out the Fedrin, that will be his primary job to secure the objective. So teamfight wise, I'm not going to be seeing too much of him, right? So
do you think is it going to be a physical Bane, or is it going to be a full tank, or is it going to be semi-tank with magical damage? I mean, Stella has to focus on macro as well, right?
Yeah, so you definitely have to go for kind of like hybrid build, and provided you snowball early, right? You can only do this build if you snowball early.
Only if you snowball.
Correct. So that's one of the win conditions that you can go for.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, we are preparing the stage on here for these 2 Stella players, or rather these 5 Stella players against these 5 Vanguard players. Which one of these 2 teams is going to come up on top in the very first game of this series? As we move on down to the land of Dawn, how is the game going to be like?
I mean, looking at this, Youngin, what do you think? Which way is it going to go?
For the just purely on
draft on
yes,
purely on the draft.
Because of the Valor being picked, I have to go with Vanguard here.
Oh wow, because of the Valor.
Correct.
And that Valor will be a liability, right? Because it forces Bear and Blade into a full tank build.
Yeah.
And then there's no one there to tank.
But don't get me wrong, I think the pick overall, you know, still does decent, you know, in terms of doing well against the Ufra, the Fedrin, the Xbox. But, you know, before that, your other picks have to be slightly better, in my opinion.
Yep,
right?
and
yeah, so both of them still have their distinct win conditions that they can go for, but I think as long as the game drags out to, I would say, like third lot, yeah, Vanguard will have it.
Oh wow.
As we kind of, you know, have a little downtime due to the fact that Stella and Vanguard, both of them are relatively, you know, equal, at least for now, you know. They are just kind of like poking around, and there's not a lot of things going on, except for the fact that they're preparing themselves for a quick little gank up the top side. They will want to make full use of bringing Housekey down and bring Luxenstein on a better path, perhaps. But I'll take this opportunity to say a quick little hi and welcome to the stream to every single one of you guys. And we also have Coach Deku from the MPL NA series as well. So really hope that you guys are going to enjoy this game between Stellax and Vanguard as we move on to a turtle fight that is upcoming in 15 seconds time.
Yep, 15 seconds time, and Bear is going to miss that knock up as well, and Chesty and Blade kind of waste on the rotation, but no worries, they do have the map control, they do have the rotation to get ready for the first turtle as well.
We already do have the Frederick that's preparing himself in play. He does have the priority over the turtle so far, but Blade is, of course, not going to be offering the turtle for free over to the side of Vanguard. There is definitely a lot of a heavier lane down in the EXP side, allowing Super Ryan to hit the level 4 alongside of Chud. Nick Stain is about that as well. At this point in time, it's really about a battle of who gets the turtle and as well as who starts the fight first. Nick Stain, unfortunately, did not manage to land the Tyrant's Effect on anyone, while Chud is just going to be hanging around to the back line with the Feathered Airstrike. Bear flickers forward while he's already in the Primal Wrath and abandoned his Phylax. He manages to bring 2% down without a single casualty off of Stellar.
Wow, slowly manages to get that first turtle away, but at the cost of 2 of their members.
Yeah, so this is the snowball condition I was talking about, right? And now we can actually see Bin actually stealing their purple buff.
Yeah.
Right? So because of this, they actually do have that small win condition that I was talking about. Get this hybrid build of this thing going. So you have that early game damage, which will actually help you sustain to the point of taking the first lot, the second lot, and gets you that kind of momentum that you need to start the tower snowball as well.
The black shoot suspended out of the hands of Jesse. Slowly, he's definitely wanting to get a piece of this pie that Stellar have got for themselves. Unfortunately, after expending quite a bit of ultimates here, even from the feathered airstrike, they didn't manage to get any value.
Yep, very well done, very well played there. And Stellar, they're playing at a very, very safe and arm's length away from Vanguard as well. I mean, they're not overcommitting on anything at all. You know, they're just there, try to get the priority and just try to get, you know, that lead and try to convert that into, you know, something good.
The quick little defense. Nick is constantly finding all these initiations, but of course, we're still relatively early into the game. They don't really have a very solid follow-ups, especially since we're talking about Frederick after all.
Yeah.
The gap closer, not exactly very good, especially since we have a Valet on the opposite side.
I mean, he can push you back, and then that's just it. I mean, you may have the last Insanity, you may have, you know, Kufra, Nick on the Kufra, but that Valia kind of just counters that and, you know, puts it to no use.
Correct. You realize as well for the side of Stellar, they're actually very, very good on defense, right? You have the Valor, you have the Bane, you have the Lilia, heroes that does very well when the opponent wants to play into you. So any single time that you see Nick's lane trying to go for the jump, they are always ready to
push.
Any one of them is ready to go for the counter attack.
Yeah, so it's basically a punishment draft, right? It's a punishment lineup. If you are to walk into me, you will die.
A lot of this de-escalating tool that Stellar has onto their side. And honestly, I find that is super reassuring. But how far of a defense can they go? How much of an offense can they go? The main thing is, what kind of initiations are they looking out for? Because Bear is probably the only one that can really work on any form of crowd control. But for now, we already have the first casualty coming in from the side of Stellar, with Yunsky taken down and slowly even taking the turtle for themselves.
That was a very, very great micro play coming up from Nick's screen as well. He uses his jump, he uses the Tyrant's Rage, you know, procs the ultimate from Yunsky, and then use the Tyrant's Revenge to push Yunsky into the wall along with that airstrike.
Yeah, so at the same time, you also saw a bit of what Stellar's lineup can do. Immediately after Nick went for the jump, you actually saw Bane's ultimate came out and, you know, going for the counter initiate. And that is important because later on in the fight, you are going to need this kind of counter initiation to actually do damage for the side of Stellar.
Vanguard heavily pushing themselves up the northern side. Chute joins into the battle and brings down Bear as he has abandoned his Phylax. That puts him in a very precarious situation. Vanguard now. The main thing I want to know is that, is it macro that they're kind of lacking? Because they're so aggressive here, but yet they abandoned their EXP lane and giving away the first defense turret here, Youngin.
Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of that because you, as I said, right, for the side of Vanguard, they actually just need to play slow, right? And here actually we see Vanguard going in for a fight here, getting a big advantage here into goal lane as well. And as the fight continues, we can see for the side of Vanguard, they're actually snowballing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Stellar is trying to stop this at all. They're not even expanding out the shark for Chutes. But regardless of all of that, Stellar didn't lose any more from all of that. Vanguard, yes, they do have about 1,000 gold advantage, but I don't think that is going to stay for very longer.
Yeah, this is also a good time to actually be talking about this Fasta pick because we actually haven't really mentioned Chute. And what I actually like about this draft, why they have actually selected the Fasta here is because, as I said, they want to be playing defense a lot for the side of Stellar, right? So they'll be staying in their own quarters, staying under the tower.
On the high ground.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is where Fasta is actually at the most disadvantage. You are able to take a lot of ground for yourself. You're able to play kind of slightly more aggressive. And because of that, you are always going to use your ultimate always on the marksman or the Lilia, right? One bomb from the Lilia towards the Lilia, she has to commit the black shield.
Exactly. And right now, Vanguard, they're going to be able to not secure that and get stolen away by Blade. Finally, I mean, Blade, he did left the second turtle. You know, he did not contest the second turtle at all. But this time, he is going to be able to contest that and put himself on neck and neck equality.
Taken right under Slowly's nose. Definitely not what he wanted to see, especially when he's put up so much effort just to bring that down. Vanguard, even though they are winning in terms of gold as well as a little bit of kills, I suppose, Stellar is slowly starting to catch up on that. And not to forget, we also are talking about objective economy. We still have all of the turrets that's currently available from Stellar, and Vanguard, they have lost 2, effectively leaving one outer turret left. And the moment that outer turret goes down, Vanguard is going to lose control of a lot of those free real estate.
Yeah, but as I've mentioned before, right, as long as this game drags to the third lot, I think, you know, it's okay for the towers to be down right at the start because they are kind of playing this skilling comp. You need the faster to come online, you need the retail to come online, you need the esports to
very late game.
come online.
Very late game.
All 3 of your cores have the damage in the late game. But for the side,
Nixdane preparing himself, lands right on top of Yunsky, but
he tried to beat out the ultimate.
Yeah, but Vanguard weren't really going for the follow-up.
Correct. So for the side of Vanguard here, right, they only need to drag out the game. Right, for the side of Stellar though, what do they actually have to do? Here we actually see, you know, Chut having that easy win condition, right? Every single time you see him he's always in a position where he is not in danger. I think that's very important in why this faster pick works for the side of Vanguard.
We gotta have to look out for positioning from Chut.
Exactly. I mean, Chut positioning is impeccable and immaculate as well. But Chesty gets bursted down by Lakshanstein. We saw how Chesty get melted out by Lakshanstein. So Lakshanstein is finally coming online. He's finally getting his items. He's starting to melt, you know, especially onto Chesty as well. And Chesty needs to have that coming because of this Valia pick. It kind of is a shot in the foot as well. But Nixdane.
Oh, unfortunately for Nixdane, the Tyrant's Rage didn't exactly slam Yunsky over to the wall, but Super Ryan has got his back and managed to blast him into oblivion, leaving Zelak with 2 deaths on their side, and Vanguard getting the priority over the Turtle and should be able to take this with no problems at all.
Exactly, no problems at all. And because of this Valia pick, right, who here on the side of Stellar could open the map for you? There's no one who can open the map apart from Bear and Blade as well.
A quick little onwards of Shatter. Bear, he managed to find Nixdane, but the team from the side of Stellar is not necessarily ready for a fight, or rather, they don't really have to force that. Now, I did manage to have a quick little glimpse over to Slowly's items, and I believe that he got the first item reader armor right as you mentioned about that. So that's definitely coming from Vanguard. They're going to be preparing themselves for a big fight right now as they bring Bear down. Chesty is dead as well. Vanguard, they've prepared themselves very nicely for this, and the team fights are very methodical. But Super Ryan even comes in from the side, Proxy in between with the last sanity that blasted Yunsky into char.
Wow, and you know, just as Youngin said, look at the power of Chut there, standing at the back line and just constantly melting down a Stellar, you know, just instantly melting them. And like you said, Abstract, Radiant armor in the first item, and then follow up by the Blade armor as well.
Yeah, so at this point, he just needs to go for HP, right? We can actually already see the
Guardian helmet.
Yeah, being filled up here. Maximum HP efficiency here for the start of this strategy here. I think very, very good item choices by them. And as they look to continue to siege towards the first tier 1, it is already a super big advantage for them. Because as I said, their win condition is actually dragging to even potentially not just the second lot, the third lot.
The third lot, yeah.
Right now, you know, they have already taken the bottom tier, you know, half HP. They've gotten an extra kill, right? And at the same time, we can actually see why this bin pick is not working out. Because just now on in the mid lane, we actually saw Edith going, you know, going for the flicker forward, right?
Yeah.
But immediately, where is the follow-up going to come from? You have heroes that all want to play backwards. You have Valor and your bin actually kind of doing the same job, right? Counter-initiating. But who is the one that follows up on the initiate on the Edith?
So I mean, it has to be Chesty or Houseby already like that, right? It has to be either the Lilia or the Beatrix, but they are backliners. And because of these backliners, you are forced to go into a counter-initiative stance.
Exactly. Counter-initiative, that also means that you are reacting to what Vanguard is trying to do. The main thing that the Blade... Okay, we're gonna hold that thought for a bit. It seems like Vanguard, they're trying to go all full-on Comatol just for this turret in the top side. And indeed, they manages to. There's an inhibitor turret taken down. Vanguard, though they lost Nixdane, they got a very good trade on top of Chesty.
Yep, and right now Vanguard, they're not overly greedy as well. They're backing off. They're just going to deprive all the resources from Stellar as well. 7k goal lead in favor of Vanguard as well. And to prepare for the Lord in about 10 seconds up, they're gonna be having that map control. They're gonna be having the information and that vision on the map for Vanguard. The Blade, ooh.
Yeah, look at this Fasa playing by himself, right? This is the things he can get away with
in his own world,
because there is almost nothing that you can
There's
do,
no
right?
catch, right?
Yeah,
There's no
the moment
catch.
you see Edith showing out on the map, that is your lose condition gone. You are not gonna see a Lilia come towards you. You are not gonna see a Valor try to initiate on you. And what's the Bane gonna do to you, right? He's
The
gonna walk
shark
up.
is so short.
Correct.
And the baby shark do gonna have to respond to shoots as well. I think that the main thing that they're looking out for the shark is to cancel out shoots. But for now, I don't even see where exactly is our Bane. He's still somewhere very far behind, so even if we pop that out, it's not gonna be much of a use.
Yeah, so easy lock taken, right, for this side of Vanguard again. Second lock in, there is a small chance they can end here, but because of the defense capabilities of what Stellar here can provide to Lilia, the Beatrix, and even the Bane, I don't think this is going to be a win unless you get the engage. So for the side of Vanguard, right, you need to be able to engage first.
Along the mark.
Yes, correct. So
I guess that is the prolonging that we're looking out for, I suppose. But Baron Super Ryan, they're effectively just poking themselves. But I think that is more than enough time to really work on the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. This actually gives them even more time and even more strength out of their waves coming down in the bottom lane. But middle lane, inhibitor turret gonna go down as well. And the Lord isn't even here just yet. As such, Stellar actually has decided to take the fight themselves first, which is not exactly gonna be the first thing in our mind when you are in Stellar's shoes. Blade doesn't have a lot of help to work with as well. Vanguard, they are still gonna be onwards. Slowly may have lost his life, but this is still technically a 5v5 because we have a massive Lord ahead. Stellar focuses onto their abilities, and with the superiority and the prowess in their defensive capabilities, they managed to completely bring Vanguard away and completely repel them away from their base.
I mean, I have to give it to Vanguard as well. I mean, that was an amazing play, but good solo kill by Lakshan Stain as well. Amazing solo play, right? I mean, Nick Stain, he pops the Tyrant's Rage as well as the flicker forward and catches 3 members of Stellar, and that starts the initiation. But Vanguard, there just wasn't any follow-up, right? Chun was still a bit
the feather
far.
airstrike
You
to
need
be
the
together.
feather airstrike.
Correct. I think maybe the communication failed a little bit there.
Yeah.
I didn't catch where the feather airstrike went to, but
No, it
because
came
of that,
a bit later after the 3 members walked out of the Tyrant's Rage.
so a bit of miscommunication coming there, because we have already established for the side of Fasa, he is able to actually get to where he wants without much counterplay coming in here, right? And as I said, they actually need the third lock here, because without them actually taking out the heroes, for the side of Stellar, it is very easy. It is easily defendable, right? And there is only one win condition left for them. You got to let Vanguard actually take the third lock. You kind of have to hope that your defense pulls through here.
You are on a counter initiative, right?
Correct. They have to, for the side of Vanguard, they have to overcommit.
Yeah.
And then you punish the overcommit, and then you go in for the GG push. I think that's the only win condition that Stellar is left with. And for the side of Vanguard, it is much easier to pull it off, right?
Yeah, I mean, Vanguard had a little bit of a moment there. They could have ended there, but they were just too greedy. They were just too, impatient with it.
I think there's another reason. I mean, now that you guys had the topic, right?
Yeah.
I think that gives us a very good idea why Bear actually initiated the fight first.
Yeah.
Because normally when you're on the defending side, you wait for Vanguard to come in because Vanguard is the one that wants to extend the fight. You don't want the fight instead. But you countered, and you countered the timing where Choose popped his ultimate, and Bear took the decision and he said, this is the time. They don't have feather airstrike, we have a chance.
Yeah, that's where they actually can defend the second lock. And something I have to comment here, right? We actually see Chesty dying 5 times in total, but 3 of his deaths actually came from him being out of position. So normally you see Lilias in this position, because they have the Purify, they think that they can go forward, take the poke, and then the problem is they dance around for too long. They do not realize that if they pop their black shoes, they will end up in the same spot.
Yeah.
So we actually see Chesty making this mistake 3 times in a row now.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that is actually a very, very big issue to why they are not able to establish map control or even damage coming out for the side of Stellar. Because of all
the
these,
Lilia.
yes, all these small things here and there. Yeah, so we actually see here they have taken Elot once again, right? They are waiting for always to push in. And because of this, actually we see Super Ryan, Lakshan staying, just standing outside the base, making sure that they are not in initiation range of the ED. Clear out every single creep that is left.
That's
and then
right.
Because of that, they are gonna probably take the win here, in my opinion.
I mean, they have to wait for the waves, right? They have to wait for the waves to crash in. And Winter Truncheon secured by Slowly. He wants to go in and tank all the damage coming in from Stellac as well. But this time Stellac, they have 5. They're going to collide.
As now Super Ryan is right in front of the enemies while Nick Stain goes into the Tyrant's Revenge. They did manage to buy a lot of time and make sure that they absorb a lot of those hits. The Lord unfortunately would not be able to survive in the meantime though. This is the 3rd Lord after all, but Slowly is right in the face of Housekeep, clips him off with the Appraiser's Wrath. And with 3 persons down from the side of Stellac, Vanguard can now focus on what they need to do the most, and that is to bring down the core and perhaps maybe deal a little bit on the Yunsky as well.
Yeah, so for the side of Slowly, right, I think he made a very, very good play there with his Fedrin, right? The Appraiser's Wrath actually came through. He realized that he was actually stacking up, and he went for a solo play on the Beatrix right there. Impeccable play coming out from Slowly, and this is one of the reasons why we actually have imports coming in, right? To showcase not only their skill, but the experience that they have bringing in from their own regions as well.
Exactly, and I mean, we saw how the patience paid out, right? He was stacking constantly, he waited long enough, and then the Appraiser's Wrath came down and just shuts everybody out. And the follow-up from Nick as well. The Tyrant's Revenge plus the Flicker all the way into the base. Clean shot.
I think that this is the draft of Vanguard that worked out very well for them, and they have a very good idea how they will want to play the game.
Yeah, very clear win conditions. Very clear.
Yes.
And they hit it.
So ultimately, right, we already know that Vanguard, they have a way to ensure that Chud is able to be completely unobstructed, and we know that Stellar's lineup doesn't have a way to really stop Chud or to find out where he is, aside from maybe, you know, the shark attack. That's pretty much about it. But do you guys have any idea, or what do you see that really compelled Vanguard into reaching this outcome that they have gotten for themselves?
I mean, look at Chesty, right? 1, 6, and 4. I'm not trying to the bad talk him or Yunsky at all. The idea was there, but it just wasn't, you know, meeting its criteria. It wasn't doing its job correctly, right? You're doing a counter initiation draft / lineup. You don't take fights, you don't initiate fights, you're there for the macro, and if Vanguard were to step into you, then you would react, right? And it all boils down to the snowball as well, as Youngin was saying. But that's why, you know, Stellac was, you know, they were looking for fights on and on again, and Chesty was just caught astray about 3, 4 times if Youngin's if Youngin's right.
Yeah, so as we look at the side of Vanguard, right, the items, right, very easy, right?
Yeah.
All of them, you see three choices, right? Sorry, 2 choices, right? Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor.
Yeah.
Right? These are 2 important items that you have to go for. That will kind of secure you. You know, that kind of effective HP coming out from the side of Vanguard is just way too much for even Stellac to do any damage.
Exactly. You got a Radiant Armor for the Lilia and the Valia. You have the Blade Armor coming in, you know, from the Edith as well as the Beatrix as well. Only Bane can do you that hybrid damage only. But then
so
Bane
for the
was
side of
building
Bane,
tank.
yeah, look at the emblems, right? So he was definitely going for this kind of a hybrid build, as we can see from his Hunters, right? He actually did fulfill that win condition right at the start, right? He got a mini kind of snowball. He took the purple buff as well. He needed to start a snowball there onto the goal lane.
He didn't convert it into a lead.
Yes, correct. Didn't convert into a lead. And by then, you know, with Fasa having such a free game, that was kind of like the you know, star of the show for me, right? I said time and time again, this Fasa is able to just play forward, right? As long as the Edith, as long as you always know where the Edith is, nobody else is going to do anything to you.
Yeah, I mean, the Bane, you can see the baby sharks coming to you from a mile away, right? And then no one else can flank you. You can see Lilia, Beatrix, and the Valia walking right up to you. But we're going to see the post-game statistics right now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the screen. And take a look at the damage dealt from Vanguard. A lot, so much damage, but damage taken almost equal.
Yeah, so when you pick Bane, right?
Yeah.
And you look at the stat of the damage that is done to the towers, right?
Oh, it should have been more.
Correct.
It should have been more.
When you pick Bane, you get a good snowball right at the start of the game. You need to convert it into a tower snowball almost no matter what, right? And to look at the stats here, to have only 7k damage done when you pick the Bane, this has to be a wrong pick for me.
Because he went for physical damage as well as, you know, the full tank ability, because there's no one to tank on the side of Stellac, so he's forced to go into his tank build. But you know, he should have went into the magic build and start pushing the turret instead, right? He should have started
If he went magic build, then there will be 4 magic dealers on the side of Stellac. You definitely not able to. I think this correct. The hybrid build is actually okay. It's just that how they actually come together. Correct. They have to gather up at the towers, right? And because anytime the Kufa wants to jump in, you are surrounded by your teammates. The damage will actually come through in the early game. But for the side of Stellar, you know, this is something that they can learn for. I like the idea, right? The theory of it.
It's a good
right?
idea.
But the execution, definitely something left much to be desired of.
Yeah.
Right? And this is something they can still improve on.
Alright, now, with that said and done, boys, tell me, who do you think is your MVP?
I think it's Lakshan Stain.
Yeah, pass out to me.
Really?
Yeah,
pass out.
Shoot. Right? He knows how to position himself.
Oh, we're all wrong.
Oh. So, okay, for the fact that he did the game-winning play right at the end, right?
Okay,
It would have
that's
maybe
right.
delayed to the fourth lot. So that alone, okay, acceptable to me.
We can give it to him.
Yeah, we can.
But
Yeah.
in our hearts, it's Choots.
Yeah, it has to be true for me because, as I said, the positioning, right? I talked
It's
about
very
his
good.
positioning. It needed to just... His positioning alone actually won the game for the side of...
Vanguard.
Yes, correct.
Wow.
But at the same time, slowly did his job, right? He got
Yeah.
a 50-50 retry at one point. Right, he actually was doing okay for the fact that his purpose buff actually got stolen, right at the start,
yeah.
correct? After Turtle his, and for him to actually come back into this game and you know he scored 5-1. He only died once, you know, in the whole game, and that is something that acceptable, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
MVP
it's a pass.
acceptable.
We'll give it to him, right? Yeah, we'll give it to him. No problem. You know, slowly take all the MVP that you want.
That sounds so salty.
No, I'm not salty, man. I mean, I'm like, you have to take all the MVP
Take
you
it.
want.
Take it.
Yeah, just go.
I don't care.
I mean,
Take it.
slowly has been slowly showing up on our screens in the MVP credits on and on again.
Before he starts going and running off his mouth with more puns, we are going to be moving on and taking a look at the highlights where we can have a better idea if whether it's actually Choots. No, I'm kidding. But take a look at this.
Yeah, and take a look at that. This was a bad fight. Stella thought they could go and engage on them, but take a look at how Vanguard just instantly turns it around.
Yeah, this was actually the point they actually turned it around, right?
Yeah.
They took the turtle, they went to the top lane, got a good fight in, and because of that, they were able to take the game back into their hands.
Exactly, and Stella, they are forced to go back over and over again, and just like this, they are going in constantly, right? They're going in constantly.
Yeah, so this is that 3-man catch that we were talking about, right? Where they feel the airstrike
the
actually did
3-man
mention.
catch.
Oh, actually, I see Chut being stunned for a short while there, and that was why the follow-up didn't happen.
Exactly, and then Chut, you know, he couldn't activate the feather airstrike, and it would have been good, a good follow-up, you know, but then it just wasn't enough. And take a look at Nick. Ulti, and then...
Yeah, both stun actually came in from the same time. So for the
Yeah.
side of Bear, you know, good try, good try.
Good try. Bear had the idea, he nearly managed to clutch that. Look,
And Slowly is such a tanky boss.
he's a thick boy.
And it just
Look at
wait
slowly
for the
there. Yes, that
Homebois
Appraiser's
SG.
ref, that solo kill on the Beatrix, that was what made them not able to defend in the end as well.
Oh man, it was just kind of positioning whereby Housekeeping is just kind of make it or break it. There's really not much I can do. I gotta have to step here. I gotta do something, or else it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of role.
Yeah, and he held it on, right? He held on to the Appraiser's ref. He's like, hold it. I can stack. I can do this. I just need to hold on a little bit longer. Okay, now.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Especially when I think I realized that maybe it was after the Beatrix dash forward, and then he immediately knew what his win condition was.
He's
and
like, she got no dash. She can't
correct,
escape
and
it.
Maybe that's why he got the MVP
No
after
dash.
your.
Yeah, no dash, no flickers, and okay, you can have the MVP, man. You can take it.
The quick thinking, I gotta have to say. But throughout the entirety of the game, I gotta have to say that his presence itself is also gonna be one of the many factors that contributed to their win. The poke style gameplay coming in from Stellark is very difficult for you to be able to get through such a giant wall of a Fredrin if you can't even touch anyone when Fredrin is just right there.
Yes, so for the side of, I think the whole league in general, right, we actually see most of our roam players going for this kind of catch style initiation, right? RSG have kind of fallen back a little bit on that as well, you know, going back for things like your Kaja, things like your Franco, which actually got them the victory as well. And for more and more of these teams who actually go for this kind of plays that you have to catch one first, you take a 5v4 fight from there, correct? So for the side of Stellark here, they actually opted to go for this kind of support kind of playstyle, and you only see a few teams doing that now. Bleed, Evil, and Alchemy sometimes, right? But for the side of Stellar, you know, they got to restructure a little bit, right?
Yeah.
One wrong pick doesn't make a whole game, and
Correct.
this is a chance for them to actually come back into, you know,
Yeah,
hopefully turn it around.
They just need to reset, take a lean back on their OSIM chairs that you see here on your screens. Amazing OSIM chairs, as well as the players that they are using. I mean, the players one looks amazing. They're using the Optimus Prime. I'm saying Optimum Pride. It's the meme, you know. It's the Optimum Pride meme. But yes, the Optimus Prime, the players are going to be using it. And we are going to be using the Bumblebee U-Throne V with a V-hand massage, patented technology, so no one can steal it. So it's a one of a kind. It's patented by OSIM.
Yeah, so if you guys absolutely love this, please feel free to scan the QR code over at the bottom right hand side of the screen to learn more about the U-Throne V. Once again, you have massage options here, so honestly, you can get, I mean, gaming can get pretty intense sometimes. You gotta have to get a chill pill.
You
or
need
rather,
a chill pill
chair.
to reinvigorate your mind, your body, and just like what Stellar needs now, right, Youngin? They need a reset. They need to, hey, reset. You know, gotta change your mindset.
Santai.
Yeah, just santai, bro. You know, you gotta take a chill pill, lean back, have a massage while you're at it. You know, use the OCM V, U-Throne V, and you know, Stellar, they can, you know, finally execute what Tenchi wants them to execute.
Yeah, so for the side of Coach Tenchi, I will talk about him a little bit because I have seen him in the previous seasons, right? And usually what the kind of sensing that I get from him, right, he has an idea of what he thinks, how a draft wants to work, right? And especially last week, even in the opening game, right, that Barat's comp was actually made a lot of sense to me, right? Even though it had its own counter picks as well, right? Same here, right? Some win conditions are there, some lose conditions are there. But when you pick such a difficult draft for your newer players to execute, that was one of the problems that even I struggled with at the start, right? I had ideas in mind, right? I want to execute them, but I realized that, you know,
the players only have a certain amount of capability.
So
and
you got to go in steps. You got to go in steps.
So
right?
what you have is you have a lot of theory. You want to dump these theory onto the players. However, there is, of course, human error as well as experience that needs to be factored into all of these theories.
And this is why this regular season game matters, right? This is a chance, a platform for you to actually test out all these theories that you might have, right? And especially right now before the playoffs, this is a time for you to test all of this, see what works, see your players' strengths and weaknesses. The only problem you have is, you know, of course, your opponents being able to see whether you are pro-efficient at that strategy or not.
Or do you want to just do something funny like a Cyclops tank or
no, no.
But you know,
oh my God, Youngin is here. Oh, now that I remember about your Cyclops.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean,
let's not talk about the past anymore, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclops was amazing.
Always look forward in life.
Exactly.
Yes, always look forward. And right now, as you can see, the players are chilling, having their legs up, having their heads back, chilling on the OSIM U-Throne right there. And you know, Vanguard, they're feeling themselves, right? They can use this as a snowball and start going harder and harder, but they have to capitalize. They can't let their Vanguard down.
Yeah, so for the side of Vanguard, right? Yeah, for the side of Vanguard, right? This actually is a very good step up week for them because especially yesterday, right? Why I predicted them to win Evo as well.
Yeah.
Right? It is kind of like you have to. This is a hurdle that you have to pass. If not, if you kind of be, you'll be heading like towards relegation zone.
Yeah, you'll be stuck.
For
and
an
you're
MPL
just gonna
qualifier
go,
team.
Yeah.
Right? Beating Evo is like a sign of yes. You kind of like graduated MPL SG a little bit. You know, Evo's the team. Yes, Evo's the team of, you know, who is there that you want to kind of beat before you kind of like want to move on to the big dogs.
Yeah.
Right? And for the side of Vanguard, because they have already versus Bleed, they have versus RSG, right? Two hardest opening week ever, right? You gotta fight like two of the potential champions.
Sailing from now.
Correct. So from here, you know, upcoming, they need to fight Flash, and I would say that the most important game that they have to fight actually is Homebois. This is where potentially they have to battle for the upper bracket spot, especially you know, with Homebois, you know, getting a few 2-1 wins here and there, 2-1 losses, 2-1 wins. They are gonna be around that maybe the second, third, fourth. Even if things do not go well from here, could be fifth, right? And especially the lead up to that, you know, is going to be the story of to me. And for the side of Vanguard here, 2-0 victory is important here.
Yeah, they have to, right? I mean, it gets the ball rolling. I mean, after a grueling 2-1 yesterday as well, they need that one. You know, they can easily 2-0 over Stellar right now and roll over there. I mean, Stellar, they did lose 2-0 yesterday, but Stellar, they need to break this chain as well. They need to break this momentum in order to have a chance, you know, to win this series 2-1 against Vanguard and move up and stay in the table.
Maybe we should take a look a little bit more as to how Stellark should play as a, I was supposed to play as a team, right?
Yeah.
What are the things that maybe they should be looking out for more? What are the things that they are actually pretty decent at that they should take advantage of? Because it seems like their early game, in the previous game, it looks pretty not bad. Like they have been outmaneuvering Vanguard a little bit, and Vanguard has been, they're sacrificing some stuff here and there, you know, just for cheap kills while losing turrets. I think that is something that Stellark might be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, but I want to point out as well, this time Coach Tenchi is not
Among
here
the
at
planes
points
exists
the
the equilibrium,
you know, drafting
which
instead
I
of
was made
Tenchi
for.
just for today. Right, maybe Tenchi gave him, you know, some notes like, hey, we should go with this draft, right? And maybe T-Point TZ is kind of executing it for him as well. But enough of that. Let's take a look at the bans. The Pakido, the Kadita, the Joy, and the Eve. Same ban throughout as the previous game.
Yeah, so their third ban here should be the Bruno, right? As played the last game, right? But if I am the side of Vanguard here, I actually want to test different things a little bit. Right?
They still ban the
Yeah,
Bruno.
they still opted to go for the same ban. I think it's
Sure.
okay.
Safe
right?
What's your command?
Okay, so
Your
now the
team
question
is
to me is,
picking.
now that you are first pick, are you the one going for the EDIF pick first?
Yeah.
And then you flex it from there?
I mean, you can go for the
for
friendly
Ryan,
pick.
yeah, so
24/7.
for Ryan actually, right, he is actually a pretty good EDIF player, and as shown last week, right, when he dared to pick heroes like EDIF against your RSG, and you'll be wanting to pick your most confident heroes against the battle teams, right? And this is where you potentially pull off a surprise. But for the side of Vanguard here, they actually,
the Wombo.
Yep, they have actually opted to go for the Fedrin here, you know, the most stable pick. And we're kind of seeing a shift in the meta here where this Fedrin pick, like the previous seasons, is slowly moving up the priority list more and more. And you know, your playstyle got to revolve around it, and then the draft usually revolve around it as well, right? And then for Stellark here, they have actually opted to go for the Valentina pick. While it is a comfort pick for Chesty,
I think it's a very versatile pick as well,
yes,
right?
but
It
you're also
forces
missing
Vanguard
out
into heroes that, you know, the ultimate may be very impactful as well.
Yes, correct. But the problem with this, right, is that Valentina in the early stages of the game actually do not get to do much against Fedrin, right? You don't have slow, you know, you have a fear for a while.
Yeah,
but
there's
this
a short
it
fear.
won't be enough to deal with the Fedrin if he actually gets his snowball going. And we can actually see, you know, kind of the same job coming out. This is the exact replica of what Gimman is, the Kufra and the Iritel again. So this Kufra, you know, does pretty well against the Valentina pick, and here going for the Brody, somebody that has to take the flicker, it is going to be Nick Stain's time to shine again. And as I said, right, this double pick here, the Stain brothers, right, this Kufra and this Iritel here, going back for the same picks and having such a easy win condition again, right, for game 2. And right now, I do not see Stellark really having an angle here in deciding how they can actually pick up this game.
Yeah, so speaking of the Stain brothers, which is like the Roma
falling
and the
stars
Gold
brought us
Laner,
here.
we also have the Ski brothers.
Yeah, you
there is also the Roma and the Gold Laner.
So it's the battle of brothers.
The battle of the Sky, the Ski Stain.
The Stain Ski.
Stainsky
sounds
yeah,
better,
I like
man.
that. I like that.
Stainsky, there we go. And
that's our
Stellark,
narrative here.
They're gonna be banning away the Novaria. They don't want anything to do with it, you know, because Shoot has been pretty good on the Novaria and pretty strong.
Yep, so if you're a side of Stellark here, I think you got to go for a DG plus tank jungle here. You need to be able to stop the nations coming in, right? I think that's the only way you kind of survive how the Kufa jumps on you.
What about the melt coming in from the Irrital?
You gotta survive first, right? To even think about engaging back, you need to survive first, right? Because last game we already saw, even with the Valor, Lilia, you know, things that didn't do so well against the Kufa, Nick Stain found so many chances to go in for the 2-man, 3-man Tyrant Switch, right? And now you give him such an easy win condition, right? You pick all these heroes that uses the flicker, right? You can't really go versatile with them, right? And because of that, you know, we actually see a tank jungle coming out.
There we go.
Yeah, so Baxia, decent pick here. Why? Because he has a chance to instantly get that snowball that he wanted in the previous game, right? They have shown that they are able to actually do the early game snowball, right? Take the turtle, invade your opponent's buff, and Baxia is kind of like the prime jungler to actually do that.
And not to forget, that also puts Vanguard in a spot whereby they can't exactly pull off that flex anymore. This is the point in time they're gonna have to settle down onto what is the entire line out there that they are looking for, giving Stellark a very good idea and an advantage onto the final counter pick that they would want. Is this Fredrin really gonna be the jungle, or is this Fredrin that's going to be playing in the EXP lane instead?
Sun
Who's gonna be
rises
staying
when I give the
behind?
word.
Who's gonna be jumping forward? And with that said, Fredrin's jungle, Khalid EXP, Khalid is going to be the main guy that really starts off the fight first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diablo, for making every single XP leader in Singapore learn the Khalid. Right?
Yeah.
That's something we only see in our region. Right, and extremely good pick here because
Very good pick.
Yeah, later on you're gonna see him, considering going for the flicker onto the back line.
Yep.
Right, and this is something that, as the side of Brody, Valentina, it is not something that is easy to deal with.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
You kind of only need to
Grok.
go for the Diggy here. Yeah, I think Grok is okay.
Grok is okay, right?
Yeah.
But
This is a roam Terisla.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So Yuzhong
Wait.
versus a Khalid. Yuzhong versus a Khalid, both of which are relatively equal in lanes.
Yeah.
They have good amount of survivability. Lane priorities really just goes down to micro and skill levels at this point in time.
Yes, it's the three fighters meta up against the normal
This
meta.
to me has to be best, most comfort pick. You're kind of like showing that you want to play this hero, because in this draft actually as a Yuzhong you don't really get to do much.
No, not much.
Yeah, you are against a Lilia that has Purify. You're against an Iritel that's probably gonna run away from you, even if you get the Petrify on her. Right, there's also good counter initiation coming up. You're gonna get kited as the Yuzhong as well. So
100%.
I'm not really sure what's the direction. You're going for perhaps a Diggy that would have kind of like give them some way to play this game
And escape, right?
Correct. At this point, to me, draft is not good enough for Stellark to actually pull this off. But you have to see, right? It all comes down to execution as well.
I guess right now, what we saw from the final counter pick from the side of Stellark is to focus onto the lane conditions itself and work on their own micro games first. But perhaps they have got something others, hiding in their sleeves that we do not know just yet.
Yeah.
But with that all said and done, Vanguard versus Stellark in this game number 2, with a relatively heavy lane down in the EXP lane just for the initial clear.
Yeah, so I like this. Baxter actually starting the invade right at the start of the game. This was something that I think that they'll be doing if they go for the Terisla roam, right? You gotta kind of put up the kind of advantage in the mid lane where the Terisla does a huge amount of damage. Correct. So that they are able to actually put a little bit of pressure down into the opponent side of the jungle, and that's where they kind of start this lead with the Baxia. And from there, you take the total, you get the over level, and you start invading more and more with this Terisla, forcing the opponent to group up at such an early stage of the game. And they will be able to take fights that the heroes are strong at, right? Yuzhong, Terisla, heroes that does huge amounts of damages early.
I feel that the Yuzhong is primarily really picked out just to keep up with the pace of Super Ryan that is onto the Khalid. As long as you are constantly being able to clear the wave as fast as Khalid doesn't get the lane priority, you're constantly going to be in a very much of a stalemate fight, a neck-and-neck fight between Vanguard and Stellark, all 4 clashes against 4. I think that is probably what they have in mind.
Yeah, yes, sure. But later on in the fights, what are you going to be actually doing in the team fights, right? You clear your lane.
I mean, you can jump and try to catch out.
Who? Look at the 2 Purify. Yeah, look at the 2 Purifies on the side of Lakshan.
At this point, wow, this is really going to be a tough case for Bear to present himself to really find the value out of his Black Dragon form, huh? But speaking of value, Super Ryan lands a Raging Sandstorm right on top of Bear as well. Chastity putting a really bad score on top of Stellark, with the rest of the members from Vanguard collapsing themselves down onto Blade, ensuring that this Baxia can no longer have a chance to fight for this turtle.
Wow, what a play there. I mean, Terisla Yuski having a good time as well. He was clearing, I was about to say, it's just like a Grok, right? You can clear the wave really fast. It allows your mage to, go into different places. But Raging Sandstorm. Raging Sandstorm coming in though. Nick Stain. Oh.
Doesn't seem like they will be able to do much at this point in time, despite the fact that Vanguard did manage to get themselves a turtle, but at the expense of the Lilia's life.
Yep, and the Lilia is going to go down right now. And Vanguard against Stellark. Vanguard, they were having the lead, but right now Stellark is just turning that around. They are trying to capitalize on that lead as well, and Vanguard is just slowly trying to claw themselves back.
Yeah, so one win condition that I overlooked, right, was this Valentina with the Raging Sandstorm actually. Because as you can see from the last fight, if your Valentina goes in for plays like this, there is actually a decent chance of you of taking out the core heroes, which is Chut and Lakshan here, right?
Yeah.
For this Lilia and of course this Iritel. But for you to actually commit yourself all the time, right, you're gonna run out of spells because immediately after the Raging Sandstorm, you need to be able to dash in or dash out to continue that big DPS coming out from the Valentina. And if you do not do it well, you're gonna be stuck right in the middle of the fight, and most likely you'll fit your death.
And the condition for additional CC with the Horrify can be imminent as well. So I think that this is also a question over to the Vanguard players for Chut and Lakshan. When do you pop your Purify? Do you wait for Bear to present himself, or do you just immediately pop it whenever Chesty goes in with Raging Sandstorm?
Yeah, but after seeing it once, I think, you know, later on in the fights, after they realize that the Raging Sandstorm has been stolen, they will be kind of like more mentally prepared. Because it happens to you once, it's not gonna happen twice.
Exactly. Shame, fool me once, shame on you.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
Jace is right behind the camera and just telling me, stop it, stop it.
Oh, Nick.
But speaking of stop it, that is exactly what Nick is trying to say over to the members of Stellar. You really want them to stop rushing right in their faces.
Alright, under-leveled Bear here actually doing decent against the Khalid was something that I was not expecting to see. He actually got the rotation early on, and I think you need to go in for the Black Dragon form right now to actually contest this fight.
Yeah, I just think that until now, a little bit too late in my opinion, but it still kind of worked out because Bear is now in action. As he drops right down, he's hoping that he'll be able to get a kill on Lakshan, but that will be it. As the Shah Residue managed to group up right on top of Lakshan, that allows Stellar to eventually get themselves a total of 4 kills, leaving Super Ryan all alone while he's traveling on his sand carpet.
I mean, the Black Dragon form came somewhat in time, right?
Well, yeah. Right at the end. Yeah, right at the end.
Right at
was
the end.
enough to actually pick out the Iritel, which was important enough. But I went for it slightly earlier just to keep the fights out of the tower ranges, right? Because you might not know what might go wrong there. But luckily for the start of Stellar, you know, kind of perfect execution here, getting 4 kills. And,
very good.
And most importantly, actually getting that mid tower, because this kind of like opens the map space for them. And for the side of Stellar, or I think everybody in general, right? What most people do not understand about the Xuzhong pick, right, is that the more towers that goes down, right, the more value you are going to get from this Xuzhong, because he is able to fly further without people interfering.
I just realized one thing and I completely overlooked that. Bear didn't get a Petrify on himself. It is actually a flicker onto the Xuzhong, which is not something I've ever seen before.
Yeah. Usually they'll go for the Petrified, right? I mean, you want to catch somebody off guard with
He
jump.
probably realized that they were going to go for the flicker anyway. So this has to, to me, it has to be a comfort pick. Where you're kind of like showing to everybody that this is your ace hero. Right, that you can play this hero even without the Petrify, that we do not think any Yuzhong in the world does, I believe.
That is a statement. I mean, to be fair, it helps him to really close up the gaps between himself and the opponents, and maybe he's big braining the big brain, right? Knowing that, yeah, they're just gonna purify as fast as possible, that kind of stuff,
just like
and that's the best way that you can continue with your aggression.
Yep, and just like that, the Purify is going to be used up by Lakshan and Stellar. They have the nice lead. They have the 3k goal lead right now in their hands. And they just need to capitalize, and they need to take advantage of this lead. They just need to start going, they need to start snowballing more and more.
As now the turtle is just going to be in the priority of Stellar, and Nick Stain jumps on top of Bear, but unfortunately nothing else out of value, nothing of value has been earned from that.
Yeah, so I'm actually kind of surprised to see Stellar doing so well in this early game, right? Because we didn't get the Baxia snowball right at the start. Right? Ultimately, they actually only did this snowball only in the mid game where they got their 4 kills, and because of this, they got the turtle. Brody is having quite a decent game, right? Opening up the mid tower was important as well, because as you can see, the moment they do not have their mid tower, it is very, very difficult for them to actually contest the turtle here. And because of that, they are getting a lot of farm on the map. You know, Brody's kind of like having a free game. Baxia is putting a lot of impact rolling in, and to make sure that, you know, Brody has that space that he kind of needs to actually take down all the towers. And here we actually see Vanguard grouping up with mid, and we could see a potential flank coming in here.
Yeah, but
Bear
Pincer
in the Black Dragon form. First person went in straight for the Luxion Stain, but I don't think that he'll be able to continue on forward with this. But a quick little flicker, he actually did manage to catch up with Shoes, but the black shoes has been forced to be used. Super Ryan brings down Bear, and 3 members on the side of Stellar has already been taken down, leaving Chesty and Howski all alone.
Wow, 1 for 3 there. I mean, Vanguard, they did really well. I mean, the way they, the way they start to snowball. I mean, Stella did walk right into Vanguard, right?
Good counter initiation play as well, right?
Exactly.
This is where the Lilia excels at. When opponent wants to come into you, you start kiting around, and most importantly, even though they got the flank in and there wasn't a tower there, Stella actually failed to get that team fight in. For one very simple reason.
Why?
Right? They weren't playing together.
Oh,
right?
that's true.
Okay. Only when the Rizla and Yuzhong wants to fight in places where everybody stands together, this is where they have where they get the most impact from, right? From the penalty zone.
Highest value.
Correct. And because of that, without the Petrify as well, you have nothing to bait the Purify from Iritel here. As you can see on your screen right now, Iritel still has the Purify from the last fight.
It didn't really use it at all.
He didn't get a use.
So he doesn't have a trigger finger as that.
Yeah, the Yuzhong's gonna fly into you. He's gonna do nothing, right? You're just gonna be running circles around him. If anything, the Yuzhong is the one that has to back off. So for the side of Bear here, you gotta reevaluate who you need to go for here, because you are not going to do anything by going on the core targets. It will have to be on Chesty or for the side of Yunsky on the Terisla to actually go and burn their Purify, and then you look to burst them down afterwards.
So we gotta have to look for a bruiser
Yeah.
onto the end of Stellar and let Bear clean things up. Let's not forget about the fact that Blade is, of course, going to be one of the few key members that we're going to have to look out for that can potentially dive over the backline as well. Stellar does have that mobility that eventually helps them close up the gap even more. But the main question they're going to have to answer is, will they be able to work around with that kiting capabilities that Vanguard has?
Yeah, good reset here, because actually you can see Blade is over level slowly right now. 11 to 12, the battery advantage is kind of gonna go to Blade here, and they kind of have to just keep resetting, make sure your lanes are pushed out and go for a fight here.
Yeah, but all the Pincer.
It doesn't seem like the penalty zone will be able to have much effect on the members of Vanguard. Nixon goes back in, 2-man Tyrant's Revenge, and that allows them to eventually get a score down on the house key. And the next one is going to be Chesty, with all of the members from the side of Vanguard grouping up together after knowing that Stellar no longer have got any valuable ultimate that can lock them down anymore. They are not afraid of grouping together, bring Yunsky, the second or rather third person down, whilst getting the Lord for themselves.
Wow.
Yeah, so for the side of Nick here, right, you actually saw him out of nowhere getting a 2-man Tyrant Revenge, right?
Yeah.
This was actually one of the reasons why I kind of recruited him in the first place. Being able to find situations out of no situation.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't look like there was kind of like a fight going on, and then suddenly out of nowhere, 2-man Tyrant Rage, gets the advantage, and then now you get a lot for free. Right? And in a space like this, that your roam player must be able to make to have that kind of a big impact in these team fights that will actually help you to show why you are such a good team, or why you deserve to be, in such a professional league.
Wow, I have to say, Super Ryan there, 4:04 and 11 minutes in, and already securing a C Halberd. Wow, Super Ryan is here to chunk and chunk and chunk. Oh, but I can see you though.
It does seem like Vanguard is the team that plays upon a momentum, but Baird, as the Black Dragon form, flies across and soars through the skies. He's just going to be joining in the team fight, but unfortunately that's not the Furious Dive that's just going to be on Vanguard, but back onto his own teammates. He's going to have to play it safe. Well, Chesty, he's got a Tyrant's Rage, but he completely did not clip onto anyone at all. That is a 2-for-3 trade.
What a big catch there coming out from Nick Stain as well. I mean, he keeps getting denied, right? Tyrant's Rage keep getting denied over and over again, but a lot of damage here.
You can't disrespect the damage from Stellar regardless.
Wow, Wind of Nature by Luxion Stain.
Yeah, I think for the side of Chesty, you got to hold on to the IMU, because you need to actually get the Raging Sandstorm, right? That is where majority of the damage is coming from, right? Because I think he was a bit impatient. He took the Tyrant's Rage and then wasn't able to get a convert on on using the ultimate.
Oh, baited out. Super Ryan's Raging Sandstorm. This is going to be a great initiation coming from the side of Stellark as they baited out exactly what they needed to. With 2% down and Nixtain following up with the initiation on Yusuke. There's just no follow-up from Vanguard at all. But now, that is what we are looking for from the side of Chesty with a Raging Sandstorm plus Flicker combination, leaving slowly down to a sliver. And Nixtain re-engages to make sure that the Fredrin will stay alive, leaving Choots all alone, only for Chesty to pick up that kill.
Wow, and then there's gonna be 4 members down for the cause of 2 members on the side of Stella, but Vanguard, they still have the lead, but oh, take a look at that. The tier 3 bottom turret goes down.
Yeah, this is important as well, leading up to the next slot, because as we see on the map right now, Lord is actually at top side, so bottom lane is going to get pressured all the time here, right? But luckily, fortunately for this side of Stella, they actually have a Yuzong, right? They're able to push out the lanes, you know, if needed to, you get the early Black Dragon form in, you know, fly to the engager, get vision for your team. I think at this point, you kind of have to always know where Super Ryan is, because Super Ryan and where Nixtain is, right? Because they will always be the ones going for the big ultimate plays, and from there, they have to surprise their opponents. So for the side of Stella here, looking at how the game has evolved so far, there is a potential chance that they can actually take this game away.
Yeah, and they're hiding, right? They're just hiding and just playing it chill. As of right now, Super Ryan is doing such an amazing job not giving the Raging Sandstorm at all, but oh, next day.
Ryusuke finds himself completely taken down before he's able to do anything when it comes down to that penalty zone. Now, the Lord is available, and Vanguard have got a priority. They don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting a preload as well, because right now, as you can see Super Ryan's positioning, right, he's making sure that nobody can come here, especially Baxter here. They are taking hooks here and there. Lilia's in a good position as well.
Slowly.
Oh, slowly. He's currently pretty far away from the Lord, but at least the Lord has resetted. Husky has got Chesty got himself flying away. Husky has already burned his Wind of Nature, so that's definitely one thing that we gotta have to look out for. As slowly moves on to the next person who's displayed, and Nick with a flicker comes revenge clashes down onto Bear. There's 3 members down. Vanguard, can you go back to taking their Lord for complete free raid?
Wow, that was amazing engage as well. I mean, Super Ryan with a 2-man catch in the back line. Very well done to Vanguard. And Super Ryan, you know, not giving the Raging Sandstorm to Chesty no matter what.
Yeah, Stella actually has a big issue here as well. How are you actually going to defend the Lord here, right? Valentina and Brody, not the best DPS to clear the Lord. I think that's going to be one of the problems that you have. And then you have to deal with so many other things, right? You got to deal with the Raging Sandstorm, right? Even though there is no flicker coming up by the time the Lord spawns, you still have to deal with the Tyrant's Rage, right? But fortunately for them, no flickers on both of the side of Super Ryan and Nixtain. So there is a chance they're able to pull off this defense here. If they manage to peel well, you know, on the side of Yusuke and Blade, they will be able to peel very, very well for their team, for them to actually survive and, you know, extend the game to another lot.
Yep, and right there, Chute already activating the black boots there, and the turret is going to be running low. Nixtain trying to jump in.
Unfortunately, that did not manage to catch anyone. As such, Stellark will take that opportunity to bring him down, but unfortunately, he do have immortality. Bear completely weaving past every single one of the members from the side of Vanguard, only with one person in mind, and that is Chutes. Chutes, he leaves himself running away, but unfortunately, the Star Residue will eventually bring him down. The members of Vanguard now doesn't have any opportunity to push out anymore. As such, they gotta have to move themselves backwards and focus on one thing at a time, and that is to bring Bear down.
There we go, Bear is going to go down, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 here, and as of right now, slowly
immediately actually jumps right onto Yusuke, but I don't think that that's going to be translating to anything else at this point in time. Yusuke with the penalty zone gets himself right back in play, with a lot of Ballista minions that's pushing right in. Lakshan Singh is still alive as well. Stellark, they don't have any form of catch, maybe until Chess pops out.
Yep, they got no catch. I mean, only Blade and Yusuke. That's all you have along with Bear as well. But
very methodical as Nixtain chooses one target, and slowly and Liechtenstein, they move on to that target as well. They're following Nick's communication, and he's called out very, very nicely.
Yeah, so as I said, as long as you defend well, right, you take a good, decent fight, you're not going to actually win you know, with the lot coming in, right? So they have actually extended this lifeline for another 2 minutes, right, for the next lot. But where is the win condition coming from? Because you need to be able to pick off Luxian Stain. You need to be able to find some way to get rid of Chut as well, because Chut is probably the highest damage dealer apart from Luxian Stain, of course.
You need to jump all the way into the backline, but right now Vanguard, they're trying to go for the GG push.
Immediate danger. Then Super Ryan jumps over to the back. He did manage to successfully bring one person down, but Vanguard, they manages to take the core right under the noses of Stellark. And Stellark SG unfortunately finds himself in utter defeat. And Vanguard Esports take this game with not a single smile in their faces.
Oh, there we go, there we go.
Okay, we have one. We have one.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he giving the hush, the kiss, the celebration coming out.
Yeah, probably because he made a good call there, right? Because I actually thought the game was going to extend on to another lot here. But somehow they actually made the call here to go for the surprise end, right? Because I was also actually taken aback by when I saw them go for this play, right? Suddenly out of nowhere.
And it just ended.
Yeah,
they have
out of nowhere.
No motivation to actually just go for the push like that. But I suppose it's because of the fact that there is lane priority, a natural lane priority after all, that fueled them with the confidence that they needed.
I mean, they got the numbers game as well, right?
Correct.
They got the numbers game, they're like, you know what, we can end this. Don't waste time already. Just go.
Yeah, but there was still risk involved, right?
There was.
What if they actually, you take a fight like this, by some way you defended the waves, right? You dived on to near the crystal, right?
Yeah,
and then
just
from
tank
there,
everything.
yes, correct. What if you die there?
Yeah.
Right,
that's true.
It's a hard reset again, I suppose.
Yes, correct.
You just
And
need to go for a hard
even possible for them to actually do a full comeback. So slightly risky, but I think with that kind of confidence that you're able to do, and I think picking off your opponent like this while they are not ready is definitely something that, you know, marks a mark of a great team.
Yeah. Wow. Big praises coming up from Youngin as well. Mark of a great team. You know, they are decisive and, you know, they take the fights correctly. And let's take a look at the item.
Now, wait, really? Is Youngin the only believer of Vanguard in this game as well? Oh, on the custom table.
On the table. Yeah, I believe in Vanguard so much. I mean, I've seen...
Hey, hello, don't lalang can or not?
I'm just going with the win.
You're going to win, okay.
Yeah.
So you can choose either being a Prata or a Lalang. But okay, we'll take a look at the itemizations here first. Is there anything that stands out to any one of you?
Not so much. I think normally I think for Valentina you want to go Athena. So slowly actually opted for the Radiant Armor here. I think because he had a lot of HP and he was snowballing for the side of Chesty because he was stealing the Raging Sandstorm a lot, right? So actually I think having the Athena armor, Athena shield will actually allow you to live through that burst.
Yeah.
Correct. So maybe just a small item choice that I will have switched there, but overall I think nothing too much here. Good antique purchases, you know, to make sure that the Brody is not able to do damage onto the rest of your team. I think that is an important call as well. And for the side of Ryan here, going for like a full DPS kind of a build.
Yeah, full damage.
Even the last item that you see him going for here, correct, he was actually going for a max, no emote, you know, no emote kind of a build.
No tankability.
Slightly riskier, right? But more all-in, right?
All in.
Okay, yeah, fine for me because he understood what he needed to do that game, right? Do the max amount of damage needed in that small window, right? That small window where the Tyrant's Rage come out, where the rest of your team just stockpiles on the side of Stellark and get that win immediately in like 5 to 10 seconds.
Exactly, and take a look at his emblem on Super Rai. You have to fight the emblem, Rapture, Festival of Blood, and the Lethal Ignition. He's there, go in, go out, quick and done.
I don't think that there's any other of these
no
emblems that really shine bright to me. It's just based on, at least for me, right? Unless you're playing as a Lilia or any mages that really relies a lot on cooldown reduction, I always thought that Assassin Emblem would have probably suited you better with the hybrid penetration.
Yeah, so for the side of Stellark as well, you know, I like how they started out the game, right? Especially taking out their mid tower. As you can see here, they have actually taken out 5 towers in total, right? They actually had a chance in this game where you can also see the damage to tower, right? There was towers being taken away only at the end towards when they started taking on these fights that were exposing why the team fights were not good, right? You do not have a Petrify on your Yizong, right?
Yeah.
What is going to be the win condition? Because you actually see Iritel and Chut here, right? Luxian Stain and Chut, maximum kill participation, team fight participation. Why? Because the opponent is constantly coming for you, but there is no actual way for them to die.
Correct. There's no actual way for them to die.
Well, at least this time it's quite a lot of differences now because they do have quite a lot of lockdowns per se. But it's more about the main execution that I suppose that we are looking out for. Now, back to the age-old question. MVP, boys.
MVP. Nick or Ryan,
Nick,
right?
Nick or Ryan? Okay.
It is the
I have
setup.
my eyes on Nick, actually.
Yeah, it is the setup, right?
Yeah.
This game, it has to be about the setup.
It's about the setup.
right?
To me, is Ryan.
Yeah, it has to be one of them, right?
Okay.
Max DPS.
Okay.
Both of them is okay to me, right? They did their job and they outperformed what they needed to do for this particular match and, you know, the series as well, right?
It's Nick.
My boy Nick.
My boy.
Yeah, my boy Nick.
You sound like a very, very, what's the word? Very happy dad. A very...
Proud daddy.
Proud, yes, that's the word. A very proud dad.
Yes, it's very interesting to see how Nick has gone so far as well, right? You know, making his own team and with us exiting Blade as well, right? For him to forge his own careers in MPL SG, you know, going through the MPL qualifiers and to see him actually being doing what he is meant to do, right? Get multiple AoE stuns on people, right? This is something that he excels at, and it was one of the reasons why I actually had him on the team for so long to see when he could kind of like take over JPL in that sense, right? And here you actually catch glimpses here and there of why he, when he's comfortable, the kind of plays that he can actually pull off.
But unfortunately, that didn't happen in the end for Nick to take over JPL. But I guess this season is where Nick will put it out there that JPL, old man, I'm here for you.
Wow.
Yep. Right? I actually like to get a little bit of a content / drama going on. But, you know, maybe we'll stir things up a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, Nick might say a little bit of words over to JPL in this mic check. Very likely didn't, but let's listen to the communications.
撩面，撩面，撩过，撩过，撩过。
挨過去打，挨過去打。
Yeah, I know shoot, I know shoot. Burst the turn back, burst the turn back.
Go back top, right, go back top. Oi, mati, oi!
Nice. Hey, down, please. Never mind, I'll go. Hey, go. Benar. Careful.
Hati.
Nice.
Hey, Timmy, oi.
Go back.
Watch for Luxian, yeah?
Yeah, hello, guys. Come. Nice.
On me. Mati, oi!
Oi,
run, boy!
Lord.
Hey,
you won. Go. Nice. No one.
Oi, run, boy! I on tower. Okay. No, never mind, I on tower.
Hey, down.
Oi, stay, boy!
Oi!
Luxian is filled with passion.
A lot of passion.
Yeah,
and some rage.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can also see actually their comms weren't very precise, right? You can see some
it's by
confusion here
feels.
of there. Yeah, sometimes they are saying go, sometimes they are saying go, sometimes they are saying no, and then for a few seconds there, there's also like pauses, right, where you don't hear anything. Right? I think definitely something that teams should pick out and realize that, hey, actually communication on that part not so well, right? And today actually I felt the impact of Coach Tenshi not being here. I think that's one point to evaluate for the side of Stella as well, right?
Exactly.
Because today draft wise I felt very, very lacking from the side of Stella for both games, right? They had an idea in mind, but too many flaws that could go wrong.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate, I gotta have to say. But well, maybe we'll be able to find out a little bit more about Vanguard Esports and whoever our host Cheryl Yao is going to be interviewing. I'm gonna be looking forward to this segment. Cheryl has been giving us great and amazing interviews so far. So back over to you, Cheryl.
Wow, great interview so far. So, Lakshan, you need to help me out to give great content, all right? Our casters are really looking forward to this segment always. So, I do have Lakshan Stain right here, right beside me. Super excited to have you here. So, we do have some questions for you. So, first up, it's a rather unexpected match for you guys to clean sweep a 2-0 right here with the audience votes and casters votes and everything. So with that being said, how did you guys approach this week's game in general?
They're really approaching.
Never really approach anything. You gotta bring close to everybody.
Oh, you're not really trying.
Not really
I mean,
trying?
not say like really try hard, but it's like we know where we stand now.
Right. So earlier on in week 1, it's pretty hard for you guys. It was a tough week 1. So how did you guys bounce back from them and secure this win right here in week 2?
They expose our weakness, then we learn from there. Oof.
Right. So is this your first time here in the pro scene at MPL?
No.
Right. So with that being said, you know, how has the scene changed for you right here?
The enemy all more harder, like all the imports team.
Right. So you guys are climbing up the ranks right now, and the fact is you're halfway point throughout the regular season. So moving forward, what can we expect right here from the team?
Thing to expect.
Nothing to expect. You know, our viewers need to know where they need to put their lucky guess coins.
And just put on the enemy and then
We are all very flawed. Are you sure? We need to vote for you, right?
No, vote for the enemy.
Okay, so now's the thing, all right? Why are you playing MPL SG? It's to become champions and represent Singapore, right?
Yeah, but you got RSG and bleed, so a bit unrealistic. See now.
So you're just being humble here, lah.
I always humble.
Okay, so when it comes to the Stella lineup earlier, who do you think was your greatest threat?
To be honest, none. But I guess the tank or Roma.
But it was evident that during the whole course, especially during game 2 itself, Bear was gunning straight for you. And then how do you approach, you know, those kind of situations where you're heavy locked by a Yu Zhong?
I mean, he never really catch me much. Only 1-2 time only. Didn't catch all.
Okay. Okay. I guess this is the first time. You know, I've been...
Lucky Chu not playing.
Lucky Chu.
Chu not playing.
Oh, Lucky is True not playing. All right, so if it was True, you felt that things would have been different.
Yes, confirm.
Oh, okay. So kudos to Chu. Maybe Lakshan has missed you there. Perhaps he can see you at playoffs, perhaps? So I think Lakshan, we need to work on our rapport a little bit more. Okay, so when it comes to the next few wins, if possible, right here from Vanguard, I will request only for you so we can work a little bit more on our chemistry, all right?
No. I think talk to slowly better.
Talk to slowly better. Alright, it's okay. I feel that I got plenty of time for slowly, so I'll reserve more time for you. Yeah, but for now, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, but yes, that was Lakshan Stay, guys. Now that was a very interesting interview to say the least, but of course they performed phenomenally right here over at the Land of Dawn, showing great adaptability right here today, proving that, you know, they are in the running to be right here at MPL SG Season 6. Now, the next match is going to happen real soon, and that's going to be happening at 3 p.m. for Match 3. Now, it's a very exciting match, to say the least, because we're going to be seeing the likes of Homebois SG duking it out with Team Evil. What can we expect from this wonderful team lineup that we're going to see in a few moments' time? Stick around, and we'll see you at 3 p.m.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Pick. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnokur. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our play style individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends. Then he was also my ex-teammate. And like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before, so like this is first time, so like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I can. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Ya, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favour team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully I think that is what everybody want to see.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
knows him.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Big. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnocure. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our play style individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends. Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then he didn't really play in MPL scene before. So this is first time. So we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Yeah, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing the board. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favour team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully I think that is what everybody want to see.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favourite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Pick. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnokur. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our play style individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Next day. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends. Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before, so like this is first time, so like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Yeah, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing the board.
And we're back right here for match 3 of week 2, day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Just a very gentle reminder, right now we're at the halfway mark of MPL SG Season 6 and things are heating up. So right now we're gonna see a matchup between Homebois SG and Team Evil. Now, what makes this match very exciting? We're going to see the team clash together over at the Land of Dawn. And for these two teams in particular, we're going to be seeing very different interests for them to win this game. For Homebois SG is proving they are worthy as a title contender, keeping their upper bracket spots as of now. And as for Evil, for the past few seasons, they have found themselves in the lower bracket, and they themselves know firsthand how difficult and how tiring it is to grind up from the lower bracket itself. So for both teams, they definitely need to work hard to win match 3 itself. So without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces right here for match 3. First up, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to call the influencer team right here at MPL SG, presenting to you Homebois SG. Now, the boys are getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn, and this is pretty different. Usually, they're like smiles all around, but today they got their game faces on. So this is really cool, and we're really waiting to see what's going to happen next when they go up with the next team I'm about to present. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our community heroes, Evil. Now it's very exciting. Usually people straight away put their headsets on, but right now I see Powerful taking off his shoes. He's really getting comfortable to wreak all havoc later at the Land of Dawn. So these two teams really have got their game faces on. This is going to be a serious match that we are all up to enjoy in a few moments' time. So I'm pretty sure our casters at the desk are now very excited as well. So I hand my time over to our wonderful casters. Take it away, friends.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is MPL SG Season 6. You're here with us at the desk. It's me, Scrubby Cheeks, as well as Abstract and Youngin. So we have had a couple of exciting series today already, starting off the day with RSG and Bleed, no less.
Oh, yeah.
And then going on to Vanguard and Stellar. Right now, we're going to see Homebois up against Team Evil. Now, any opening thoughts on this matchup?
I generally really like to watch how Homebois draft. I mean, we're talking about Coach Dale over here. You know, their drafting is something that always gets me on. While Team Evil, the main thing I'm looking out for is the book. Well, he does have his file holder, but...
He got a new notebook, right? It's hardcover now.
So now is the book.
Yeah, so definitely coach to coach, right? I'm excited to watch Coach Dale draft. That's for sure. Last week I also did not. I did not actually see him. I didn't cast the Homebois game. So this time around, I'm actually excited to see, what they have to bring. And so for the side of Homebois SG, we actually have Enya, Pax, Vinukure, Super Jox on the jungle, and Dairy. Right, so Jox is somebody who I've recruited back in Season 3, and I'm excited to see finally this season getting to see him play again. And so far, I think Homebois has been doing quite well. So excited to see what they have to show against Evil here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've even pulled out strategies like a Nana as well, right? So I'm wondering So I'm wondering what they might surprise us with today as well. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at their opponents for this round. It's going to be Team Evil.
We have Coconut, JS, Twist, Powerful, and Carrot coming into the midst. And of course, to reference our friends over at the side of Vanguard, you know, there's this saying where evil, no problem, no salmon. No salmon, no salmon, no
melon, no win.
Oh, no melon, no win. Sorry, I look at all the way back in season 3, 4, whatever. No melon, no win. So is this gonna be the case today?
Yeah. So for the side of evil, right? Okay, there is this magic about them, right? That no matter whichever one guy that joins them, it's still evil, right? There's that evil culture there. There's that evil thing that they do where they somehow win fights that they don't actually should win, and then out of nowhere you just see them, oh, suddenly 5-0, suddenly 4-0, right? So, and this is no matter who comes in. Even with this season, right, GCs has come back on, you know, before he was an XP laner, even though he has come back to the mage here, but out of everything, evil is still evil to me.
I think it's funny how he says evil culture, right? Like it's a whole cult or something on its own that's just plain evil. But it's interesting, right? And that's why even Homeboys themselves said that they can't be underestimated because everyone sees them as some sort of dark horse. But let's look at what Homeboys needs to do in this match in order to claim this victory.
Well, when it comes down to Homeboys, we gotta have to look out for Dairy to initiate fights after all. He's always that catch hero, and he's always playing onto the catch, so he's always got the timing to make sure that in terms of macro sense, he knows when to go in for the fights. You just have to follow on to the lead. And let's not forget about Powerful on the opposite side, right? You gotta have to ensure that you are able to contest for Powerful's meta picks, meta jungler picks. You do have Super Jogs in your team as well, so with Jogs versus Powerful, I think the two of them is going to be great contenders.
A lot of Fedrin, yeah, a lot of Fedrin, a lot of Martis, a lot of Akai.
We can expect them to be either picked or banned. This is probably going to be a jungle game for most people to see. And let's not forget about Peck's unorthodox mid lane picks, right? Let's not get on and talk about Nana anymore from here. Let's not.
Well, you never know, right? If it resurges and it comes up again in this game.
Okay, to be fair, Nana, I'm fine. Just no Cyclops. Anything but Cyclops.
Very sad to hear about the Cyclops.
Well, we're going to take a look at the opposing side. So Team Evil, what exactly they need to do to clinch this victory.
Yep, so for the side of Evil, right, play towards Coconut's carry potential. Time and time again, we have seen, you know, when they play this kind of AoE kind of team fights, right, Coconut will actually pop off a lot, right? When he's on the Melissa, when he's on the, mostly Melissa. I remember him for his Melissa a lot, right? But currently not so meta-ish. So things like your Iritel, things like your, I think he has been playing a bit of Bruno as well. So definitely something to look out for, right? 8 Powerful during the dancing at the lot. So Powerful at this moment, you know, doing everything, right? He's the coach, he's the analyst, he's the jungler of the team. He plays this very sacrificial role. And if you look at the stats, even for every season, right, he is the one that actually takes the most damage in the whole MPL, right? For good reason.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, for good reason, right? Because he truly knows how to play for the team. Right, and then lastly, of course, Secure Twist, a winning matchup in the EXP lane. I think nowadays, you know, especially you're coming in a meta, you know, which kind of Diablo has said, right? Win the EXP lane, snowball from there, be the one who rotates first, be the one that starts the fight. And we can see kind of like every single jungler in MPL SG kind of like taking on that form as well. So it'll be exciting to see how Twist manages this and, you know, fill in that evil culture as well that he has been doing so well on as well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's had a hitch at all, like fitting into the culture, right? Even with JS moving to the mid lane and him covering the EXP lane, I feel like they've been very natural in filling up all these roles.
Yeah, I even forgot that JS is an EXP laner. After looking at how he played in mid, it doesn't seem like anything changed a lot actually.
Yeah, well, we'll see with all these insights, who exactly thinks who and which team is gonna win. So looks like across the board it's
no respect. No respect.
Well, the evil supporters are not on this desk, right?
Not yet.
Yeah, normally we'll see if Vertigo was here.
Vertigo.
Right? Yeah, if Vertigo was here, you know, definitely he'll have evil. But I think across the board it's about half-half, right? I think
technically, yeah. For the first 3 series, we are like kind of half-half and all of that.
Yes, including all the other casters as well, right? Just so happens that those sitting on the desk for this match is for Homeboys.
Yeah, so I actually put Homeboys 2-1. I was thinking about the 2-0 a little bit, like what Scrubby has put here, right? But I think that Evo, maybe one of those games has that magic in them to actually pull off one game.
The evil magic.
Yes, correct.
Evil magic. So not only do they have a culture of this, they also
Where
have
they have a
magic.
magic as well.
We'll see. This is what we think. But of course, what does the audience think? We're going to look at the predictions coming out from everyone here. Down bottom, looks like quite dominant in favor for Homebois as well. 80% to 84% on YouTube. I had the impression that Evil had a very, very strong community
I mean,
support.
we're talking about Homebois after all. Yes. Homebois have a very strong community, not just in Singapore.
That's
Let's remember that.
Yes, correct. And I think that's mostly where the viewers are coming from as well, right? Usually if you go to the YouTube comments, Facebook comments, you'll see a lot of Homeboy supporters, even down on our Instagram pages, you know, where you have to vote for your team, right? You know, with the hashtag
Let me go and vote
SX Homeboys, right? You see actually a lot of them. So definitely Homeboys has a very big backing behind them, and because of this, they have been showing up this season as well.
I mean, since we're talking about that, a quick little shout out over to all of the international, you know, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Thank you so much for tuning into the MPL SG stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, right? To have this stream not only available to local, but international audiences as well. Well, as always, we have the spicy content, we have the head-to-head teams talking about one another in the video. We're going to roll that now so you can take a look at what they say about one another.
I think Season 4 and Season 5 has shown their results. I think you definitely cannot underestimate what they can do in-game. Definitely during the playoffs, because they really step up during the playoffs. So all in all, we cannot underestimate Eva in general.
I think even though Team Eva only changed their mage player, if I'm not mistaken, I still think their chemistry, their bonding is still down there, very strong. The foundation has already been laid down. It's just only one player. It won't make much of a difference. So it's quite easy to say that I feel that Team Eva, even though if in Season 6 regular season, they won't be performing, but I'm pretty sure playoffs, they are one of the dark horses to be looked out for.
The most important thing is playoffs, not the regular season. Regardless what is your position in the regular season, but make sure you must secure your playoff slot. Then playoffs is the matter one, not the regular season. Maybe that's their strategy.
I predict they will come in strong because they have their imports are from MPL Indonesia, if I'm not wrong, and it was, if I remember correctly, he was the champion for MPL in Indonesia. Yeah, so I predict they'll be coming in strong.
Having no coach also allows us to learn a lot from how each hero matches up against each other. Because the coach, the role of a coach doesn't specifically have to be someone who has experience, and we can be our own coach by learning from each game, analyzing from the games, and teaching each other as teammates.
I won't say it's a handicap cause I choose without a coach as well so everything at the end of the day, decision is also up to myself, so I won't call it a handicap. I will just say of course they got imports and all, they gonna be coming very strong as well, but I'm gonna show the imports that Singaporeans are strong also.
Very strong talk coming in from Evil, and also Homebois actually a bit more taking the more conservative side here.
Indeed.
You know, saying that they do have to respect that they might come up in the playoffs. Of course, now it's not the playoffs yet, but potentially they could research as they always do. Now, I wanted to get your opinion, your personal opinion, because they talk quite a bit about coaches as well, right? So did you have any thoughts watching that video?
Yeah, so I think JC's mentioned, right, that without having a coach sometimes can be someone without experience. This was actually how I started as well. So partly I agree with him in that sense that, you know, a coach can be someone with no experience, but it is always come down to what can you actually provide on the table.
What's the value add?
Correct. How are you value adding? Because is it somebody that just helps you look at your replays? Is it somebody that just gives you a second opinion? Somebody who is not inside the game and can tell you what what general problems that the team has, right? But for Evo to kind of opt to say, even without so many seasons, they have succeeded without a coach, this could just be the magic for them. Because ultimately, right, maybe you bring in a coach, everything becomes too, you have to do too many things suddenly, or you have to suddenly follow a different direction. And, you know, it might become not something that they want to do.
It really depends on the extent of the coach, right? And we're going into the drafting phase now, which is exactly one of the key roles here that the coach plays.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
falling
when we're talking
stars
about
brought
coach,
us
the first
here.
thing that comes
Team
into my
is
mind
banning.
as a coach, because I recently had this talk with one of the guys over at, I believe, in fact, Homebois actually. We were talking about the fact that what a coach really have a lot of value add in is in between games. When it comes down to in between games, the coach has got the idea as to what a team does or what they should improve on. Because as a player and as a coach, you cannot see things in bird's eye view. And as a coach that's outside, you can see why a certain player misses a retribution. It's not because he just missed it, but there are many external factors that actually played to that cause.
Correct, and sometimes even when you win or lose a game, immediately after, right, only the coach is able to bird's eye view, as Abstract has said, right? Bird's eye view and straight away be able to tell your team what is the next move to do, what are we going to actually do in the next game, right? Which maybe later on, as we move towards game 2 or even potentially game 3 that we can talk about a little bit more. But right now, right, for game 1, what are the kind of strategies or what kind of preparation has the team actually prepared for us as we see, the first ban phase being laid out here? So across the board, nothing too special. One special thing I want to note is that Homebois banning out the Martis here. So as we said in our keys to victory just now, right, we got to contest the evil jungler picks, correct? So here it's kind of like obvious, you kind of like want evil here, most likely going for the Fedrin first pick, right? It has been a very standard thing that we have seen throughout the day. Teams starting to prioritize this Fedrin pick more and more, right? But if you decide not to go for the Fedrin, right, as Evil has went for here, most likely the Fedrin will be picked up on the side of Homebois, and then on the side of Evil here, you probably have to fall back on things like the Archive, or even things like Landslot a little bit lesser, but I think for the side of Evil, they don't really prefer that kind of playstyle. Right, so as we see, the Fedrin is being picked up here.
It's all according to script, I gotta have to say.
Yes, correct. So for the side of Homebois here, opting for this very standard combo, right, the Valentina and the Fedrin combo, one usual problem that you will have is both of them are usually CC, they can be CC in fights, right? So starting off with the EDIF here and then later potentially following up with even more CC on perhaps if this EDIF goes to the EXP lane, your roamer can actually be somebody who does a lot of CC as well, right? Yep. Or you can do EDIF tank, you can do alert EXP, or even sometimes your jungler, you go for the Archive, right? Things like this will kind of help to bolster up Evil's lineup here.
I think that right now, the main thing that Evil will want to look out for...
Sun rises when I give the word.
You wouldn't want to fill in the EX... Okay, now I'll take it back. You wouldn't want... I was thinking you wouldn't want to fill up the EXP slot nor the roam slot too early. I would much prefer to have Evil to actually fill the jungle as well as the mage to really just keep
online. Yeah, so for some Evil here, very interesting thing that they have done here is they have opted to straight away show their roam position, EXP position, and also the jungler, right? So you are keeping all your win conditions to the second part of the draft, but at the same time, what mages can be open for you, right? Angela's banned because of the pairing with the Baxia, right? Some of the other heroes that you can go for here, Lilia. You have things like, yes, Lilia has been quite a popular pick, right?
Really
does decent against,
right?
Yeah, does decent against the Fedrin, but for the side of Valentina, the IMU actually steals the black shoes away, so Valentina won't be dying as much, which if you are a Khalid here, you don't actually want the Valentina getting the black shoes because now you have one lesser target to go for. So, decent draft, I think, coming up from both sides. Each of them have their own ideas of what they think will work here, and it'll be interesting to see how this draft evolves from here.
I think it also relies on the fact that what Homebois is trying to get out of IMU. Do you want more initiation tools? Do you want more follow-up tools? Or do you want survivability? Because right now Homebois, they do have two very tanky front lines, right? Coming in from the Fredrin and the Grog. I would believe that there is a very high possibility that Pegs, he's quite a greedy mage, I gotta have to say.
Yes.
So he would want to pick up the Raging Sandstorm over the Black Shoes in most situations, which I think is probably something that Evil could very potentially put a gamble on.
Yes, correct. So in this sense, right, normally on the side of Pegs, right, we have seen him, why is he MVP for so many of these games, right? It's usually he is on this carry mage, right? Every single time this Valentina is open, they opt to go for it. Yesterday in the series against RSG, you actually note that RSG banned out the Valentina most of the time. And that's why, we kind of like saw the Nana pick coming out. Because they have this idea, Pegs is like the carry of the team. Right? So because of this, any single time they see the Valentina, somebody who can dish out a huge amount of damage. Correct. I think maybe they don't value it as much because for the fact they picked Nana yesterday, right? They kind of like go for this kind of late game draft.
Right? They have a lot of damage though.
Yeah, only in the later parts of the game. Right, so for the side of Homeboys here, they have opted to go for this Bruno pick. You know, obvious lane winner. I think a generally safe pick that you go for without seeing your opponent marksman, which I think is fine. And for the side of Evo here, right, having the Edith with Edith and Baxia with heroes that you want to buy Radiant Armor for, right, very very important. You need to go for something like a Kadita here because you need burst from your mates right now. So Fasa Kadita is something that I would generally go for. Usually in a better meta, you can go for the Xavier. So this Lilia pick, as we talked about right earlier on, this Lilia pick here, I'm not say super confident in it just for the fact for three things, right? As I said, Valentina can steal the black shoes, right? That prevents the Khalid from going on to the Valentina. That's number one. Number two, you kind of fall into this same trap again, right? Where three heroes are countered by magic. The Radiant Armor is gonna keep on stacking and maintaining its value inside the team fights.
Right.
Yes. So that and these are all generally heroes that fight quite slowly. Besides the Khalid.
Right. So the Kadita is that missing piece for the immediate burst damage that they ultimately want on the main win conditions of the side of Homeboys.
This only shows to me that the JCs is not pro-efficient at the Kadita yet, right? Having the hero open for the whole stage. So basically, Homeboys have studied.
Oh crap, yeah.
Understand.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's no longer 100% pick ban rate right now for Kadita.
Yes.
Not anymore. Wait, or maybe in the previous series already it wasn't, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like, most of your other MPL regions, they favor this Kadita so much, right? And lastly, we see for the side of Homeboys, Dewi actually picking that throw up. So mechanically wise, I think Dewi, season to season, I've actually seen him improving on this throw a lot. So the question to me is, why did they switch up this throw and grok kind of a pick? Because there is a problem here, right? The Lilia and the Iritel here, most likely they'll be going for the Purify. Right, you probably have this grok and Cho. One of them has to be the one that burns the Purify here.
Yep.
Still not a very easy win condition for them going into this draft. So, you know, draft wise, I think I would say favoring Homeboys a little bit just for the fact that Evo has that Lilia. Alright, but you know, as I always say, execution is always key.
Yep.
There is still a way for them to play this draft, and especially with a hero like Baxia and Khalid, you want to be able to snowball that early game.
We have a very similar, we have a very contradicting ideas. I do like
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Well, we're gonna see how exactly and which team's gonna come out on top of these two different drafts here. This is game number 1. If you've just joined us, it's between Homeboys SG as well as Team Evil. Now, Abstract, you said you prefer Evil's draft here. That's a differing take from Youngin.
Yeah. So generally speaking, I really like the very fact that when you pick up on a Lilia, you actually focus a lot more on about the mid control. And in getting a mid control for Evil, they are a momentum-based team. That is the idea and the team identity that they are looking out for, and they're playing towards their advantage. If they get themselves the mid control, ultimately the early game will be more or less for them to take. They have a Khalid that is very strong in the lane itself, so that could be something that we can look out for.
Yep, the knockout comes through though onto 2. Davies in some trouble, has to back out here. Flicker being burned. It looks like Twist will reconsider his engage from the side here and back off. So no lives lost yet.
So at this point in time, we are still relatively early into the game, right? When we are looking at the rotations, or rather when we are looking at how both of the junglers start, they do have a very good idea how they will want to play, as none of them is really just more about the gank or the assassin. They want to focus more on objective. They want to control more of the parts of the map that really favors them.
Yes, correct. So as you mentioned, right, for the side of Evil here, lane priority is going to be key for them, right? I think they're doing quite well with this Khalid. You see Khalid has already pushed out his lane. Baxia, you know, generally a very fast wave, jungle clearer, right? And they're able to set up this lot pretty quickly. And from there, you need to cover advantage here because this is one of your primary win conditions, right? Get that snowball in early game.
Yeah, and right now Homebois already clearing themselves some space here. Virna Kyodo, a bit low on HP at this moment. So Evo, they actually back away and give control over this turtle to Homebois. Dairy, some zoning happening here, and doesn't look like there will be a contest. Powerful coming off the jumble, knock up by Dairy. Some damage being put out. Torture on the knockup on the wild charge as well. Stuns out. Here's a Raging Sandstorm by Pack, stuns out too. And Dairy is the first to go down. In the meantime, drops, grabs the turtle for himself. Twist goes in the back line onto Pax. Manages to dash away. The flicker will get him, and Twist still knocks that one up to himself.
Now, of course, there is a lot of trades in between of Homebois and Evos when it comes down to ultimate economy. They are throwing out with the wild charge, they're throwing out with the Raging Sandstorm, but there's one thing that actually stood out a lot to me, not particularly in that team fight, but it's more on the fact that there is a lot of discipline coming in from Powerful. It's as though he knew that Homebois were actually baiting out Powerful to go for the initiation and engage, while Homebois will want to go for the counter engage and take out the jungler while the turtle is currently available.
Yeah, so that actually also happened because on the side of Evo here, right, Twist actually rotated slightly later there.
Yeah, let's go back onto Dairy here. Looks like a little scuffle happening between Powerful, but they're not gonna commit too much. I mean, there's no objectives on the ground for them to take either.
Yeah, so battle of the EXP lane here, right? You see both EXP laners trying to go for the cut. It is about who rotates first, because on just now at the total fight, one of the primary reasons of why Homebois was able to take the total was that grok on Vinocchio rotating first and then getting that 3-man wild charge down onto Evo, which kind of like secured them the fight a little bit. But with Twist coming a little bit late, ultimately securing that Valentina was still a very good trade for them.
Right now, they're looking to siege the top here. Pressure onto Enya, making sure he doesn't get too far ahead. Although he's already gotten himself the Heart's Claw, so a bit of a build-up, an important item for him to secure as well. Now, both teams slowly starting to make their way down. The next objective is coming up, so they're posturing towards that. And Pax actually picking up the black shoes here, like you pointed out.
Wow, okay, so not exactly what I was expecting out of Homebois. I was expecting, yeah, I've got to have to be greedy. I gotta have to follow up, initiate, follow up. But I do like this a little bit of a sense of fresh air for myself at least. And well, right on the nail actually, Youngin.
Yeah, the villain's got stuff here. Very, let's go back onto his Carrot, taking some damage. Has to flicker out, but goes back in with the kick. Carrot goes down, and now the turtle, they're fighting for it, but Super Dog wins out the retreat battle. Powerful on the run here. The Guardian Barrett gonna stop him. Raging Sandstorm by Twist onto Eva, drops backs out. Twist tries to go for the backline here. Virno in some trouble. Powerful wants to chase this down, but Twist is gonna go in with the flicker instead. They're going to knock that down to one more onto Homebois.
Quite a bit of a outplay from the side of Homebois, I gotta have to say, even though those are very small micro decisions that Homebois has made. For example, Virno not wanting to give a free kill over to Khalid. Khalid already expended a flicker. He gotta have to expend the flicker of himself.
Yeah, so more than that as well, right? If you go back to the replay, right, go and look at that micro position that he has, because right as about the Lord was in retry range, he immediately went for the wild charge on the side of Powerful there to make sure that he does not even get a chance to press his retry position.
Top side here, Dairy hits some trouble. 3 members onto him, and he's still able to escape just for a while longer. Powerful chasing them down. One more hit, Coconut seals the deal, but Pax, he's here with the rotation. Enya puts him down in the dirt. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade across Powerful and Dairy.
That is one thing that you do not want to underestimate, is a Bruno with a Heart's Claw as his first item sub 4 minutes. Although I can't remember if Anya actually got it out in under 4 minutes, but regardless, once you see a Bruno with a Heart's Claws, that is a note that you need to know, that a Bruno will be able to sustain the lane very well, and perhaps some kind of reactionary tail from the opponent side is needed.
Yeah, so for this side of Homebois here, as you mentioned, right, having this Bruno straightway scaling up, you know, having no difficulties in the early game. I think that's one of the win conditions that a Bruno wants to have. Have a decent laning, have that 1v1 so that you can start that tower snowball in a little while, right? Because having this early Heart's Claw here makes sure that he gets to stay in his lane most of the time.
It's also another thing that we're gonna have to look out for is the fact that we have a lot of people going down over to the EXP. It is a heavy lane in the EXP, leaving the gold lane actually into a game of mechanics and skill. But in the meantime, we're looking at something here.
Yep, the knockup, 3-man knockup here. Carrot comes in, tries to stop that and disengage, but Jock Super here, control over this turtle, going to again take it from them, and Dairy backs out with the flicker. Jock looking to chase this down. Carrot has to dash out for his life. Another flicker spent just to get away.
Yep, so 3 for 3 Jocks on the Retribution so far, right? I think one of the strengths that Jock has as a player, as we can see from the previous seasons up until now, is that most of the time when I see him contesting for 50-50 turtles, he actually wins it more than 50% of the time, right? So I think that is incredibly good for somebody on the side of Jocks, you know, and strength for Homeboys to have, because you realize that the fights they always bait the opponent in, they'll kind of like take a miniature fight, and then they'll go for this kind of like 50-50 retribution where Jocks will actually win out. So overall, playing to the strengths of their team, right, and then knowing what to do and execute in that moment in time.
It's a tough contention as well, because one thing that I do remember when it comes down to the previous seasons is the fact that our friend here, Powerful, has got the most amount of objective taken. He's one of the best retribution user in MPL SG so far. But right now, with that information as well, Super Jocks is probably outclassing Powerful, which completely puts a stop to the kind of statistics that we used to have.
The siege coming up the top lane, knock up onto 2, Powerful and Carrot. They're chasing down Dairy, putting out the damage enough to seal the deal, and he goes down. The rest of Homeboys here rotating, but it seems like too little too late, as Evil just chooses to disengage.
Good amount of heavy lifting up in the top side. Evil is finally putting a little bit more of the emphasis up into the gold lane after getting a very good respect item that Bruno has.
Yeah, so currently, right, as you look at the map so far, 0 towers have been taken so far, right as Lord is about to spawn, right? So very interesting game, because both lanes are kind of like, yeah, we can see them constantly rotating to the EXP lane sometimes, we see them rotating to the gold lane sometimes, but unfortunately there is no fight that breaks out big enough for any of these teams to take the lead.
The one thing is, most of the time when we are looking at the First Lord, generally what we want out of the First Lord is going to be all the outer turrets. So this very specific Lord is going to play a very huge amount of value.
Yep, and Evo's taking the first step here. Pax knocked out top of Black Shoes in the backline. Bruno kill Flicker gets away, but still manages to get it. Carrot is the one to put him down. Drops in some trouble. Powerful chasing him. The onward throws him back and knocked up as well. He gets the credit for that. And it's going to be Evil taking full control, knowing that they saw Enya up top taking that tower, but still, they can't convert this.
One thing that I want to point out is, I'm not too sure if whether this is by a stroke of luck or not, but the onwards coming in from Carrot actually came in a very disgusting time. Actually flipped over Super Jocks when he was actually channeling on the Appraiser's Wrath, which didn't clip onto anyone at all.
Oh, Dairy, the sandbag once again stand out by Powerful. I think they got the tower again on the bottom side, so that clears out a lot of map space for Homeboys here, but it's still Evil posturing towards the aggressive play here in the river.
And now it's all left down back into the stalemate and the dances of the Lord, while Homeboys still have a very generic idea how they would want to get a lane pushed out, whether it be a slow push or they are just trying to get more lane priority out of that. I believe that Homeboys do not have lane priority in the top lane, so they might want to address that real soon. But how the dance of the Lord is going to be like, we'll see how.
Well, charge already burnt on the Powerful. The kick as well onto him will stop him from engaging. Dairy tries to go for the back twist with the Raging Sandstorm again in the backline. And now Homeboys are falling apart. Enya goes down. It's 2 members short for Homeboys as Evil secures their positioning here for the Lord. And it's the key objective for them to take, despite losing all the turtles initially.
Now, this is the magic of the Evil team fight that we are talking about, right? Every single time they gather up with this 5-man, right? Somehow they are always able to go for those big catches, big flanks, big amount of DPS that comes out that always gets them this kind of 5v5 win. And even on the side of Homeboys, even though I predicted for them to have the slightly better draft here, you know, Evil comes here and prove me wrong, right? Takes the first lot, and with this lot, they are looking to take a set of objectives here, right? All the tier 1s, all the tier 2 towers, and if possible, break the tier 3s from there.
Another throwback by Carrot onto Super Jux here, knock up as well to stop him from retreating. He is gone from the picture as Evil continues to siege down this bottom lane together with the first lot, making best use of it as they can. They've already whittled down everything to the base turret and now moving over to the mid lane.
One thing that is great to see is that the bottom lane's first and second tier defense turrets are already down. And not to forget, I mean, it's 12 minutes now, so basically we won't be able to see the magical shield in the inhibitor turrets anymore. At least it did break the bottom part, the bottom turret just by a tad a little bit. What's left is going to be the second tier defense turret in the top and the middle lane. So technically, the Lord has done his job, but not exactly as a bonus, because what they would want is to get a full control of the opponent's map as much as possible. Step 1, all first tier. Step 2, all second tier. But just having first tier turrets all down, they pretty much have got the control of the river, and that could eventually lead to a snowball as long as the game is played right.
Yep, so for the side of Evil as well, maintaining that mid-tier 1, right, gives them a lot of map control because they are able to do things like this. Take over the map, any single time Homeboy trying to push in, like right now, they are able to push back.
Oh, the wild charge gets 2, Verniokoff flickers
Twins!
around the backline! Twins with the Raging Sandstorm again! And now Homeboy's Enya bites the dust together with Jerry. It's 2 down. Like you said, what is this, the magic touch of Evil?
But I think that's truly magical. I mean, from what I see from the side of Twist, right? He didn't make that choice of the Flicker and Raging Sandstorm because of the fact that he saw the opponents did it. Because I'm pretty sure that the movements coming from Homeboys was less than, 0.5 seconds of what Twist is capable of reacting upon. It is more of a preemptive strike that Twist wanted to do. He knew beforehand that he wants to flicker. Even if it's a one-man hit, it is still a gamble, expecting the members of Homeboys to actually coagulate together at the one little choke point.
Yeah, so this comes back to the draft, to the point of the draft, right? When I questioned this drop, going into the EXP lane and then taking up this throw on the David, right? So far we see David score, right, 0-5. He's not able to do what he wants, and early on in the game as well, every single time that he goes for the Way of the Dragon, you don't, except that one time where he did a good, the combination with the Flicker, right? That was the only prominent catch that I have seen so far. And because of this, that's why they're struggling a little bit.
X being called out, pops the black shoes here, and Super drops again, rolling it out, but Homeboys, the rest of them has come to party. The kick, Way of Dragon onto Powerful, and the Terrified couple on top of that. There's no way out for him, but he's so tanky that even the Appraiser's Wrath cannot get him down. So Evil, now they've secured the space in the jungle for them to push Homeboys out of the Lord Pit.
I technically don't really have a lot of issues about catching out the frontliners, in this case, which is Powerful. But I think that what it is going to be the problem is the fact that Homeboy's draft doesn't really exactly allow them to capitalize on catching front lines, because we're talking about Bruno here. Bruno has got great critical hits, he's got great movement as well. So what's really good is for him to really take advantage of positioning.
Twist again, goes in the backline, Coconut manages to secure 1 kill for himself. The throwback again onto Super Jux, puts him in the middle of everyone. And now Homeboys tries to run away, but Carrot makes sure that Super Jux has no escape path for him. And now that they've gotten the key target, Super Jux with the Retribution, they are free to take this Lord for themselves. Evil, super strong throwing here.
I think it's the invisible impact coming in from JS as well, right? 3-0-9. That is a scoreline whereby JS haven't died a single time. But one thing that helps Bruno excel is space, is kiting. But one thing that stops him from doing that is movement speed, right? So whenever JS clips even one part of Enya, even once, that is going to be the tick coming in from the Ice Queen's wand, which disables a little bit of the mobility of Enya, making his kiting potential a lot lower, and thus making his damage output a lot lesser as well, because you just don't have the time to weave in and out very effectively.
Right now, it looks like the Lord's coming down the bottom lane as well. Evil slowly decimating the structures from the side of Homeboys. Top goes down, and it's only left with the middle base turret here as Homeboys looks to protect the last defenses of their base.
It's only left with a single inhibitor turret in the middle lane. Powerful seems to be poking a little bit, but they're not going for anything too comical just yet. I think Evo is definitely trying to get a little bit of motivation by all of these mega creeps in the waves in the top, middle, and bottom lane, but I don't think that is something that they are capable of forcing out here.
Yeah, so all 3 lanes down, right? That's your first condition for some Evo. Abstract, as you have mentioned earlier, right? Having that wave clear, first of all, first wave clear, and then from there, the Baxia snowball a little bit. And with this lead that they have, I am slightly more confident in Evo actually pulling this one off.
I mean, right now it's been like 14-3, right? It's looking very, very dire for Homebois as well. And looking at the items, they're pretty much all at full build now.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where, you know, items, where you see a lot of emotes coming out, right? This is where the emotes come out, where the winter comes out, where you start to gain that kind of access goal, where the fights are prolonged long enough that any mistake you make in the late game, you know, is pronounced. Because one death on any of these single teams would equate to a lot being taken. And if you're on the side of Homebois right now, with all 3 of your lanes being out, having to lose the lot here would prove to be quite detrimental for them to even continue this game.
I actually do have a single question that I would like to ask Youngin. You know, just kind of like beelining right onto a certain player here. Cure. He's playing as a Grok, and most of the time we recognize Grok as that annoying hero that is able to open up the maps very effectively with tanky items. But Cure have decided to go for something a little bit different this time. He went for the Blade of the Heptasis, Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar. Is there any specific reason that he's trying to go for that?
Yeah, so as dictated in the draft, right, the moment they have decided for the Grok not to be a tank, he is playing as the burst for the team right now. So he wants to go in together with his team. This kind of like max DPS coming in with the moment you see the Way of the Dragon, right? You kind of like want to pick off whoever is being kicked there, and then you go with that pick off, you reset, and then you go back for the 5v4. So that is the idea that they have behind in their mind. But yeah, but for the side of Dewi here, you know, unfortunately, having the last pick and then not doing well in your last pick is definitely a fatal flaw, you know, in how the lineup is being dictated. And that's why we can see Evo having the edge here a little bit.
So Homebois has identified that, and they knew that Enya is not capable of really just fully utilizing the catch potential that Dewi provides to the team, so they need Cure to do that.
Oh, Jox again in some trouble. They aim for him again, and Pex trying to use the Raging Sense on same him, but he's in trouble, and the reverse comes back onto him. A retribution, if you will, and Evo crashes down onto Homebois. Enya in trouble, being chunked down. The relentless pursuit from Evo. They just cannot get away. It's a complete wipeout.
5 for 0.
Presented to you by Head and Shoulders onto Homebois. Team Evo takes this game 1 very, very convincingly.
We have a lot to talk about this game. When it comes down to Homebois, it definitely seemed like a very strong draft, and their lineup is capable of granting them the victory. But as the game goes on and on, when it comes down to the later stages of the game, we know the Bruno that we know that has great sustain in lane once you pick up the Heart's Claws, that kind of snowball that we wanted to see. That didn't happen.
Yeah, it all happened in the first lot, right? The moment you start losing out all this map control, right? This is where Evo shines, right? Even with just now, in the second lot, right? They went for the engagement at the second lot, even with the top tower still being there. So that came as a surprise to me, because it is incredibly hard to dive into a Bruno and Valentina who can kind of kite you a little bit, right? And just look at this kind of teamfight execution coming out from Evo, right? Simply flawless. Even at the last fight, 5 for 0. This is something that, to be honest, you only see from a team like Evo, right? You put almost any other MPL SG team there, I do not reckon that they will be doing the same thing as Evo, and that's what makes them why they are so good.
The Evo magic.
The Evo magic, indeed. You just don't comprehend, right? But you know, this time it's different because it's a regular season, and they're already popping off.
Yeah, so this is a very different Evo all in all. So we'll take a look at the itemizations real quick, right? We already touched on the full burst potential of what Cure is trying to bring over to the team, which Youngin has already expanded very nicely. But is there anyone else other than Cure that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, so take a look at the side of Evo. You'll notice one thing across everybody. Each of them, 4 of them has an immortality, right? 1 of them has a Winter Truncheon. All of them has the ability to stall fights. More importantly, whoever Dewi tries to kick, nobody will die.
That's true.
That's the most important part of why in the later stages of the game, going for this big items is so important. It not only prolongs the fight, but gives Dairy lesser targets to go for. You pair it up with the Purify even more. None of your core heroes will be dying unless they make a mistake themselves and overextend.
Because you can simply follow up after the Weight of the Dragon that Dairy tries to go for. Essentially, this is a early game lineup / mid game lineup from the side of Homeboys. They needed a snowball in order to end the game. But emblem-wise, let's see. Technically, I don't see anything that's too out of the ordinary when it comes down to the first tier, second tiers, and third tiers. I think that all is well within expectations. Vernal Cure already have a very good idea that, yeah, you know what, during the drafting stage, this is what I gotta go for. Assassin Emblem, plus we've also got the... I forgot the name of that second tier ability because they changed the name of it. It used to be high and dry.
The Master Assassin.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so definitely this is emblem that you want to go for when you're going the damage build on Grok. So, nothing too peculiar there in terms of the emblems. More importantly, right, it's about how they have actually set it up, right? Because going for this Grok damage style, require, and because they went for the Cho at first, right? They changed up, they had the Grok early on, and then lastly they decided, they thought that the Cho would be better for him to actually start a fight here, which actually proved out to be a mistake, right, in the draft, because ultimately they were not able to get what they want. The idea they may have was maybe for the Buxia to be kicked right at the start of the fight, and then they kind of like kite their way around. That could be the idea that they wanted to execute. But unfortunately, for the side of Evil, they proved to be too strong, right, in the way that they team fight.
And now we all move on to the next scene where we have a very good idea what kind of, kill participation we have all across the board. JS and Powerful being one of the highest. And when it comes down to damage dealt, Enya still have quite a lot of damage to his name despite, not being able to fulfill a lot of the damage potential over to the back lines. I mean, this is Bruno after all. You're not supposed to dive over to the back, but maybe take a little bit of gamble here and there with the help of your team. We've got Super Jogs and Vernal Cure and Dairy as well. So yeah. He
needed the setup of his team, right? That is what the Grok is for, that is what the Fedrin is for, and most importantly, that's what the Cho is for. Right, so even though he did not get the game he wanted, but we saw how he kind of like got his hard score very, very early on in the game. He dominated his lane, but unfortunately, as the Golian, you can't do much if your team is not able to back you up and you're not able to get that tower snowball that you want.
Indeed, and vice versa, right? If you can't, you can't back them up, they can't back you up in the kind of stalemate situation. MVP wise, Twist. It has to be Twist, right? It has to be Twist. Actually,
it has to be Twist, right? The way he engages.
All the flickers, oh god.
Yes. 4-0 and 10, right? Almost a perfect game. Every single time he goes in for the Raging Sandstorm, right? Every single time I see him catch at least 2 to 3, right? He always goes for it when the flicker. So if you're on the side of Homeboys, right? You need to know the flicker timer, right? That is where, because out of a sudden, you're suddenly going to see a Khalid flying into 2 or 3 of you. Right, you need to monitor that flicker timing.
I feel like Twist on this Khalid is also a little bit underrated. In this league so far, he has played it at least 3 times now, and each time he has done it very successfully. I mean, whether or not they win the game, but the way he's been playing, and that's probably also why they picked it up so early. I mean, it was like the 3rd pick, which is not usually the case, right? And it wasn't banned out either.
I would believe that that's going to be a very good point, right? They can't afford to risk losing the Khalid. I believe that Teresa could also be one of their options, but I'm not too sure whether Teresa was actually banned out early in that game.
Yes, actually it was banned out by Evil themselves on the 3rd ban.
So that would make sense why they would immediately pick up the Khalid for themselves and just forego that flexibility altogether.
Yeah, well, we're going to see also what exactly happened in this game, right? It was a seemed like it went pretty slow in the beginning, but let's break it down.
Yeah, so right at the start, right, as you can see here, the Grok always having the position at the start, kind of gives Homeboys that advantage at the start. But, with Twist coming in late and showing why his impact is so powerful here.
Powerful. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a vertigo here. But, all in all, we do have Evil that always responded very well to Homebois' aggression, and despite situations that should have gotten themselves in a very deep trench, they always find themselves on top of greatness because of the very key ultimates that eventually pull them out of that trench. All these ultimates that lands eventually snowballs into something even bigger within a single team fight.
Yes, so ultimately, right, Sing Twist being able to always consistently jump on the back line, and then at the same time, every single time Enya, is being put into a position where he does a lot of damage. Here, this was the fight that I was talking about, right? They pushed up to the top lane even with the tower there, and there was a chance of them being kited. You can look at their HP bars here, right? Everybody is kind of like below half HP, right? And then lastly, of course, the fight that actually won them the game. Yeah, 5-0. Incredible performance by Evil all around, and this goes to show, a little bit. We have to think about this a little bit as well, because yesterday the same game, right, where they won, they kind of like beat Vanguard by a huge margin in the first game, but proceeded to lose 2-1 after. Right, even second game they actually did pretty well. Looked like they could end the game, but in the end the comeback came, and then you have to question at this point, right? Without a coach, right? Mentally, are they ready? Because regular season, we kind of like know Evil is not the kind of team that does well in the regular season, right? As proven in the previous season. So even maintaining a lead like this, I still have to question: will they throw the lead still?
Well, it's actually quite interesting that you mentioned that, right? Because we all keep saying that, Evil is a very momentum-based team as well, and they thrive on winning these teams, right? But they just came off a very tough defeat to Vanguard yesterday. So I was personally kind of expecting that they might have taken a hit morale-wise, but it doesn't really seem like that, and they've come back even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main reasons for that is probably they went back home and just kept on chanting Santai, 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 Santai. So that could very likely be the case. But regardless of all of that, with that first game won by Evil, I think that this is going to be super great, because like we said before, without a coach, if you actually loses the first game, the chances of you winning the second is eventually quite low, because you don't have a coach that gives you a bird's eye view rounded as to what went wrong.
But you know what you can get a bird's eye view of? In this game, we've seen these two heroes consistently being picked up. Fredrin and Lilia. Now, they actually have a new Neobeast skin series in the game. These are event-exclusive items for you to pick up right now. Now, this draw event is only going to be for a limited time. It's live from 5th of September to the 4th of October. So for this period of time, you can enjoy 30% off your first 10x draw and get a guaranteed elite skin or better from that. And to top that off, your first 1x draw every day will also be 50% off. Now, there's many exclusive skins available in this prize pool for you to get, so don't miss this.
That's a lot, actually. That's really a lot. So you do have quite a lot of chances to get skins from the Neobeast collection, or perhaps some of the other epic skins that's currently available out there as well. So count your stars. I hope that you guys get the Neobeast skins that you want.
Yep, buy the skin and then watch how our pro players actually use the hero.
Exactly.
Yes.
And you can flex with greatness and rainbow puke.
Rainbow puke.
Yes.
Because that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Rainbow puke.
That's why my computer have all the RGB, because that's rainbow puke right there.
It does actually look really cool, you gotta admit.
It does. Why not? It looks RGB, neon, that kind of stuff going on. That's what us gamers want. RGB.
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's why they came up with that.
Exactly. Hunter knows.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only limited, right? So get your hands on that as soon as you can, because once it's over, then too bad. No more RGB for you.
Hey.
Yes. That being said, we still have game number 2 coming up now. Evo won very convincingly. It's up to Homebois. Now the onus is on them to see how they might adjust to it. Any thoughts as to what they need to change?
Yeah, so I think if you're a side of Evo, first you need to know how to maintain your lead, right? You know your team fighting is strong, and then, for the side of Homebois, they are kind of like not playing their best today, I would say, right? I think maybe they started off not on a good footing, right? But in the next game, hopefully with a much better draft, right? Because I think that last throw pick there, they had an idea in mind but didn't manage to execute, and this goes to show to me, right? Maybe what the players are thinking and what the coach is thinking is slightly different, right? Usually when you have such an experienced coach coming in, right, sometimes they will like put on their meta of what they know onto these players. But sometimes the players might not be at a high enough level to execute what the coach has in mind. These are even some things that I have faced myself as a coach. Sometimes it is either I do not understand my players well enough to put them on the matchup of what they think would win, and then there is a disconnect there, right? So for the side of Coach Dio and Homeboys right now, it is how well your players can sync up with the coach for me.
All hail Coach Dale, and I have faith in Coach Dale that he knows the team and the players well enough.
Many 2-1 wins for them across the board, right? You know,
Exactly. So this is just a start.
Correct. Definitely a chance for them to come back into this game, and I think playing against like Evo kind of really puts a testament to how your players, the grit and the strength of your players, right? Because you're playing against a team that teams fight so well. Even if you lose, you kind of like know what you are lacking, right? Evo is like this, kind of like the average of everything, right? Because you either team fight better than them, you either team fight better than them and prove that you can team fight better than them. This was one angle that I tried to go for back then when we versus them. Or you could, you know, just go safe, right? Go for this kind of single target picked off, and then from there you one by one, right? That's a possibility as well. And this is what teams like Stellar have tried to do against them, but failed to do so. But I believe in a team with better execution, this is something that they can go for. And even in the first game, they kind of like play around with this idea with the Chola's pick.
I actually do want to backtrack a little bit about the talk about the synergy and, you know, the touch between the coach and the players, right? So doesn't that mean that Evil has been drafting the best draft for themselves all the time?
Yes.
Because Powerful is his own coach.
Yeah, they themselves know. Yes, but of course with that, there are positives and negatives, right? Early on in the interview, they said about this point specifically as well, correct? I agree with you, right? With the players managing their own drafts, right? Powerful kind of like knows what is best for his team because he sees it inside the game, what is actually happening, right? But at the same time, you're lacking a lot of other different things, right? This whole bird's eye view
analysis.
Yes, correct. And this could be the reasons why you can go from a lead like yesterday, winning 1-0 and even having such a big lead in the second game, off to like getting destroyed, I would say, in the third game, right? And this is where a coach comes in the second game, knows how to reset his team for the third game, and then from there they are able to bounce back and, you know, close out the victory.
This would be their time to bounce back, right? Especially for Homeboys. And they do have the chance to go here as we're going into the drafts. I believe that is ready for us now. So we'll see if anything has changed for the Homeboys, whether or not they'll choose to go with the same maybe pick-off oriented strategy to pick apart
or Nana.
Sure, right? Yesterday, I think for the side of RSG, they have chose specifically to, you know, take out things like the Valentina, which kind of like made them question whether or not they can pick Nana, right? Other picks that you can potentially go for that are kind of like does almost the same things as the Nana. You know, they have the God also being banned out yesterday, that's for sure.
Sand rises when I give the word.
That you can consider for carry majors are like Sicilian, Xavier, definitely some of the B tier majors I will put them at, but still possible enough if the draft permits them to do so.
Khalid ban! Honestly, at this point in time, it's nothing to be surprised about. I think that Homeboys themselves knows that this Khalid is detrimental to the
punch for a
team.
punch.
As such, maybe a terrorist lies the need to ban as well.
Yeah, too much of a big teamfight impact, right? This kind of AoE teamfight ultimates coming in from an XP laner proved to be way too much for Homeboys to handle. And as such, they have decided this route to ban same as RSG, right? They always take out the Badang, always take out the Khalid. Whereas in this case, they actually opted to take out the Khalid. Martis, you know, putting a step into Evil's, Powerful's Evil, hero pool as well, right? So they kind of like have to. So the Fedrin is always on the Evil game, right? We're definitely going to see one of these teams here picking up the Fedrin. And then from there, you know, other jungler pick that comes out, Baxia, Arkai, even to a certain extent, I might predict, you know, things like the Barats might come out. I think, yeah, if we go on to the second stage of the bans, right, where too many heroes are taken out, and Evil, they still want to go for a tank jungle. This is where, you know, things like the Barats might show up. I haven't seen Powerful on the bait yet, so maybe not, right? And for the side of Homeboys here, they have actually opted to go for first pick Novaria, right? Why this is such a good pick is mainly for two reasons. You already know Powerful is gonna pick up the Fedrin wherever possible, right? Novaria is the one that is able to put on a lot of pressure for this Fedrin, and more importantly so, later on, he's able to provide the vision for his team to make sure that there are no flanks incoming, and they are still able to, prevent a team fight, kite around, right? This was the idea they had in the first game.
It's an information game that we are looking out for right now.
Correct.
But what else should we be looking out to really bolster this Novaria? Because understandably, what we always see when it comes down to Novaria is played by RSG, and they always like to mix Fredrian, Novaria, and Beatrix together.
Yes, so for the side of Homeboys, right, what you want to look for here, stable tank jungle. I think that's your #1 priority. We have seen Vinocure on the kind of like Assassin EXP laners as well, right? But without the export, without Terisla, it is being taken away, right? His actually choices of hero pool is slowly going down a little bit, right? Paquito is bent out, so here a very, very clear, obvious target ban, I would say, on Vinocure. And for the side of Homeboys to actually not continue going for the XP lane here, more and more XP laners should be taken out here, in my opinion, to put the EXP at quite a B tier hero, I would say.
So at least when it comes down to EXP lane, it's something that Evil no longer have to be worrying about. But we still have quite a lot of flex incoming from the side of Evil, which leads them to wanting to pick the mage as their third pick. And that is going to result in Grog. And this is just them wanting to get a full range of high ground of that, plus the pure, true damage that could really come out from them. Because Homeboys right now, yes, they have a Minotaur when it comes down to the tank role, but they still need a jungler. And a jungler so far would probably work great for them if they come in with more of a sustained type rather than any much of that assassin type.
Yeah, so Lancelot is still open. As I said, it immediately bent out, right? Lancelot was kind of like the perfect pick that they kind of had to go for, to put some pressure on the god as well. And without this Lancelot here, what actual other heroes can they pick out? Because if Jox does not decide to go for the assassin route, right, there's actually not many junglers left for him. Yesterday on, against the Fedrin, he opted to go for the Archive, which is kind of like a decent pick here because he's gonna prevent getting CC here. I think that's one of the most important points. Yeah, but Evil should have enough data to know that in this scenario, usually they will go for the Archive pick and therefore ban in this 5th pick right here.
Part of the picks. I do want to see if whether they have any other ideas, bright ideas that could work out for them. Homeboys, they are missing out on to the EXP as well as a jungler. So it's an either-or situation here, isn't it? It's either go for a hard-hitting EXP or a hard-hitting jungler.
Betray the world and let the world betray
because I think maybe you should have decided between banning out most of the EXP laners or most of the junglers here, because most likely in this scenario here, you have Jox probably going for the Archive here. Very, very huge chance that he will go for it there. And then what actual EXP laners are you blocking out? Blocking out this Yichong here still opens up the possibility of taking up the Alert, taking up the Lapu even, just to go for the god.
We haven't seen a Lapu in a long time.
Correct. And for some of these players in MPL here, Glue has been making kind of like a small resurgence here, right? Even though it is kind of like out of meta for a bit of time, and then now with this actually pick, Glue does not seem like too bad an idea here, right? You are playing against a team that is plays kind of slowly, right? With the Glue actually going in, he does not really get bursted down so easily if the follow-up actually comes by for the side of Homeboy.
But speaking of that, we'll see here. Really play a Glue and an Akai together, right? Because that would be making them lacking of a lot of damage.
They have Beatrix, alright, so instead they have opted to go for the Helcurt here, so Glue was correct, right? So the only difference that they made here, instead of the Archive pick, was going for the Helcurt here. So Helcurt this hero, I believe, is making its first appearance in MPL SG Season 6, right? And why is it decent as a pick here? Because for two primary reasons, alright? You have the Novaria giving out the vision on later in the team fights, and then you have the Helcurt coming in and to make sure that all the opponents are blinded, right? He's going to come in from different angles as well. That's going to be something that is not easy to prepare for, because vision game, Homeboys definitely have the advantage here.
Exactly. So you have a way to identify information. You also have a way to deny that kind of information. And that is going to lead Evil with picking up the Arlot for the final pick of the team in order to set up for even more of these team fights that is to come. As such, that is going to be an Edith Rome, a Jungle Fredrin, and an EXP Arlot.
Yeah, so 5 CCs on the side of Evil here, right? They are still going for this kind of team fight based composition, alright, and where we are gonna see much more firepower actually coming in terms of team fight potential here for the side of Evil. So I'm very excited to see how this game plays out in the form of this kind of 5v5 team fights. For the side of Homebois, for Dairy especially, he needs to be able to put out the counter initiation up now, right? Last game, he was the one trying to go for the initiation, but failed to do so. This game around, he's going for the counter initiation, right? And it will be exciting to see how he pulls this off against Team Evil.
Especially on that Minotaur as well, right? It's
the
gonna
enemy
be,
reaches the
like you like to say, Unga
Smash
Boonga
them.
Wombo Combo. Let's go into game
Let's go.
number 2. It's gonna be Homebois up against Evil. Homebois with a decisively different draft here compared to the previous one. And also, they have a lot of poke on the side of their heroes. They have it on the Novaria as well as the Beatrix to slowly chunk away at Evil before they take a fight.
Yeah, so upon second thoughts now, you know, having some time to think about this Helker pick, I actually like the pick a lot because when the side of Evil here show that God pick, why you want to pick God is when heroes that cannot really go near your vicinity, right? Because the stun range of God cannot be in melee range. That's number one, right? So having, and just now I actually mentioned about the possibility of them picking an assassin, alright? And Helker kind of falls in that nice in between here. So, you know, overall I really like this idea coming out from Homebois here.
Well, 3 cheers to Coach Dale, I gotta have to say, huh? Well, the poke potential is definitely one thing that we are looking out for, and Jogs also will have that kind of opportunity to really close in within the range and go for a kill onto whoever has been poked out. That will, plus the curtain call, Evil would not be able to have that kind of time to eventually respond to, number one, what happens to the poke and what happens after the poke. Because by that time that maybe Pex lands his Star Shatter, or perhaps even Enya landing the Renner's Apathy, you can pretty much expect Jogs to appear.
Yeah, I mean, Dairy right now though, getting stunned out by the Mystic Projectile. Pex throws a random shot of Star Shatter out to the land, but they are actually just setting up for the turtle, right? You can see them rotating up top, spawning in just under 10 seconds, but Homebois has the stronger position.
This is actually a little bit of a different kind of condition for the side of Evil. The previous game, they do have a lot of lane priorities, and that really allows Twist to get out of lane pretty effectively. But this time, when it comes down to playing as an Arlet against a Glue, you don't really want to really go too face-to-face against a Glue in fear of losing your health before a fight starts.
The Dark Knight Falls basically denies all the vision from Evil, and with that they take the turtle completely for free. Vernical was also zoning out the members of Evil. Powerful was not able to get even close to that turtle pit.
Yeah, so vision, right? This is all about the vision game at this point, right? I think Homebois at this point, they understand for Evil to fight first, what do you need to do? You need to be able to see your opponent, right? That's step number 1. Right, so because of that, we actually also see Pex here having the purple buff. I think this was something he either taken on from
like literally
by
just
accident.
He just sniped it.
Oh, he sniped it off
off
the Fedrin.
Off of Evan. Evil, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so this gives them even more of an advantage now, right? Because later on in total fights, most likely the scenario that we are gonna see here is that Jogs having the over level here on the Fedrin, and that makes them not want to contest because there are so many things that you need to fight against, right? You need to fight against the Dark Knight Falls, you need to fight against the glue being into your face all the time, right? That's going to be something that is not easy to deal with, and more importantly, Fedrin as a hero is pressured by circumstances like this.
It's painting a picture right now, you know? You imagine the team fight breaking out. First, I turn off all the lights. You can't see anything. On the other hand, I have the vision because I have Astral Echo. And then the next thing you know, Vernokill is going to be on you. Dairy's going to be there with the Minoan Fury as well. It's huge. And I'm not sure how Evil intends to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are looking at 2 hard negative pointers over to the side of Evil just based off the draft on the Homebois. But I think the main thing that we want to look out for Evil is to play within of their means and what works out for them.
Mystic Gush onto Dairy, taking out a lot of damage, but the silence of the Stinger comes through, and Jace is going to land as first blood here. Dairy goes down next, and Twist looking for some other compensation, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
So what happened there, at least so far, is that Powerful initiated a fight down onto Dairy pretty early on, and that forced JS to rush out with the Mystic gosh, they are on the brink of actually bringing Baby down, but it also became a motivation for Homeboys to actually initiate, or rather counter-initiate against Evil. That eventually puts them in a relatively tough spot, even though Evil came in, Twist came in with Final Slash. They just don't have sufficient damage to actually back up for all the core control that they have, because Carrot just don't have the tank items that can translate into damage well enough.
Yeah, look at Pax again, right? He's
just
like, yeah, he's
really
just
again?
like the orange buff there. Yeah, look at him with 2 buffs now. You
Oh my
actually think
God!
you actually thought that he was the jungler of the team actually.
Oh my goodness, Astral Echo, as well as the damage being put out here onto Evil, forcing them to back away from the turret. Pex, seriously, Pex, my goodness. Carrot being knocked out, Jerry going in with the Manure and Fury all the way through the backline. Powerful, trying to hold down the fort here. Jerry goes down. Nibiru being put out. Jox trying to find a flank all the way in the backline, but has to retreat for it now. Horrendous. All the snipes! One from Enya and one from Pex. Unfortunately, not going to land at the moment.
I do want to give a quick shout out over to Powerful though. He actually went in and jumped into the face of Pex just right in time. Just because of the fact that Carrot was just on the brink of death in the event that Pex actually managed to get the Star Shatter past Powerful. If Powerful didn't jump in, that is probably another dead player in the favor of Pex, and that is probably a snowball that we would want to see from the side of Homeboys.
Yeah, so this is what I was mentioning, right? Powerful, knowing all the time he's always ready to back up his team, right? He always knows how to play for the team, right? Items-wise, as we look across the board here, you know, nothing too interesting here in terms of item choices. You know, most of them, for the side of maybe the Powerful here, right? Because you have to remember, 2 of his buffs was stolen, right? That's why his items here are a little bit falling behind. But what I like here is the 6-slot itemization, right? Because he is very far behind, and being able to use all of his item slots efficiently is going to make sure that he can tank up and still play for the team. And, you know, I think very, very good heads-up play by Powerful here.
So at least what he has on his hands right now is going to be the Molten Essence, HP, as well as physical defense. But for now...
Homeboy's going to pull the trigger here. The knockout comes through onto Powerful. Dairy as well. The Praise's Wrath finishing him off there. Venusaur on the backline with the split as well. Going to break the team apart. Trying to run away. The flicker will get him out for the moment. And it's going to be one more turtle in favor of Super Jox.
So it's a 1-for-1 trade between the between the both of the roamers. So not much of a value out of the kills itself, but the main thing is that Homeboys came in for the objective, and that is what they want. The other thing that they want is just suffocate Powerful. Do not give Powerful any form of ways to actually get back up in terms of EXP. From now on, it is all about EXP, and it's all about keeping Powerful in check. So that Super Jox is always going to be far ahead of Powerful, which will eventually lead to that snowball that we're looking out for, where Evil have to give up all of the Lord incoming.
Yeah, so being 2 levels ahead, right, is extremely important for him as we hit, you know, 80 seconds into the first lot, right? He's gonna hit his level 15 much sooner, which gives him an advantage for probably the first 2 lots until Powerful is able to catch back up here, you know. But most importantly here, we actually see for the side of Homeboys, the first tower being taken down. One thing that I noticed for this matchup specifically is that towers cool down super slowly, right? Because 8 minutes in, 7 minutes in, the first tower has just dropped. Normally you see, because of some advantage somewhere, usually one of the towers will fall very, very early for either side of these teams in a usual game. Yep. But for the side of Homeboy versus Evil, the tower only drops quite late in, and this can be shown to how most of the time they are protecting their goal laner. Right? Here we also see a pick off on the side of Jox here, you know, using that
Dark Knight Falls.
Yes, correct, properly, you know, that's the most important point, because this is the first time we actually see Hellcat being played here. Right, and being able to show a mechanical proneness, being able to show that you know mechanically how to hit your stinger is very important as well.
And you definitely have seen before how Hellcat whips the stingers, and he's just that as a sitting duck. And with that said, that is going to be Homeboys that is trying to get up even more momentum, with the first tier and the second tier defense turret already taken down, which is definitely not going to be something great for Evil. They want to split themselves thinly, but yet they don't have the gold, they don't have the EXP. With this said and done, that is the middle lane and bottom lane taken down. Their purple buff area, their purple buff jungle is essentially, they have lost all control of that, and allowing Homeboys to trample over them as much as they want.
Yeah, so Vino here now deciding to pop the split early on because Jox is busy taking on the lot, right? He basically goes into the mid lane, right? Tells the opponent, I'm in your face, you can't come and contest this lot. And therefore, a free lot being taken here. And as we look at the map here, right? Top lane, there is still 2 towers standing. There is something you definitely want to start getting rid of, right? Take out the mid tier 2, and then with your lot marching down the bottom lane, you would want to, you know, sort of like get, if you are able to get this advantage in this third lane here, that will be a very, very big plus into how you can end the game by the second lot here for the side of Homebois.
I think that one thing that really works out for Homebois is that they have a very good way to catch and initiate against JS. The main thing about Evil's lineup is that they have JS who can actually wave clear very easily. And if they would do that, they should be able to even break one of the inhibitor turrets that will work for them very nicely.
Oh, the Manon's Ray starts to fight here. Powerful with the Appraiser's Run, tries to back out. And yeah, in the back
Oh,
line,
Davey!
with the Minoa Fury! And Twist goes down along with JS as well. Evil already screamed, put in the dirt. Jox on a killing spree here as Pex picks up 2 for himself. The snipe comes from all the way down. Doesn't quite get it yet, but it's enough to get the huge advantage over Evil.
I only asked for them to get a kill down on the god, but they went above and beyond and got 4 other members. This way, Evil have got no way to defend this. They don't have any kind of crowd control or wave clear until JS is back.
Yeah, now they want some form of revenge. Powerful looking to get something actually good. Just gonna clear out minions for now and make sure that Homebois backs away from this fight, protecting the remaining 2 of their base structures.
For a normal Lord, getting themselves inhibitors and half HP off of the middle lane and the top lane turret, inhibitor turret, I think that that's way more than a bonus that they could have gotten for themselves.
Yes, definitely so, because as I've mentioned as well, right, being able to take down this bottom tier 3, as I said, was a bonus for them, right? And with this advantage coming in, it comes back to the idea of the draft, right? Of how they wanted to, this comes back to how they wanted to play against Evil in the first place, right? Deny them vision, have vision for yourself, and you are going to always find the jump that you need, right? And preventing that vision as well prevents them from even trying to team fight back. So it will always be a one-sided team fight for the side of Homebois. So I've got to say, right, game 2 vastly different from how game 1 have turned out, and it is a very clear idea of how you want to plan the draft and how you want to execute the draft, and that comes to show, you know, how well Homebois are doing for this game in particular.
A very vast difference of cause and effect coming in from Homebois. They identified what is one of the things that will work out for them and what kind of effect will work onto Evil. They took game 1 to understand the playstyle of Evil.
Yeah, they tried to pick off style, right?
Yes. So it didn't really quite work as well, but now they're trying to just find ways to eventually break Evil apart. They knew that Evil has got great synergy. They knew that Evil works very well in team fights. As such, Homebois finds a way to disable that kind of team fight element, that team fight magic that Evil has gotten for themselves. And to top it off on top of that is a multi-layered aggression, is that they close off the lines. There's no more synergy between Evil. But before that even happens, they have got ways to eventually kind of like suppress Evil's aggression by taking over the map.
It's super important, right? Especially for a team that really tries to fight synergistically and together, right? They thrive on the ability to see one another, basically, right? You have to be able to see to help out. But when you shut down that vision, they don't. It's going to be utter chaos for them. Now we're looking at the items already going into the later part of the game. Most of them are building out all their damages. Looking at Jox now is absolute menace.
Let's see. Jox is almost going to be on full slot, right? While in the meantime, unfortunately for Frederick, he's still only on his second full item and is slowly building up into the next. And with the last slot item, it doesn't seem like he's building into the Dom Eyes or anything of that sort. It seems as though he's just going to go straight in for the Blade Armor.
Right now, the teams are fighting at the structures of Evil. The Lord's coming down on the bottom side, comes through already, and Homebois looking to take that down. Astral pop, very pure in the split. Very posturing for the huge Minoan Fury again, and manages to get that Jox double kill immediately. And now Twist tries to go for the backline to get Enya, but it doesn't matter because Homebois take it right to the base and secure themselves game number 2, knocking that up to a 1-for-1 across the board. Super strong showing, and really a statement, right? Comeback from Homebois against Evil.
I think game number 1's draft was quite, it's really a 50-50 kind of thing, right? It's depending on execution. Game number 2's draft is a lot more synergistic towards one side, and we have a very good idea as to what Coach Dale was trying to go for, and it worked out tremendously well.
Yeah, so if you're Team Evil here, or even the teams who are watching this game now, right, you realize one thing, right? Hellcat, the theory of Hellcat, right, does very, very well against Evil. You know, teams that teamfight very strong.
Uh-oh.
Don't let them see.
Information for everyone, huh?
Correct. So if you are Team Evil now, right, you gotta think for yourself, right? In the future, teams are most likely gonna maybe plan to use this pick against you because it has proved to be such an effective way of dealing with the way that your playstyle, right? And because of this, you know, do you come up with a counter plan, or do you, you know, in the future permaban it, right? And that's gonna be the story of showing why this is one of those prime example of how a hero fits this team's counters this team's playstyle so much that you kind of have to go against it.
Itemizations wise, it's really unfortunate how Evil didn't really have much to work with. They have a total of 10,000 gold deficit, with a total of 2 turrets taken and not a single Lord, not a single turtle. Right at the start of the game, Evil did not manage to get control of their own game, of their own objectives.
Of their own jungle as well.
And
Two buffs stolen.
jungle.
Yeah,
the amount
stolen.
of orange buff is to the amount of purple buff that they have managed to get for themselves. It's really unfortunate, but this is not about the fact that Evil didn't play well, I feel. It is more of the fact that Homebois played very well, and Evil just did not see that coming.
Yeah, Pax basically played as the second jungler of this game. Yeah.
The jungle, also a bit of the roam because you get the vision checking the brushes with the Star Shadow as well.
Yes, exactly. So I think ultimately, you know, all across the board, you know, Homebois have shown that they are able to come back, right? The score now is 1-1, right? And as I said right before, without this Evil coach coming in, right, are you able to reset your mental, right?
Oh,
but before that, right, let's take a look at the emblems as well, right? Anything in particular that any of you want to point out?
Weapon Master onto the Novaria, right? He's trying to get the 5% additional bonus out of his items, so I'm not too sure about that, because I thought that maybe you'll want to be a little bit more defensive on that source, because I mean, I'll be honest here, I absolutely love Tenacity, and I will pretty much slot in the Tenacity on any hero that I play.
Yeah, so obviously because maybe their game plan, right, was that there is a huge chance that we are going to win this draft. Novaria knows that he's not going to be threatened this game, therefore he can go for a more damage build where he's able to poke out the opponents, not only poke them out, but being able to secure this high. Basically, you make Evil not being able to come back because they are going to get poked so much that they cannot even team fight back in return. Right. Right now, we are also going to take a look at the post-game stats to see, you know, how well Homebois has done in terms of objectives-wise, right? Take a look at the damage to tower for both sides, right? For the side of Evil, they were not able to start a tower snowball at all. You know, this 2,800 damage probably come from the laning phase, where maybe for the side of Enya, maybe he left to join a team fight slightly earlier. You get a little bit of tower damage, and that was all you did the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not directly translated over to the amount of turrets that they have got, unfortunately, because yes, they may have dealt 2,800 damage to turrets, but they did manage to get some lane priority in order for some of the minions to actually do the work for them instead. That's why they have got a total of 2 turrets taken down. But with that all said and done, I think that one thing I want to look out for, MVP, Pax, yeah, sorry. I don't need to ask.
Pax has to be, right? Yeah, there's a chance it's Jox, right?
There's a chance, yes.
There's a chance, yeah. Even Dairy to a certain extent.
There's a
because,
chance it's Dairy.
because huge team fight participation, the Minions Fury, right? Constantly jumping to two to three of them, right? But for that snowball to even start,
it's Pax.
Yeah, it has to be Pax.
It has to be Pax. Without Pax going for a steal time and time again onto the purple and the orange buff, it set the stage for that's my boy.
Yeah.
It sets the stage whereby if Pax didn't manage to get the steal onto the jungle, I don't think that they will be able to even get the snowball to begin with to really like kind of like space Fredrin and the Hellcat apart, and it could have been a closer game without Pax.
Yeah, so we actually see because of Powerful not getting the farm that he needs, right? He's not able to be the frontliner for the team moving forward, correct? And that kind of like puts a stop to that Evil momentum that we were talking about, because normally you see Powerful opening up the map with his team being able to back up him. He will always be the bait of the team, right? But how can you be a bait if you don't have the items?
Yes.
Right? So ultimately for this was the name of the game for how Evil wants to play. And I think slowly and surely teams are starting to figure it out to how they want to play. But whether you can counter it is a different issue.
Yeah, we're gonna see the highlights of the match here so far in this previous game. Rolling that video to see what exactly went down in all of these highlight fights.
Now, this is one of the first few initiations coming in from Evil that really sets them apart from Homebois. And it really gave them an understanding as to how much firepower do we have. Even with just JS with the Mystic Gush, do we even have enough to actually melt down the first guy, which is Dairy? They try to catch someone out, but you see, every time JS unleashes the Mystic Gush, he tickles them, but it's not quite enough to really bring an end to someone's life.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, this was the fight that they needed to kind of like get advantage somewhere to make the game even at the start. But the moment we come to this kind of 10-minute mark, right, the moment you see they going in with the Minions Fury, there was no chance at all for even Evil to even plan a counter attack at all.
And they even had got Veer to just jump over to the back line. They know their roles oh so well, and they play within of their roles. They stick to their roles, and whenever necessary, give back up, find the other ways that they can eventually help to win in the game and, you know, contribute over to the team fights. And that's how I say, Homebois, they leveled up a lot with 3 of the existing members originally from SMG, and looking at them playing in Homebois right now, I even had a talk with one of my friend from SMG. He's very surprised with how well our friends over here, Jogs, Dairy, as well as Enya is doing.
Yeah, so I mean, it has to be the imports, right? The only difference is the imports coming in, you know, leveling up the team, right? And this is...
They had a lot of practice as well.
Correct. This is how you see, right? Whether or not bringing imports in can bring effectiveness to the players that you already have back in Season 5, when they were still in SMG, it was a fully led Singaporean team, right? And because of that, they were not, the level up is not as much as you see here.
Yeah, it definitely helps, right? Even if you have the players from, abroad, you still need to gel together as one team, and they've been doing that so much that it shows. Well, it's up to Evil now to kind of reset, and like you said, we'll see whether they can reset their mental game here. We're going to come back with you after a quick break, so don't go away. This is going to be the tiebreaker game between Homebois and Evil.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, so this is how we roll. Now, we have met yesterday, and you guys know who I have beside me. None other than Mr. Lalang himself.
No. Please know me as Prata, as you said yesterday.
Prata, oh yeah, it's a Singapore thing. Maybe, you know, after you share me, then I realized that our friends from Malaysia call it Lalang.
Yes, because it's international term right now.
Yeah, Singapore no space, all the Lalang gone already. So we only have Prata, but in Malaysia it's Roti Canai.
Yes, it's Roti Canai.
Also need to flip. So that's the difference, you see. Same, but different here in Singapore. Now, I see you don't have your jackets anymore on. So which side are you standing on now, Mr. Lalang?
Actually, I cannot hide it because on my shirt it said Homebois, but please win on my behalf, not your behalf.
On your behalf?
Because if they lose, I don't know what to wear. I don't have any jacket or anything to, to cover up myself.
Oh, if not, he will leave our venue here naked.
Yes.
That's a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Alright. It's okay. But still, I still have one more phrase to teach you about Malaysia.
Yes.
This is the second one lah. Just like yesterday it says, hey, what's up guys? But today is sebab boleh dek.
Sebab boleh dek.
Because can. Actually, that's the meaning.
Oh, sebab boleh dek.
Sebab boleh dek.
Sebab boleh dek. Must do the neck thing also.
Sebab boleh dek.
Okay. All right, hopefully I'm on board now.
Yes.
So yes, you are now supporting Homebois, and you know what do you have to say? For the upcoming matchup, like, are you excited?
I'm not excited for them. I'm excited for myself because I'm coming from Malaysia, and also I'm wearing their jersey, so I'm hoping for them to win because if they lose, I will go back to my country. Which why I'm spending my money to come into your country and watching them lose?
Why?
I want to make my money worth my time.
Don't ask me, ask them.
I'm joking only. No.
Okay, so now the question, we have a lot of our Malaysian side Homebois fans currently tuning in. So you have to make a choice, all right? Homebois SG or Homebois MY?
My answer is really simple actually. Where I'm at right now.
Oh, where you're at right now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, what's the but also can?
Sebab boleh dek.
Sebab boleh dek. So that's the right answer to your question. The true Mr. Lalang right here. Then
I'm afraid because if I say Homebois MY is more better, I'm afraid I'm not even gonna make it to my country back.
I also worried for you.
So I have to say SG is the best, number one. Even your nasi ayam is the best in the world.
Oh, then next question. Singapore nasi lemak or Malaysia nasi lemak?
I haven't tried your country nasi lemak, but I know one thing for sure. Your nasi ayam is the best in the world.
Oh, best in the world. I think your countrymen are shooting darts at you right now.
It's alright.
It's alright?
Because I'm still loved by both countries. Please don't hate me. Because if you hate me, I will haunt you at night or day.
At night?
Yeah.
And day?
Yes.
As you see just now earlier, they did the night version of the haunting.
It's alright. Haircut is nothing more. Just bend. Just bend haircut.
All right, fantastic. So yes, thank you. I guess we got the stamp of approval from you, Mr. Poji, yourself, that we do Singapore in terms of our food is better than Malaysia in general.
But by the way, before we end our session, may I know for your country as well, do you have any signature phrase?
Signature
I also want to learn something from you.
Signature phrase, actually don't really have. It's just all the la le la.
I saw it. Gerek say, not like that.
Gerek say, that one is not even in English. We don't really have anything that's special. Malaysia have that flavor, sebab boleh deh. Right.
But for Singapore, just make up something lah. Just make me happy.
wow, make it happier. Wow, really does anything. Oh, I know, Singapore, very classic. Ken is Ken lah.
Ken is Ken lah.
Ken is Ken lah.
Wow. So simple one.
Still simple. So yeah, that's all the time we have
Thank you very
today,
much.
Poji. Amazing stuff. So I guess your heart's still with Homeboys. Thank you.
Please win.
Please win. You tell them that. Right up front on the front row. So thank you so much for joining us today.
You. Bye. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Poji.
Mak, adik masuk TV.
Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Poji. So what was very interesting earlier, we do see our reaction of Homebois SG was simply just turning off the lights and stealing all of the objectives and jungle. What will happen right now in Game 3 for this tiebreaker match? I'll throw it over to the casters to take it away.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Now we're into game number 3, the final tiebreaker between Evil and Homebois SG. Can they win this? Ken is Ken lah.
Ken is Ken lah. Sebab boleh deh. Sorry, I'm laughing at a completely different thing. But while the ban is still going on, because okay, right now there's nothing too out of the ordinary when it comes down to the bans, right?
Usual bans, right? Coming out from Evil, okay.
Exactly. So.
Right.
I actually want to take this moment, to address what Puji said about, Singapore has the best chicken rice, which I agree. Singapore has the best chicken rice. In the meantime, Malaysia also have the best chicken rice. Both of them the same. Why? Because every time when I buy chicken rice, for some reason, the one that tends to stall is a Malaysian.
Your team is picking.
Wow. That's a great way of shooting your own countrymen down.
No, I mean, they are in Singapore, so Singapore's chicken rice is the best. But just so happened they're also Malaysian, so Malaysia's chicken rice is also the best.
I don't know about that. I've
Diplomatic.
had great chicken, like Hainanese chicken rice. It's really the best.
It is. But they're also standard by Malaysians.
Okay, that one I'm not sure. Maybe the cook is Singaporean.
Yeah.
Maybe the chef is Singaporean.
Maybe.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll see what's cooking here between Evil and Homeboys. This in the draft here. Evil taking out
The falling stars
Xborg as
brought
well
us
as
here.
Keys,
Your
and
team
already
is
picking
picking.
up the Novaria for themselves.
Yeah, so for the side of Homeboys here, right, seeing this Novaria pick, something that they did in the
I will
first game,
protect
in the
this
second
world.
game itself.
Your
So
team is picking. All of it.
for the side of both teams here, actually we see the heroes change out a little bit, right, on each side, right? Instead, this time around, they opted to go for each other's draft, right? The Edith and the Brody. Previous game was taken up by Evil, but this time around actually is taken by Homeboys instead. So we'll see whether or not they will continue this same kind of draft. I believe the Minotaur was picked up at this phase as well. But for the side of Evil here, they have actually opted to go for the Terisla here. So for Terisla, one of the things we have been seeing, from the side of Stellar also, is that they put it actually on the roam position, roam/position 4.
Yeah.
Right? So this is something that you kind of like don't see every day.
Let's go.
While it gives you that early game damage
Your
and kind of
team
like
is
lane
picking.
lane dominance to rotate slightly a little bit faster, but later in the game, you're gonna get kited a lot of the times, right? And whether or not this proves to be effective is still remains to be seen.
I think that we still have so at least for the side of Evil, we're looking at we're just left with a roamer as well as a jungler. For a very fact that technically there's still a flex possibility, like you said, about the Terisla. So I'm gonna leave that up to chance and of course up to the thinking of Homeboys how they want to draft against Evil. But regardless of that fact, maybe a bans out onto junglers would be great, because back to the KTV that we talked about, we're gonna have to take a look and focus on to what powerful is Raid has and how he should be able to mitigate the amount of potential and the growth that he has in the early to the late stages of the game. Speaking of which, they have yet to pick out a Fredrin even in the first stage of picks.
Yeah, this is interesting to me, right? Because after they saw the Novaria pick, they know like, oh, the Fredrin will kind of like have a different game. But at the same time, right, Homeboys is being challenged here because while they could have taken their jungler here in the third pick, the problem with this is that the Novaria and the Iritel is being picked up so early on for the side of Evil, right? They have decided to go with their win conditions so early on in the draft that immediately for the side of Homeboys, you respond with your backline divers, right? Instead of going for the junglers now, potentially you could have went for the Lancelot there, but they have opted to go for a more safe kind of a
pick with the Yuzong, right? Making sure that no matter what, you can dive to the back line, right? And then with this, I think they can continue to follow that up with even more, because the EDIF kind of have to be on the roam position now, right? You can follow this up maybe by adding on to a land slot, but I think for the side of Evil here, you'll probably ban that out. You know, Jox has shown to be efficient on the land slot, you know, even taking off a win of bleed with this land slot pick in particular. So I'm expecting Evil to ban it out and then challenge whether or not Homebois is able to pick
The southern seas are my
Now,
domain.
Evil seems to be focusing a little bit more on towards the mage side, which I hope that they don't kind of like
That's
go
fine.
half here, half there, right?
Yeah, that's
Just
fine,
go
because
straight for the
Kalita
mage
is
band.
still a pretty good burst mage, right?
Yes.
Normally you pair up this EDIF with the Kalita because it provides both different things, right?
Yeah.
One of them does this slow damage,
See
you want
value
to
in
build
me?
first and then suddenly
Your
going for
team
the
is
burst.
You should.
And then for the side of Kalita is you just want to go full burst, right? You need an early Athena to kind of like counter this Kalita.
Now, when we're talking about junglers now, we know that Evil really like to steer more into the sustainable jungle route. Now, when it comes to sustainable jungle route, what's left right now that I can possibly think of right now is going to be the Akai. Akai is one of that is possible, but is that really going to be that much effective against Homebois, or are they going to be looking out for, you know, something a little bit different here?
Yep. I earlier on, you know, right before even Game 1 has started, I mentioned this Barat pick here, right? And I talked about it a little bit, right? When all the junglers are being banned out, right? This is a hero that we could potentially see
Your
powerful
team is
falling
back
back onto.
time.
Now the question is if whether they want to go for that. And you know what will be fun? Ube.
Friendship
I mean,
is
we're
a
talking
magic
about
string that
Barats,
binds
right?
us
So
together.
generally
Is
speaking,
picking.
they even have a Teresa that can eventually set them up. Got a bit of the tankiness on that side, and perhaps even more sustainability. And what makes it even better is that Homebois actually picked up the Angela for themselves. So they don't really have to be too... I mean, they can kind of lean either way. Do they want to go aggressive into the jungle, whereby the Angela might not be able to respond very nicely in the early
This is the
stages?
Emperor's
Or are they
order.
going to respect the puppet strings coming out from that?
Yeah, so they have opted to go for something a little bit different here. The Archive pick, basically you want to disengage when the opponent tries to go on you. When they see the Black Dragon form, right, it is time for them to run. Because with the Black Dragon form, Angela is definitely in the dragon as well, right?
Exactly.
Most likely so, right?
I am
And
the
you just need to
raging
be able
fire,
to... So
the
the game plan
manifestation
for Evil
of
is pretty
ancient
simple, right?
myths.
Bait them into a fight or disengage, right? They have chosen the disengage route
A lot
even
of
more.
disengage tools.
Yeah, with the Valor, right? As again, right, this
And
is
poke.
the... Yeah, this is the problem that I had earlier on with the Stellar game as well, right? When you have too much counter initiation, how can you initiate? Yes, they do have the Terisla here, but it is only one.
Just
right?
one.
You always have to wait for your opponent to jump in, disengage, and then hope to catch them back. But with just the Terisla being your hero to catch the opponent or even into the back line, because with the Khalid it was a little bit different, right? The range of how the Khalid can reach the back line is vastly different from how a Terisla can reach the back line.
Must tend
right?
to the future.
And finally so, right? Earlier I talked about this, right? A possible assassin pick. Because the mistake here is that you choose your 2 cores too early, right? You picked up the Novaria, you picked up the Iridia way too early, and this kind of like opens up a possibility for the opponent to test a jungler pick, alright? But the problem is, usually in MPL SG meta, we usually do not see Link doing so well.
Exactly.
And the last time Jox has actually played the Link, I was there. I drafted the Link for him, right? It was with Angela as well, right? This was back in Season 3.
So this is a testament for you.
We won. Yeah, we won.
To find out if whether it continues onwards with that win.
Yes, correct. Jox, please win with this Link, alright? At least show people that I have maybe taught you Link a little bit.
Oh, then you know that he can play it, right? I mean, you
Yes.
won the game, so that's a pretty safe pick going into that. And I think on the
5
faces of
seconds
Evil,
till
it
the
doesn't
enemy
seem like they
reaches
saw
the
that coming as well.
battlefield. Smash
They
them.
look pretty, I think, taken
All
aback.
troops.
So let's see if they have what it takes to come up against this very calculated game plan from the side of Homebois. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, this is the final game of this series between Homebois SG as well as Evil. They've clocked it up to 1-1. Now we'll see who takes the cake.
Now, both of the junglers have opted to go for the gold lane buff to start off to really end the rotation over to the EXP, leading off more of an expectations that they are trying to get a more of a heavy lane towards the EXP to eventually try to fight for objectives, which is very core for what we want to see from Evil, but not necessarily from Homebois. We have a little bit more of a safer route that they are trying to go for here whenever they are trying to play the link. Because they have an Angela when it comes down to the middle lane, so that also means that they lack that kind of burst damage as well as that speed rotation that is available and is needed in order to win in the early stages.
Yeah, so not only that, right, having the link start out on the orange buffers and then moving on to purple would basically for the next few minutes, right, for this next 1 minute, you'll probably see Link on the blue buff and he's able to actually potentially move around the map slightly faster and then go for a kill. Top lane here, we actually see Iritel being a little bit more aggressive, and as Link finishes off his buffing, there is a chance that he can go on to the top lane and get a gank in. But however, he has decided to go for the more safe, conventional Link route, you know, farm everything on the map, make sure you skill up, make sure you get your items before you are effective.
Yeah, that is also the beauty of Link, right? You are able to traverse around the jungle and it doesn't necessarily break your rhythm or flow because you can clear out every single one of these creeps before the turtle even pops out. So I would love to see how Homebois actually want to play this out. And in fact, Evil's lineup is something that I absolutely love because actually for what I see, yes, they have a lot of disengaging tools, but from what I see is that Akai has a very multifaceted tool whereby you can use it as a retreat tool, disengage tool, but it also helps you to catch opponents if it's timed right.
Homeboi's already pulling the trigger. Dairy knock up onto Carrot, flicker away. Is it going to be another Cyclone Eye? Gets him out, but Varian Cure in the backline as well. Powerful with the heavy spin. The Heart Guard is here to protect him, so no Star Shatter is going to take him apart for the moment. Turtle still standing, successfully reset here by Homebois. It was at first leashed over here by Powerful, so they're still going to contest for it. The onward onto Powerful here. Varian Cure, oh my gosh, twist with the flicker and the knockup. Will it be enough though? Jox goes down in for Powerful. First blood is going to be given up by Varian Cure to Carrot, and it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Jesus actually takes the turtle.
Now, I would like to commend Homebois initially, right? Because they are just working it on, even though the very first team fight that they went for didn't yield any substantial value out of kills, but they did manage to force two-person, Carrot and JS, to expand the flicker. That way, they will be able to set themselves up even better for the turtle fight.
Yeah, so definitely because you have expanded the flicker, right? In the next 2 minutes, you need to the Link, right? Jox here has to get catches on with the Angela. It's because no flicker, you're just gonna easily pop over to the front of his face and then easily get a kill, right? So in the next 2 minutes, it will be important to see how Jox, after he finishes his buff, how is he going to find the engagement on any of these calls on Evil.
But one of the other things that we gotta look out for is, yes, no flickers, but we are also looking at a team that is very heavy on to disengage. Namely Powerful as well. I would want to see how they would want to utilize Powerful's heavy spin. What kind of priority does he want to look out for? Do he want to pop his heavy spin in order to make sure that Jox do not activate any of his blades?
Oh, speaking of that, it's gonna use that on Dairy here. Rim against the wall. Jesus gets credit for it. Standout Pax goes down as well. It's 2 on the side of Homebois. Enya tries to hide under the safety of his turret, but the damage is too much for him to take. And it's 3 Evil now dominating this early game.
That was initially a buy one, get one free. But it became a buy one, get 2 free. And that is really unfortunate for the side of Homebois. Evil still managed to get those amazing catches, and all thanks to Powerful. And we go back to the topic about Powerful knows what he needs to do for his team. He knows what's best for his team. And having an Akai that allows you to either play very defensively or yet very aggressively with your heavy spin to catch out that one person and deny any form of melee damage or melee contact from Homebois is very, very crucial for them.
Powerful secures this turtle here with the Retribution. Jox barely making it in time. He didn't use the Retri. I guess he realized that it was too little, too late. So right now, it's still Evil with the gold lead here, about 2,000 to 3,000 with 2 turtles in their name.
Yeah, so we actually already see the Angela having the fleeting time, right? So this proves that he is ready to engage, right? The moment Jox finds a chance, right? On the side of Jox, he actually have a Cohesion Scythe already, right? He's slowly starting to build up towards the, I believe, the Wind Walker as well. And then this is where he starts to get that damage ramped up a little bit more. And from there, he needs to be able to find these key picks off, because EVO is doing what they are doing right now, right? What they're strong at. They are playing 4-man, they are playing 5-man, and then they are engaging together. And that is the problem that Homebois have, because Homebois is going for this single target style akin to what they did in Game 1.
Very no cure going across the Black Dragon form, going for powerful XP, but now he's stunned out. The knockup onto Coconut and Carrot as well. Petrified to stop them, but here comes Swiss with the penalty zone. Stops him in his tracks and will put him down. So it's one more. Again, 6-1 now for Evil. Going on to Dairy, the knockup and the damage as well. Star Shatter, you know, just to make sure that they manage to seal that.
With 2 kills and forcing out a flicker coming from the side of Pex is definitely gonna be great over the side of Evil. They will definitely make full use of this situation and try to press the attack even more. So much that they have decided to infiltrate the enemy purple jungle and try to take that one out.
Oh, Coconut almost getting Enya that forces the flicker! But it's Star Shatter that's gonna snipe him down. And now top side, the knockup on to Powerful as well, forces the heavy spin out of him. Twist takes out the front line. Pex is going to be put in the dirt, and it's a trade across, but I think definitely look at Enya. Pex going down on the side of Homebois.
Yeah, so it comes back to the draft, right? Because the moment you see them, Homebois going for this kind of single target kind of a comp, going to the side lanes to farm a little bit more before they want to start the engagement, the composition falls apart, right? For one very simple reason. Evil's gonna group up S4, S5, they're gonna team fight, they're gonna force and dive onto your buffs, right? And for the side of Homebois here, actually, having the link, the moment they group up at the purple buff, it's going to be like a 4 or 5 man always on the purple buff.
Now, I want to throw a question over to you. You know, the generic idea that we have about mages is wave clear burst, which is not something that Angela have. But what does Angela have is a superior range. In some sorts, he got global presence. But is that really what is going out for Homebois in this instance to substitute a mage for an Angela?
Yeah, so we got to talk about this whole position 1 to 5, right? Having the Angela as your position 4, before we even continue, there's fight going on as we see Jox, you know, going in with the Angela, but unfortunately not having enough damage.
Actually.
Yes, correct. So not having enough damage, and then at the same time, the purple buff is spawning as well.
Not gonna be able to get that so far, so Evil gonna make the best use of that, go into the jungle and remove all these resources from Jox as well. I mean, so far he seems to be farming pretty well, right? Despite all the aggression and the pressure from him, he's a level ahead of Powerful as well. So still being able to farm despite that, but it needs to convert into something.
Now, we still have some time for the Lord, and we'll get back to the question. You know, usually we'll have the mage as a position 3 and then EXP as position 4. But there are some special instances where we actually flip the script, and it's for this one.
Yeah, so for the side of Homebois here, you actually have your Link as your position 1 and then Brody as the position 2, right? So you got to make up farm from somewhere. So this is where Angela, as the mage player, gives up the farm here, and then you actually have, you see Enya actually rotating a lot between the lanes this game, because he is the one actually helping to clear the mid wave sometimes to make sure that on the side of Homebois, they are distributing their farm evenly, and especially in this game where they have a little bit less farm, they need to be able to prioritize all of their utility losses as well.
Catch onto Carrot here, throw back, it's enough to shut him down. Super Dogs gets credit for it, passes on here, touches the blades used onto Powerful, and he's gonna pile on the damage here. Very no cure with the Black Dragon form. I think they're gonna leave it as it is for now. The Lord has spawned, they don't want to risk dropping any bodies.
And with that said, that means that there is quite a lot of different macro decision coming in from Homebois as compared to the past 2 games. With the switch of that priorities, having Enya dropping to pause 2, while Jox pause 1, and of course Pex being pause 4, which was an amazing player, by the way, in the pause 2 position. They dropping him completely changes the entire team dynamic, which does kind of seem like is a little bit detrimental to them, don't you think?
fighting for the Lord now though. Jox comes in, goes all the way to the back line onto Jace's, and it's gonna be Jace's taking first blood onto Darian. Monks is powerful, secured by Super Jox here. Here comes the hard guy to protect him and say, fight for the Lord! And it's gonna be Jox managing to take that one for the team.
It is kind of unfortunate for the side of Homeboys now. They are having a few steps behind. 2,800 gold differences, and that is quite a decent deficit. And let's not forget about the fact that all of the first tier defense turret is actually down for the side of Homeboys. Hopefully this Lord can actually help to equalize the scoreline just by a little bit, helping Super Jox to get up the farm that he needs in the first one.
Yeah, definitely take up even more farm as well, because as a link, you constantly need to be ahead of your opponents, because by the time they build some defensive items, you're not able to one-shot anyone, and especially when you are playing a composition where there is an Angela backing you up furthermore, you need to be able to make plays like this that you see on the screen, going for this kind of solo plays, taking away Coconut, and then, easily getting away.
The revenge comes through though. They're trying to crash onto him, but Super Jox managing to
perfect
get
play
away.
here. Yeah, perfect play here by Jox, right? And doing exactly what they need to do for that composition and to also open up space as well on the map, right? This gives you that kind of timer where you are able to play for the later parts of the game where you have 3 damage dealers, on the side of Homeboys, where you have the Yuzong, the Brody, and the Link constantly doing out damage for the team. But the only problem with this is that you do not have that magic burst damage that we are so used to on packs, right?
Yeah.
And basically, somebody else has to carry the game, which is Jox in this particular instance, because we are so used to seeing him play the tank jungle. Right? He's always on the utility, even on the archive sometimes. But suddenly now you're shifting him over to, if Jox don't carry, we don't win.
I think that is still technically, it's 12 minutes in, so technically it is still counted as pretty early for us to even pass a verdict if whether this change is actually detrimental or is good for Homeboys, right? So it still requires some time. The very fact that Homeboys have managed to steal the Lord under the noses of Evil and to drag the game to this point, I think, and they don't even lose all of the second tier turret, I kind of count it as a win.
Yep, so as the game evolves, right, and it goes longer and longer, I don't even think that the next lot will not determine who wins the game, unless it's like a clear, maybe somebody's out of position, you go for like a 5-4-0 fight, the classic Evil style, right, where they're able to somehow get one pick off, and then from there they're able to snowball and then suddenly get everybody off the map, right? That's a possible win condition that you have, but on a more, neutral note, right? You're going to probably see the lot being contested. It should be a 50-50, but even pushing to the lot with the lot will be a bit tough, because at your base defense, this is where your Valor will pop off. This is where the Iritel and the Novaria kind of pop off, right?
Yep. I think there's also another thing that we're going to have to take an idea, or rather be conscious of, is the fact that Powerful is actually under level as compared to Super Jox. He's still at level 14, and trying to go for a fight against the Lord right now is not going to be very good, as it's not going to be able to compete in terms of a retribution fight. There needs to be more dancing around that is required from Powerful. He needs to dance around more to get that passive EXP gain in order to reach level 15, which is very, very close.
Yeah, even so, right, Archive against the Link, right, with the heavy spin, you are not actually able to block up the Link from going for the retreat. That was one of the primary reasons of why Link was even considered a pick in the first place, right? Because time and time again, you see in the retreat battles, in the first lot, Powerful was not having an Archive, you want to be able to use your heavy spin to block out, correct, and then go for the free retreat. Correct. But in this instance, Link and
it's in the air.
Yeah, one of the other heroes that can do the same as well is the Benedetta as well.
And they're gonna go for it now. They're surging forward. Super Jox going all the way in the backline. Jace is gonna be shut down first. It's Jox taking that one for himself, and now they've got one member down on the side of Evil. Dairy going in, he falls to the hands of Evil, and it's gonna be even now across the board, 4-4, fighting for this. Homeboys had a lead in the beginning, but Evil coming back in here.
I really need to understand why and how Dairy actually got himself in a very difficult spot. And okay, so it was it was the gust. It was the gust that is on the floor that eventually put him in a very tough spot. It was an ill-timed situation where that gust actually happened.
Jock's being spotted out, forced to use the Tempest of Blades here. But might not be able to get close enough to the lot in time for this, but they're still hanging around, seeing what they can do. And it's powerful. Who's gonna win the retreat battle this time? Finally, one edge over Homeboys.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit weird here, right? Because with the lot on the side of Evo, I was actually predicting Homeboys to actually take the lot and then having trouble to push into their base. But now, with the lot on your side, right, the Novaria and the Valor's going to try to poke out the enemy as much as possible. And there is actually a possibility where if the Yuzong with his Black Dragon form doesn't get the jump that he wants, there is a chance that they will fail this fight here if the Link and Angela combo does not take out the Iridial or the Novaria.
So it is kind of like an all or nothing kind of fight that is about to come. And Homeboys, they don't have a lineup that can actually clear things up very fast too.
For the dive all the way in, Virno Cure, Petrify as well onto Coconut, the knockout comes through, drops here for the damage to back that up. Coconut is the first to be put in the dirt. Twist also in some trouble. The Lord is marching onto the pace of Homeboys here, and they have to defend against the minions. Oh my goodness, they are cutting it really close. This is insane. Evil recognizing that, pushing their advantage up to the base, but it's too little too late. And now Homeboys, Jox comes back in, powerful throwback, the damage, the knockup. Jox trying to close that out together with the hard guard, and it's gonna be a monster kill. Takes care of that jungle from the side of Evil, and Homeboys, they recognize they have this opportunity to start crashing down on this mid lane here.
I'm honestly baffled with the gamble that Homeboys made, but the question is it worth it?
Yeah, so definitely worth it for them in terms of, because either way their base was going down, right? But that was pretty high risk, I have to say, right? If you're, as I said, the win condition there was everybody getting the jump that they needed, right? And even though it worked out almost perfectly, right? They got the jump that they wanted. As you can see, the throne almost actually went down. It was like 2 hits away at best, right? If any other decision, maybe if Coconut was alive, and they actually tried to push in, there was a chance they would have lost the game right there. But overall, I get the idea behind the play. I think it makes sense, but definitely a little bit high risk.
I don't think that this is something that we will ever see from the previous SMG. This is a very different kind of playstyle, a very different kind of gamble that we're coming in from looking out for Homeboys. They've evolved. They are not just evolved, they're luminous.
Yeah. As we go forward as well, right, the next lot will actually be the 18-minute lot. Right, so even more evolved slot, right?
Yes.
More than Luminous, right? And in this next stage, right, the theme of the fight, right, will always be whether or not Powerful can get impact in the game, right? Because right now, even with the heavy spin, he is not putting off a target that, you know, when the dragon flies in, you need to be able to disengage the fight, right? It is usually the Valor doing it. You need to find some way to be able to protect your Novaria, protect your Iridial from the likes of Homeboys. You know, the Link's gonna jump in, the Idif's gonna jump in, the Yuzong's gonna jump in, right? Everybody reaches the backline so easily. And as an Archive, you need to be able to distance the fight between your frontline and your backline.
I think the one thing that kind of like separates Evil and Homeboys is that Evil has got a way to actually stop the backlines from going down from the hands of Homeboys. While Homeboys is kind of like an all or nothing kind of thing, where Veer has to jump over the back, then he kind of holds around the ground, while he kind of just hangs around Enya, while Super Jocks go to the back together with Veer.
Hanging around here, this is the Lord done. The Lord for the, you know, more than luminous Lord, like you pointed out. Jock is slowly making his way as well to the objective, having cleared his buffs. And Evil, they're really just taking their time to bait this out, waiting for them to engage. The Winter Trinket baits out that from Super Jocks here, and he flickers out his Jock, falling for the bait, and he has been put, the pain's been put on him. Now Twist getting the better of Dairy here. Homeboys, they've been shut down 3 members, and Evil, this is their window of opportunity to make them pay the price for it.
Oh, Super Jocks put to sleep right after the Winter Trinket was actually just popped immediately. And now Pex is going to be the next one on the hit list while Coconut pushes on the bottom.
This is it! Coconut, one man, marching into the base. That insane play there by Evil, waiting for Homeboys to engage, and they fell right into the hands of this team. This is Evil magic. This is Evil indeed.
What enabled them for all of that?
was
the Archive.
Yeah, the Archive. Yes, exactly. Something that I talked about, right? The moment your Archive has an impact in the fight, this is the result.
Oh god. Okay, so at least the term that we know of is the fact that Jogs made a call. He wants to go into the back lines, and I think that he was relatively premature because he didn't wait for the Yu Zhong to come in to kind of maybe soak up
JS
some...
had the Winter Truncheon there. That was the
Yeah,
most important
exactly.
point, right? He probably didn't take a look at the items. He went in, immediately got suppressed, and then he was
And
kind of
he's
stuck there.
sit and duck.
Yes. So that was one of the main reasons why the last team fight was so crucial, right? And then, of course, with Powerful's impact, right? Getting the heavy spin on 2, I think with the Angela inside, so that technically counts as 3.
Exactly.
Right? And because of that, the team fight was easier for them to win. And because of that, we also have to think about one thing, right? Last time, Homebois as Team SMG lost to EVO in the playoffs, right? And then now in the regular season, you know, at this point, do we need to consider, you know, the kryptonite of Homebois? Is it the magic of evil?
The magic of evil.
Come
We're
full
calling
circle.
it that. The magic of evil. This is absolutely insane. I think this game really blew our minds. I definitely did not see that one coming.
Me neither. The gamble is number one, and just the impact of the Archive, right as you said it as well. I think that this is kind of like a series of unfortunate events. I think that Homebois was also starting to get a little bit hasty with what they want to do, and they have multiple different angles that they want to attack. Fight for the Lord, or go straight for the backlines and work on it. Because technically, it worked. It quote-unquote worked because of the gamble. They just ran straight in onto Coconut. But one thing that they also went for is going to be JS. They want to wipe out the backlines. But with the Winter Truncheon in place, and that is going to be one of the things that completely blindsided Super Jocks.
Yes, you can also see on the side of EVO, most of them actually have a defensive item, right? Be it the Immortality or the Winter Truncheon, right? And because on the side of Homebois, right, the moment the dragon flies in, the moment you see a link with Angela, right, you immediately know that this fight is going to be very short-lived, right? Even before that, in the fight where they actually took the lock, those fights were like less than 10 seconds long, because that's how long the team fights are when you're playing a Yizhong plus Link kind of composition. Immediately burst out everybody, and then you'll be able to tell whether you win or lose in the first 5 to 10 seconds, right? So buying these immortalities has been the theme of, you know, almost every game in the league game. You know, having a defensive item, being able to just live for a few seconds longer can be the make or break for this team. For the side of Coconut, for the side of Coconut, right, he actually survived the fight on 1 HP. Then he went to the mid lane to lifesteal a little bit. Then he went to the bottom lane to lifesteal before he could actually end the game. So this a little bit of survivability, you know, was the difference.
So you're telling me that Homeboi's game is basically summarized to burst? It could burst or could not to burst? That is the question.
Yes, correct. And here, as we look at the emblems as well, right, nothing in particular that I want to point out, because most of these teams, you know, at this point kind of know what is the most efficient item build that they can go for. The only difference is we talk about the tenacity on the Novaria, right? Because some of the Novarias like to go for full damage, and then some of them like to go for just a little bit of sustain, just a little bit of being able to survive the fights is important for them. And this is a good choice, because you definitely know that the Link is gonna go for you most of the time, right? So this is the difference between knowing when to play defensive and when to go on the full offense when the draft favors you.
Now, typically as a fighter, I know I never ever get all 3 red emblems. I especially don't like firmness, but do you think that this is a mistake? Because this is something that Lolzy have done before. Getting the first tier onto the 6 physical and 6 magic defense.
I think that helps with your laning as well. So maybe they put into account like the laning. Yeah, maybe they put into account the laning as well, the early total fights, because this is where the impacts of the emblem usually come before you actually get your items up. Right.
Okay.
So as we look at the screen now, you know, I think damage done and kill participation wise, everybody kind of like is there. One thing I want to point out is that Jogs and Pax does not have the same amount of contribution. That means that there were some fights where actually Pax basically he didn't went into the link, right? He was probably saving his teammate, and then because of this, could be a factor as well.
Yeah, so we're gonna see exactly, who on the side of Evil was the MVP for this game, the person who made the hugest difference.
Powerful at the end, but I think overall wise, I think both Carrot and JC did their job as well.
Carrot, 100% kill participation out of like 17 kills. He was
Yeah, this is kind of
all
like
around
the invisible impact from Carrot for me.
Well,
Okay.
turns out it's gonna be powerful.
It's gotta be the flashy plays, right?
Yeah, so this is even with him being counterpicked, right? So therefore, this is with him being counterpicked, with not many opportunities to use the heavy spin, right? But the moment you see him using it well, the impact is immediately felt.
He knew exactly. I was a little worried, right? Because when they saw that pick coming in, the Valier coming in at the last, was it? No, the Link coming in at the last.
Yes.
It looked like they were quite worried for that. So I wasn't sure if they would be able to do that. But Powerful, like you said, played spectacularly well. And even with that counter pick, somehow managed to bait the entire team of Homeboys, right? Into being impatient and tripping over the edge to fall to that team fight.
Yeah, ultimately, I think the draft could have worked out for Homeboys. They test a number of drafts, right? They tried split pushing in game 3. They tried single target pickoff in game 1. Then they went for the team fight in game 2, right? So overall, at least the information that we are getting from playing against Evil is crucial. And, if they face off again in the playoffs, I think Homeboys should be better prepared then.
They got a lot of information out of that. Yes. That is the key point because, playoffs is the real thing.
So can Evil continue to adapt? We will see. But before we proceed any further, we want to see how exactly they were talking and communicating during those fights. Let's go for the mic check.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm out.
Hey, Vina covers.
Your penalty.
No. Nice shot,
bro. He won.
Nice start, please!
Holy shit, this is insane.
Oh, I'm going to get kicked, yeah?
Okay, then we have to go.
Hey, I'm done. I'm very tanky. I'm coming. Go.
Hey, I got him ready, bro.
Let's go. Keep going.
Go.
I'm cheat.
Nice solo 了。
Nice start! That's all, guys!
Nice one.
Hey, the beast!
Wait, what the
The
hell?
beast! Wow! Can go or not? Yeah, pin the lead.
Yeah, killing.
Faster! Hey, nice!
Continue.
Keep going. Go. Go all the way. Alamak!
Keep going.
Hey, Jesse go back end. We stop him.
Go. And yeah, nice.
They go. Jesse go end, going. Nice!
That's pretty insane. Sometimes I wonder as casters whether we lose our voices, but you know what? Maybe it's not us.
I think that mic check actually gives us a very good idea as to how powerful goes for the shot calls. And because of that one shot call whereby they stopped picks from going back, that is the main thing that allowed Irithel to end the game.
Yeah, very, very intense communication all around. I think back in Blade, we also had this kind of communication kind of a thing. Maybe they have picked up on the mic check a little bit and then they kind of like put in that kind of culture. Ultimately, I am quite impressed by how powerful commands the team. And even this game-ending call was made by him. I thought, was Carrot, Coconut hits up and then saw that the lanes were pushing it and then went for it. But Powerful was in the middle of team fighting, realizing the quick waves and then made the call. So that's very, very impressive to me.
So Evil really turning up the heat here and leveling up their game, right? We're gonna definitely expect more. Call your grandma, your grandpa, all your friends and families, because Evil's back to play and they are here in the regular season, not in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. We gotta hear from them personally. So let's see. Cheryl, what do they have to say?
Thank you so much, wonderful casters. Now this, I'm so excited and I haven't whipped out my trusty phone in a while because I have a list of questions because you are very missed JS here in the MPL SG scene. Welcome back. First of all, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, so EVO had a pretty decent week 1, surprising a lot of people with the close defeat of Team Flash, which everybody's fearing right now. And what were some of the key learning points from the defeat, and how did the team prepare going into week 2?
Actually, for against Team Flash, we were just like a bit too afraid to engage. Because the first game we had a good early lead, but then we were too afraid to engage. So slowly we lost that lead, and then they came back, and then they took it from us.
Right. And then against Vanguard Esports, I believe it was yesterday, right? Was there a strategy to target any players during the draft itself?
We didn't really target any players. We just went with our usual draft. Because against Flash, we also didn't use our usual draft. We played something that's like quite different from what we practice. So against Vanguard, we decided to use what we usually practice.
Right. And then, just curious, right? Why is it EVO always excels when it picks the toughest players in the upper brackets, and when it comes to the lower brackets, it's just different?
I think in the lower brackets, wait.
Like I mean like teams, right? Like for example, if we meet teams in the lower brackets, like for example Vanguard Esports yesterday, and then they took the win from you guys. But then today we're meeting like upper bracket people right here, such as Homebois, and then you guys took the win. So why is this shift?
Against some of those so-called weaker teams, I think sometimes we just lose discipline, and then we like stop doing what we practice. We like start anyhow playing. And then sometimes that causes us to throw the game, and then we lose the series.
Right, so I guess it's a whole learning journey for you guys as well. Now, fun question: how did you arrive your IGN?
Oh, okay. So basically, at first, I got introduced to ML by one of my relatives, and then I didn't actually want to continue playing the game, so I just randomly typed my name into the keyboard. So then that ended up as my name, and then I became addicted. But I'm free to play, so I can't really change my name. So that's how it is now.
You can change your name, what?
No, but I already changed it once.
Oh, you can't change it again?
No, I can't change it again.
Oh, I guess there's that. But actually, I guessed it, like initially I was thinking like it was such a random string of alphabets. I was thinking like this guy must have slammed on the keyboard, and that's what really happened. So how do you pronounce it now that you've slammed it? You have to commit to it already.
You can't really pronounce it.
So is it JS or JSIS?
I think people call me JSIS, but either way is fine. It's not really meant to be pronounced.
Oh, okay. So would you actually change a stage name next time?
Actually, I wanted to change stage name for this season, but then Powerful already entered my name inside, so I couldn't change it anymore.
Okay, perhaps for all of our viewers or even our EVO team supporters, right? Maybe y'all can share some, suggestions. Now, the next one is, how is it like adapting to the mid lane, and are you pleased with the current performances heading into week 2?
Actually, rather than adapting to the mid lane, my first role was actually mage. I was only playing XP for EVO because they were lacking an EXP laner. So I don't think adapting was too difficult for me. And I think my current performance is, I would say, pretty good.
Oh, that's absolutely insane. Like initially, because when I first came on the season, it was season 4, and I was just like, that's an absolutely like amazing EXP laner. I didn't know you started the game as a mage. So it's not really transitioning, it's just taking a hiatus per se.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Fun fact. Now, you guys will be facing up against not just Bleed Esports, but many challenging other, future teams in the upcoming weeks. So are you guys confident of that matchup with Bleed Esports that's coming up next, more specifically meeting FMM in the mid lane?
Actually, I would say we are quite confident against Bleed and RSG, and I think we definitely have a good chance of winning them.
Okay, and just to have a final question for you. When it comes to EVO, they're always known as the dark horse. And you guys know firsthand how hard is it to grind up from the lower brackets, especially in the playoff season. It takes a lot of stamina and tenacity. So what was the main driving force that told y'all to really get your headspace straight and really excel even during regular season?
This time we put more time into practice. So we started practicing earlier. Like rather than season 4, season 5 I'm not sure, but season 4 we didn't really play much before the regular season, so it was more of the preparation issue. Now we are more prepared and we are ready to go against stronger teams.
Fantastic. Now it's a tough week ahead for you guys. The next 3 games are gonna cement your fate, whether you're in the upper brackets or lower brackets. But right here from us, we're wishing you the best of luck, JS.
Thank you.
I'm not very sure how to pronounce, but thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So yes, our next match will be coming up at 5:45 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, that was our wonderful now mid laner, Jaces. Now the next match that's gonna come up real soon, we're gonna be seeing the likes of Frankenstein Flash as well as Alchemy SG. So stick around and we'll see you at 5:45 p.m.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him.
Only him.
Because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake up, wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve? So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates. Not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest.
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet, so ask Venix.
That's always me.
Felix got the most fans. Fans,
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash. Thank you for the support.
And join us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already? Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, we sian meh?
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah,
Just
hey.
say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and watch us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
And get champions.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
So what?
I just shout at my team.
I just mute.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we will do well.
Split.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet, and he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go our own pace.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Elamir and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him
Only him
because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve? So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward lah.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet so ask Venix.
Always me.
Felix got the most fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already? Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
watch
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
What?
I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute.
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade.
Welcome back right here to the final match today of Week 2, Day 2. And earlier on, we have seen some insane hero choices that left us all super flabbergasted throughout all 3 games. And against audience's prediction, Team Evil took the win from Homebois SG, once again costing me my in-game lucky guest coins. I don't even know where to put my guest coins anymore. It's so frustrating. But of course, it means that anything can happen right here at MPL SG Season 6. Now, this final matchup that's going to happen is going to be between Team Flash against Alchemy SG. Now, for this match itself, Alchemy SG really needs to secure some points. Hopefully, from the past few days, they've gotten some traction right here at the regular season, because it is exceptionally important, because now we're at the halfway mark. So without further ado, we're going to present the wonderful teams right now for the final match of the day. First and foremost, presenting to you, Team Flash. Now, earlier on, as the teams were doing their walk-ins, like, there's a different air about them, especially Vanix, because yesterday he scored a maniac, absolutely crazy. So will he do that today? Now, going up against this wonderful lineup, presenting to you, Alchemy SG. So right now, as I see, I have Alchemy SG on my left, and they're getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Right now, as of the current standings, it is extremely crucial for Alchemy SG to score points right out of every match they have if they don't want to be stuck in the lower brackets, or even see a glimmer of hope of reaching the upper brackets, because it is a super tough fight right here at MPL SG Season 6. But of course, you know, they have been picking very unorthodox picks recently right here for the past few days. So will they be continuing doing that, or will they be pulling all the stops to secure those points? Now, this matchup is very exciting. I don't even know where to put my coins at anymore, because you know, when it comes to Alchemy SG, this is a team that has nothing to lose. When you put a team in that position, we hope that Alchemy SG will go all out. But of course, they're not just going against any team. We're talking about the team that took our regular season by storm, grabbing all of our attention. And this is none other than Team Flash. So what will happen at the Land of Dawn? I'm going to hand my time over to the casters to find out more.
Now we are at the last series for the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Flash going up against Alchemy. Now, I'm gonna be super honest here, right? We are expecting this to be brutal, right? This is Team Flash right now sitting at the #1 top position in the standings, way up top, up against the last position, Alchemy at 8th position. So, you know, the question is Team Flash going to use this opportunity to experiment? Are they gonna let their guard down a bit? And how is Alchemy gonna fight against this giant?
Yeah, so first against last, right? Usually you only expect one thing here. If I was in a position when I'm last place, this happened back in Season 1, I use this as a testing ground, right? Test my lineups. I believe we are gonna see a role shift as well for Pacifist. If I'm not wrong, he will be going back to the roam role. Later on, we'll see in the when we introduce the players again, right? Other than that, you know, this is the time for Pacifist to truly shine, in the sense that he gets to test any lineup he wants without paying for it. in that sense, right? So looking forward to see what he has in store for us.
As long as you don't make like too big of mistakes, right, you should be pretty fine. But I mean, you called it, right? Let's see if on the side of Flash, they're gonna have any changes in their lineup.
Yep, so for the side of Team Flash SG, we have Manix, Jay, Adam, Hades, and Lozzy. So the only difference is Miku being back on the bench for today. So Jay is actually coming back. So this could also be a time for them to, as I said, experimenting strats, right? Maybe this is their playoff roster, and this is there are some things that they want to lock down, and this could be one of those times where they can actually showcase to the world what they are made of, in the sense that, you know, of testing lineups.
Right, on the side of, then the question is not so much on Team Flash, right? It's whether or not Alchemy might shift around something here. So let's take a look at Alchemy SG's lineup for this series. Gonna be Danny, Jet, Pooski, Icon, and Pacifist. So no changes in terms of the players, but you mentioned there that there might be some changes in terms of the role that Pacifist is playing.
Yeah, so, you know, insider, right, we kind of know that Pacifist is going to switch to the roam role, right? Whether that is the final decision that the team makes, we are unclear of that. But today, you know, we could be foreseeing something a little bit different. One of the possible reasons for this role swap could be in terms of shot calling, because if Pacifist is at the goal lane, giving the shot calls, right, he is normally not there in the first 5 minutes of the game, where he is just busy farming in his own goal lane. And because of that, he will not be able to input much. He doesn't know exactly what is going on with the rest of the 4 players. And because of that, they kind of like maybe change their roles for Pacifist to be more, not only more involved, but to dictate the fights a little bit better as well.
Well, it's tough, right? I mean, we were talking just now about Evo as well. When Powerful was shot calling all the way when he was busy in that fight, I think equally Pacifist, if he takes that different role, then it's difficult to multitask and call from that. Playing different role is always going to be a challenge. So let's see exactly how they are going to do that.
Needs to victory. I think the most important thing that we have to see right here is, of course, main thing is the macro play all across the board. Make sure that it's dominant. And then after that, because Lozzy's aggression, you need to have the quick follow-up. And that is already kind of secured because of Hades. I'm sorry, that's just a habit. Hades' aggression fits that build as well. They have been bonding really well. Expect this duo mid to just shine in terms of the rotations. And Jay, of course, we'll be talking about the positioning of him and his flexibility when it comes to hero pool. He has pulled out weird middle picks before, like the Cho, I think Esmeralda to a certain period of time, Valere, and it's basically KZP's playground when it comes to Team Flash's draft.
We'll see if they use that as a playground today. We're talking about how it's the perfect opportunity to do that. But let's take a look at the side of Alchemy SG. What will be their keys to victory here?
Yeah, so as I've said, right, Pacifist draft will be the key against Team Flash, because if you cannot beat them by skill, you got to cheese them somehow, right? So for Pacifist, this will be about a battle of the drafts for me, if he's able to come up with something different, because on the side of Flash as well, right, KZP sometimes drafts a little bit different. So we could be looking at the potential outdraft angle even before the game starts, right? And of course, this shift in role. Pacifist is back to the room position where he's more involved, and that is super important in dictating how the early game total fight will turn out, right? Lastly, of course, observe key objectives and milestones. This is referring to the ability to, you know, take up your early towers, ability to go for the totals, be ready to set up the totals, and with Pacifist back into the room role, I expect Alchemy to be doing this slightly better.
Yeah, like I was talking to Pacifist yesterday, I literally said it right in his face, like, bro, I prefer you as a coach. Right in front of the whole Alchemy boys, and there was like this whole reaction at the same time.
Why you gotta do him like that?
No, but I feel like he could really shine as a coach. But now, because he's a gold laner, he's a little bit tunnel vision to his lane. But this time around, being a roamer, your eyes will be paying attention on everybody. And I feel like Pacifist being back on the roam role will bring a different Alchemy. But would it be enough, especially when Team Flash is solidifying itself at its top?
Well, we're gonna take a look in a short while
Yeah.
at the predictions for this match, right? We'll see if there are any surprises here. We were talking about with all these changes, maybe there is a chance, right? Because we're talking about how Pacific is going back to the Rome role. Maybe there's a chance for Alchemy to somehow come back in this fight. We've been surprised before, so you can never count that possibility out. But across the table here, it's still going to be 2-0 in favor of Flash.
Everybody's on the Flash investment plan in a sense, right? Like, they have solidified in terms of the performance. Even from the get-go, right, week 1, they had it quite rough because there's a lot of these stronger teams they had to face, and they've been kind of stomping each and one of them. Yep, I know there's some of them that ends up in 2-1, but now this is going up against Alchemy. This is nothing but a speed bump in terms of the road to M5.
Yep, so definitely for Team Flash here, no surprises, right? Everybody's thinking that they will 2-0 this lineup, right, for the side of Alchemy. Even with the role change, you know, shouldn't be too much of a problem, especially even with the rule change, they should need some time to kind of like hunker up, right? Here we take a look at the audience predictions as well. No surprises here, right?
Yeah.
Both Facebook and YouTube wise, more than 80% of votes going to Team Flash here.
Well, they are definitely the underdogs, right? But there's still like 20% of people online on the internet who believe in them, right? And who can do it. So there's definitely something for Alchemy to show on this table here. I think one of the questions also is, how difficult can they make Flash's life out to be in this series?
Exactly. We saw Alchemy made Bleed life a little bit miserable in the first game, but after that game 2, you know, Bleed managed to find their mojo, and then they kind of were a lot better in terms of day number 2 in terms of their performance. But yeah, but this is Team Flash, right? This is like almost close to getting their MSC slot last season. And this time, they have a lot more things to prove with KCP's flexibility coming to the play and their aggression. I think Alchemy really have to try the hardest.
Well, we'll hear it from the players themselves. We got, again, the head-to-head video ready for you, so let's roll that and see what they have to say.
I think in Season 5, what really went wrong for them was probably the lack of experience, because all 5 players were actually new to the league, and I think coming into Season 6, they will probably be more experienced, and hopefully they will be able to train up to a whole new level. I think Pacifist will be the threat, because you never know what is he gonna pick in the goal lane. You know, he's gonna randomly pick a Chang'e.
I think like what I said just now is probably because they just came into MPL SG, but now they gotten a season of experience. Probably they will be top 2 this time. Yeah. Because Pacifist confidently told me like easy top 2. So we shall see. The biggest improvement is definitely Pacifist. They got the Singapore best goal laner, and they got a spy in Flash. So Ken. But that one I shouldn't comment much, but Ken has been telling them some tips from us.
I've heard like rumors around the league that says that he's the main carrier of the team lah. So and his performance in MPL also, most of the time he's able to match the rest of the more senior MPL members, and I think maybe it's because he's not scared of everyone else, so that's why he's able to perform to his natural standards.
Watching them play is very exciting because they can just pull anything out of their pockets and nobody would ever expect it. I really enjoy seeing Jay play, the mage player from Flash, and also Venix. They're also really good players. Hoping to meet them in MPL, fight against them.
Individually, they are really good players. I look up to them. And my friend Venix is in there also. He's really good.
Team Flash in general, they have a great coach, KZP. KZP has really good ideas on how to play the game. He really is able to bring out his players' potential. I'm not sure if he's still coaching this season, but if he still is, I would think Team Flash is a still strong contender, even with the roster changes.
There you go, hearing it from themselves. Confidence coming out from Pacifist saying that they will make it in the top 2. And you heard it from Lawsy. And on the side of Alchemy, you know, actually a lot of respect for the players in Team Flash as well.
Yeah, definitely. Because I heard one of the players was saying that they know Vanix, that Vanix is like a friend. There's nothing but utmost respect. But on the other side of it, you got Lozy saying that, yeah, they're like one of the best players in the world and stuff. They have the best goal laner. And of course, they've won the biggest rain. Okay, the biggest rain is correct because I really love Pacifist when he's really drafting against you, Daryl.
Yeah, so this was back in even Season 1, right? He was the only other coach that I saw that was, you know, kind of like doing what a coach should be doing, right? In the sense, not so much of belittling other player coaches as well, but it's more of like knowing how to get a team together, right? It is one thing to know what are good hero picks, what are things that you need to look for inside the game, but tournament preparation is another factor. And I think for Pacifist, this was something that I first really saw was shining in him, and that's why I really enjoyed back then, you know, when we were drafting against each other, the things that we were able to put out.
I love it. But speaking of draft,
yeah, it's coming down to the line, right? This is the drafting phase that you were speaking so much of. So we'll see if Pacifist pulls out any tricks from the book here. Now, off the top of the
Thorns
band,
remain.
Fanny as well. Bans got taken out. So a little bit different from what we've been seeing today in terms of the bans on the side of Alchemy.
Yeah, many target ban here, right? 3 junglers instantly taken out by Team Alchemy here. So Pacifist, as you can see, he has an idea in mind, right? Take out all the assassin junglers,
I am the
so
priestess
that
of primal
maybe you want
lightness,
to put Hades
the
as a tank
hunter of
jungler
all
here.
the
And
evil
then from there,
gods.
they have a draft that kind of like exposes what a tank jungler will be weak to. So I'm excited to see what Pacifist has in store for us in terms of what is this, you know, idea that he can actually put out, because it's a first of its kind of a thing.
Yeah,
right?
you talk about the jungle picks, right? Like Alchemy targeting and locking down on... Why do I keep calling him Jana Cutie? Hades right there, but then again, you see Alchemy immediate lock-ins icons Fredrin. And I think if you're Team Flash right here, you definitely have to pick the jungler in the first base pick. If not, rest assured, Alchemy will spend all those 5 bans banning out Hades on its own. Team Flash picks out the Bruno and the Terizla.
Yeah, I will actually be excited for that, because this means that probably you'll see Hades going for a very unique jungle pick, right? Earlier today, we saw Jox taking out the Hellcat, right?
And
so this is a new pick, and the Link, right? So definitely for the side of Flash, I'm looking for a little excitement, right? I don't want this to be like a very clean 2-0 sweep. I would rather Flash experiment a little bit, make the game close, you know, so the viewers can be entertained even more.
Yeah, so basically I want to see flashy drafts. I want to see flashy heroes coming up from Hades, right? This is the perfect time if you really want, if Team Flash is looking out to
Bumblebee
entertain.
reporting for duty.
There we go. This is something that definitely can field some of the weirdest drafts in the world. But Alchemy SG going back to kind of like a basics. But then again, I love the flexibility coming in. That's going to be Xborg and a Beatrix selected by Alchemy. And remember what I mentioned earlier just now. No junglers being selected in the first phase pick. Team Flash secures a Novara. Alchemy turns to bad. There's so many assassins that they can take out.
Yeah, Haya's gonna be taken out, I think that's almost for sure. The Link, I'm not too sure. There's a chance, there's maybe not, right? But I think first off, you would go for the Haya. Right? Instead, they have actually opted to go for the Martis. So take the tank jungler route, right? Which I think is okay as well, because right now you have a Bruno and you have a Novaria. Heroes that needs kiting power. Because you want to make sure that you are always safe in the fights. You want to make sure that the opponent is not able to jump onto your backline. So going for the tank jungler is okay here. And ultimately, if they decide to go for an assassin pick, this will be akin to the game that we just saw for Homebois just now, right? 3 carries, and then they kind of have to farm out the game. And from there, they will kind of like go for that 15 to 20 minute kind of a timer, which kind of excels from the side of Flash as well.
Talk about cutting down all the assassins in the Team Flash. They can't win. They're also taking down one of the assassins as well, Natalia, which is, I believe, something that Pacifist make.
He plays
right
in the roam role in previous seasons.
Yeah, he's basically cosplaying Beloyski right there. Team Flash, they know they are dialing into the right frequency right here, taking it away from Alchemy, and then go okay. Maybe not. Then they get all 5 bans over to the junglers, not chopping down all the forests in the jungle, leaving just 1, but that's going to be E-ban coming out from Alchemy.
Yeah, is this the correct ban? They actually banned out the Eve here. So they're actually lacking a mage. They banned out a mage where Team Flash already has a Novaria. Did they make a mistake here?
Yeah, you can see Lozy is like, you know, a bit of face pumping, smiling a little bit right there, laughing at the decision. I don't foresee in a world where Lozi goes into a Novaria roam, but speaking
Wipe
about
out all the
that's
injustice
going
in
to
the
be a troll
world.
selected by Lozi.
Yep, your classic single target stun coming in from Lozi, right? This is something that he is very used to, knows how to play that style, clears mid fast, and then from there, they want to be able to take the lead right from the start.
Yep. So single target lockdown, we got enough burst in the form of the Novaria and also the Bruno. And just in case I want to turn it around, I do have some sort of a AoE pickoff coming out from the Terizla as well. Right now, they just need some beefy jungler, I guess, or unless Hades wants to do it in style, go back into the assassin. But I'm looking at the alchemy side of the draft. That's a Gord, that's a Ruby, that's an X1, and that's a Fredrin with that Priestess Wrath, and also a Bennett's Rage. So much AoE burst in one packed roster.
Yep. Usually when you're on the weaker team, you kind of have to go for this kind of big AoE team fights and kind of hope that you can pull off like a 5-man stun, 4-man stun. And as we said it, right, the link comes out again. Right, so Team Flash now, opting to go for an assassin-based draft. Definitely going on the later side of the games, right? 15-minute kind of a timer, unless they straight away get the ball rolling from the start. If they do get the ball rolling from the start, it will simply just be an outclass of skill to me.
Man, I am excited about this draft, ladies and gents. Alchemy cooking up a storm, literally an AoE storm. And then you've also got Hades himself. Sorry, I almost called him Janek Duty once again. Going back onto a Link, that's something that he's known for his aggression, and it also fits in the build. Everybody from the side of Team Flash could dive easily all the way to the back line. That Gord looks a little bit scary if you ask me.
Definitely, right? They are all going to very, very comfort picks here, especially on the side of
5
Flash. So
seconds
this
till
is
the
going to be
enemy
super
reaches the
exciting now.
battlefield.
If you've
Smash
just
them.
joined us, this is last series of the day, but it's between Team Flash, first position, and Alchemy sitting at the last 8th position. So let's see, the draft went pretty quickly. Two teams look pretty confident going into this game. So we're going to see exactly how that pans out.
Yeah, I even actually, going back to the draft a little bit, right? I already see Pacific going for a heads-up play. He went for the Ruby here, knowing that he might be picking into an assassin that actually has... so he basically wants to CC the opponent, right?
Yep.
So that's the idea he had in mind. And he even kind of like told Team Flash, right? If you're going to pick an assassin into me, this is what you have to deal with. And Team Flash just goes ahead.
Yep.
Right? No questions asked.
I'm offended if timed right by Pacifist could easily catch a Ling as he goes around with the Tempest of Blades. And not only just that, that double stun that the Ruby can do as well fits fits perfectly what the Gord wants. To basically lock everybody in that small space. And on top of that Gord, once you unlock the Ice Queen 1, and don't forget, X-Borg with the Ice Queen 1 as well, jumps in the last Insanity. Man, Alchemy is cooking.
A lot of CCs, a lot of slows, and to top that off, the burst damage as well, right? But the question is whether they can actually pull that off and catch Flash where they want them to be. We're having a bit of a pause here and troubleshooting the issue now, so bear with us and we'll get into the game as soon as we have that all figured out. Now, Young and you had some thoughts on this, picking the Ling into that.
Yeah, so theory is theory, execution is execution, right? For the side of Team Flash here, execution maybe a little bit tough, right? Because at the start of the game, what damage do they have? Novaria doesn't have much damage early unless you constantly get the poke in. For the side of Bruno, you're gonna win your lane, yes, but you're not gonna see the kind of team fight damage coming out so early from the Bruno. So as a Link, how do you actually start your snowball momentum? Right? It will depend on Lozi getting the Way of the Dragon right at the start of the game, right? But where is the rest of the follow-up coming from?
Yep, they do need some form of time to basically get into their mid-game power spikes, because I'm looking at Team Flash. This is a roster that really excels in the level 4, the first 2 turtles, and they're expected to snowball out of control. But whereas, what is that, Alchemy SG? They got decent high ground, they've got the Bandit's Rage, even good high ground as well. X-Borg could wave clear very quickly. Which means that Team Flash, if they really want to get that mid to early game snowball, I feel like Ling need to really focus around the gold lane. You want to get that Bruno to snowball even harder first, and then when you unlock the Bruno, you're able to just roam around with the Bruno after he's already taken down the first tier turrets, and then start joining into team fight. So basically, what Team Flash want to do, in my opinion, is to get into that team fighting phase before Alchemy SG can.
Yep, usually you do this by, after the first turtle coming down. Yep, 2 minutes in, 3 minutes in, you want to start 4-manning up into the goal lane, right? Make sure that your jungle's path go towards the goal lane as well. Yep. This is where you get that single target pick off that you want from the throw as well, right? The Way of the Dragon will come through. If you get a pick on the goal lane, perfect, because this is where you actually start that Bruno snowball. And ultimately, because of this Bruno snowball, you extend your lead. Ling will have the space to farm because there are no towers on the map. You can even potentially farm on the opponent's side of the map. And that is where you get a substantial goal lead and you look to end the game in like 2 lords.
Yeah, but that's something I'm concerned. You gave them 2 lords, but if Team Flash goes beyond that 3rd lord or something, right? I feel like Team Flash may have a bit of a trouble to finally nail the end into the coffin, because Alchemy, there's so much high ground, they got so much wave clear. The Team Flash within the 1st lord should seek to basically take down at least 1 base turret.
Yeah, one thing you have to know as well is the rotation speed of all these heroes, right? You are playing against a Ling. This Ling is going to constantly pressure your 2 side lanes, and who do you actually send to go and clear these lanes? Because if you do send the Xbox, he is not going to rotate as fast as your other heroes, and because of this, your map might actually get echoed out by Team Flash here.
Yep, as we flashed the emblems earlier just now, you saw Icon going for the Quantum Charge instead of some of the Brave Smite or the Concussive Blast that some of the teams have been wielding. Icon wants that continuous movement and chasing speed, even easier for him to lock down some of these heroes so that, he can constantly just CC chain them down to the ground.
Yeah, the turtle is going to spawn in about 15 seconds, right? So, like you said, if Flash is going to have that tough time getting up early game, whether or not that reflects in this test for the objectives as well. They're slowly making their way there, but at the moment they're just clearing out the mid lane, and we'll see who exactly gets control. Adamir pushing Puski already to the tower.
Yeah, so take a look at Link's position here. He's actually trying to go for the opponent's purple buff here instead of going for the turtle. So they're doing quite interesting tactic, right? They are going to make Lawson get his level 4. Actually, we take a look. Link has actually just opted to go and watch the purple buff and then decided to go back for his buff. So my prediction is this, right? Lawson is going to look to get his level 4 first before the fight starts. But even before that, Icon notices this is happening and goes in straight away to go for the lock, go for the turtle.
Adamir with the penalty zone onto Brewski. The last ascent he popped as well, taking out a chunk of the damage, but it's Alchemy still having the better position on the turtle here, and it doesn't look like Flash might hold up here. Star Shatter together with the steal on the retreat, still gonna fall in the hands of Hades. Way of the Dragon up top there onto Danny, and he's gonna fall as first blood into the hands of Vanix.
That's a double whammy, ladies and gents. Team Flash ignoring the turtle, and then Lolzy decides to ignore the turtle fight, went on to gank and let Vanix get that first kill. Remember what we talked about, Flash wants to get that snowball.
Yep, so for Lolzy here, amazing movement, right? Immediately, their tactic of play here was this, right? Go for the 50-50 total. If you get it, great, right? Yep. But if you don't, it's okay, because I'm going to get a kill on the goal lane. And unfortunately for the side of Danny here, maybe, he has been playing the roam position a little bit too much. Fingers weren't quick enough to actually get the flicker on when he saw the throw was coming.
I love the fact that we're going back into that problem where Alchemy SG decides to swap their rosters around. You don't see that usually. The last time we saw that was Team Flash doing the same, if I'm not mistaken, last season as well. This shows Alchemy SG, they had that one game plan in mind, and now they have to change the game plan on the fly, and they really need to make some sort of adaptation.
Yeah, penalty zone on the bottom already onto Puski here, and Hades actually here to assist, but they're not going to be able to make much of it as Puski ducks under the turret, and I think probably use a flicker there as well. So back to the drawing board now. Hades just going to continue farming up, already getting his first item there. So it's not in Alchemy's favor if they continue letting that happen, but Vanix taunted here. The Bandit's Rage landed on him. Icon actually going to be the one who takes credit for that. The rest of Team Flash rotate over, but it's a little bit too late for them to make anything of it.
I'd say that's a very good pickup coming out from Alchemy, right? Just hunting down Vanix, make sure that he doesn't scale. But Team Flash, notice they're going in, they're ready for the late game, right? Jay goes for the clock as already. Hades instead going for the corrosive sign. So more sticking power for the Ling in the early parts of the game, and then additional damage with the because of that passive as well. That allows Team Flash to really start to land down the herd. And Alchemy, because of that one takedown, maybe, just maybe, Youngin dead. Team Flash is looking to snowball even harder going into the mid part of the game.
Yeah, so far I'm very impressed by Icon's buffing. Everywhere that he is at, he's putting pressure on the map. I think that's what Alchemy needs to do now. And here we actually see him taking on the turtle so easily, right? Pacifist actually managed to stop Hades there. So I think small wins here for Alchemy.
Top side, Lozzy, another kick onto Danny here. This guy's really having a tough time in the lane up top, and Vanix together with that gets the top tier 1 turret along, so that's control of the map in favor of Flash.
Team Flash right there, you know, they went for the 50-50 like Youngin was talking about. Unfortunately, the Hades one doesn't really pay it off. But at the very least, they still get another kill onto Vanix as well. As we take a look at the items right here, I'm looking at key items. Hearthstone's already built by the side of Vanix already. Gord already has, the Jet has the Ice Cream one as well. But I feel like there's a potential team fight happening.
Yeah, Pacifist in the jungle of Hades there. And now they're chasing that down. Lozzy with the kick again onto Icon here, but the taunt, I'm offended onto Hades. He manages to get away with the Tempest of Blade, but it's Pacifist who's going to fall to the hands of Jay here. Danny with the Nibiru's Passion, zoning Adamir out. So it's a 1-for-1 trade across both, but I guess roamer for roamer.
Yeah, it's just support combat for now. We'll trade for roamers as long as the gold laners are still alive. Alchemy is still looking to try to stay in that lane. They also trade another turret down bot at the same time. So at the very least, they're trying to stabilize in terms of the economy.
Yep, turret for turret here, right? So it is amazing to see, you know, 6 minutes in, Alchemy is not only just holding on, but actually doing very well against Team Flash. I have to say that Icon's movement so far in the game has been very good. You know, anytime you are not doing well again, you know, by any chance if Alchemy is not doing well in the future, go back and look at this replay, because the movement that he has been doing this game so far has been the best, right? He went up to the goal lane, he got it. He went to the turtle 2 times 50-50, that's fine, right? He even managed to invade the opponent's purple buff once.
Yeah, Vanix, of course, getting most of the gold in terms of the farm right now. That's a concealed play going in. Lozzy going hunting. We'll be able to find somebody.
I mean, for sure, Pacifist is a dead man here. There's nowhere for him to run. Lozzy just concealed and ran all the way after him. So the kick and the damage coming through from Adamir will secure that kill for them. Lozzy, though, looking for another engage onto Icon here. Just knocks him up and they will walk away.
Yeah, Pacifist going down there, but he should be respawning just in time. That's a dumb Ice being built. Need to try to slow down in terms of the attack speed, which is already very slow for Vanix as a Bruno, because you get like, what, 8% of your attack speed only based on from your items, but you do a lot of damage.
Oh, the Astro Echo being popped. Adam here, taken down by the burst coming from the last Insanity. Pruski secures that one for himself. Now Team Flash on the top side. Hades actually running past the killer, going out to clear the top. Pacifist and Icon look to set their sights on this turtle here.
Berserker's very being built. Hades, rest assured. I think one more Windtalker, he should be hitting 100% crit already. And that's also another big power spike for the side of Hades, right? Alchemy, they are kind of going to let that turtle go because there's a few creep lanes that they have to go back to fix. Some, especially top side, right? And also taking away the purple buff, because right now, oh no, instead they're actually just waiting for the Lord. They're skipping one turtle already because they've delayed the first Lord. And now because of that, they also, Team Flash will be able to take the opportunity to take down bot side turret.
Yep, you need a very clear win condition here to go for before you can actually go for the Lord. So actually, I think that going for the turtle there, prolonging the game a little bit more would have been okay for the side of Alchemy, just so that they can get a little bit more advantage before they head into going for the Lord. Because right now you have an issue, right? Who is going to clear your side lane?
I'm offended onto Vanix, forcing the flicker. Mystic Gush doesn't hit the mark because he manages to get away. Now, that's some ultimate spent already on the side of Alchemy, but Team Flash still has all of theirs up, so it is advantageous for them here. They're posturing for a fight. Adamir just handling the front line here for them.
Yeah, Team Flash right now, instead of going for a pick-off strategy right now, they're actually going for a split. If you take a look at Hades, whereas Alchemy is just congregating around the mid lane, trying to put all their damage into one basket, which is that Vanix. Team Flash will actually shoving down bot and sending Danny all the way down to react to it.
Yeah, so for the side of Alchemy here, I actually don't really like their movement because Beatrix actually goes back to the mid lane here and your Xbox rotates down to bottom. If the Beatrix actually waited for a while more, he could have waited for the bottom wave to actually push in the last 30 seconds. But because of this movement, you know, fortunately he gets a kill here, a small pick off, and this kind of put pressure on Team Flash here to go for the current Lord, right? Because now you are 4v5. and your Xbox is about to join the fight. You know, he has already pushed out the next wave. Icon is gonna delay the Lord a little bit here. You know, reset the Lord. Right, very good textbook play here. Get your purple buff to make sure Link doesn't go for your purple buff, and then you're gonna put so much pressure in for this upcoming Lord.
For sure. Now Flash is like torn, right? You had the Xbox and the wave pushing up on the bottom side here, but at the same time they're threatening to take the Lord. Now, thankfully they have respawn on the side of Flash, so Jay is back up to be able to contest this if they wanted to take the Lord here. Lolzy also in position to scout out if they choose to go for the objective.
Yeah. If you see what Pooski was doing down bot, it's extremely great. That's going to be a 1v1 down bot at the same time. At the same time, Alchemy is crashing down mid. Last Insanity already being caught by Pooski, but don't forget, Hades can jump from lane to lane, heal up, and then rejoin the fight at any time. Alchemy right here, if they really want to outsmart and outmaneuver Team Flash, they gotta be a little bit more creative.
Yeah, so one thing we need to note here as well, right, is that Pacifist has the flicker here. So I believe that by standing in the mid-left bush just now, he was trying to look for like a multi-man, I'm offended. But unfortunately for him, his HP is going a little bit low here. And if he gets picked off right before this fight is about to start, this would spell disaster for Team Alchemy here.
Item check right here. Bruno does have... Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out from Novara just with the Lightning Trunkin already. I think he's going to be building into their book as well. And that's why Team Flash is poised for a fight.
Oh, Lolzy finds the kick onto Jet here. Flicker doesn't save him. Vanek lands the killing blow onto him as well. So Alchemy, one man down, gives Flash the perfect opportunity to take the Lord on the top side. You can see Hades coming right back up. But Pooski, on the other hand, has to slowly walk his way back in here. Now Lolzy on the bottom side, zoning out the members of Alchemy, gets knocked up, but doesn't matter. He manages to run away. Oh, Pooski chases him down as well. They manage to take out two on the side of Team Flash here. Vanek looking for revenge, putting up the damage. Pooski next to go here. The soccer balls connect. The immortality flicker. Is it gonna be enough for him to close that out? Ooh, the snipe doesn't connect as well. Jay unfortunately didn't land that one, and it's going to be Flash still having the advantage over this.
Fenix was holding on to Flicker for so long. Brother could have won another MVP. Brother could be just gonna be picking up another kill and probably just help to shut down Pooski right there and then. But then they focused mostly on objectives. They went back, took down the Lord immediately. Don't forget, Alchemy earlier just now, sending Pooski all the way down bot. It created so much Lord pressure. It's already gone.
Yeah, this actually was attributed to the fact to Jet actually losing his life in the mid lane, right? Yep. So unfortunately for him, very rookie mistake, right? The mid left bush is not cleared. You still choose to be in range of a flicker kick, and I think that was the main issue of why they couldn't even start the Lord in the first place. And because of this, they delayed the Lord a little bit. They didn't went for the third turtle, and now they are actually on the back foot.
Yeah, Alchemy could have gotten a third turtle, right? Because they really need to gain any form of advantage. Don't forget, during that third turtle period of time, they're kind of even Stevens in terms of the EXP and the gold department. Don't forget, I also mentioned Vanix already secured the 3 main crit items, more than ready to fight. And by that time as well, Hades already 100% crit chance. So Alchemy, they need to be careful, they need to be smart in terms of how they engage.
They're trying to do that right now with the Lord here, poking down as much as possible the members of Team Flash. They've taken the Lord down successfully. They still have Jet, you know, with the huge wave here, and I guess high ground in that sense to be able to deter Flash from advancing too aggressively. But that being said, they are still playing on the back foot, and it's up to them to be able to fend off Team Flash.
Yeah, luckily for them, they actually have pretty decent wave clearers, right? The Xbox, the Beatrix, and the God here, all being able to hold high grounds well in their own right. So the question for me is whether Team Flash will be able to get that macro advantage, right? Split out the side lanes, make sure you split up the Alchemy. You know, some of them need to be defending the lane, some of them need to be contesting for the next objective. Yep. And with this split apart, that's where your link comes in, goes in for the 5v4, 5v3, and that's how they get the advantage for the upcoming team fight.
But Alchemy is not a very good split comp, right? Like, if you take a look at Alchemy, yeah, I mean, Pooski can create some distraction, can burn a little bit, but he doesn't rotate as fast as what Team Flash can do. Take a look at the item check. If you notice, Lolzy, that's already immortality, so that's a second life, just in case if you lose his for any form of pokes. Winter Trunkin already built by Jet, making sure that he doesn't get picked off so willy-nilly. Another thing that I also like to highlight from the fact is, look at Bruno, then look at Vanix, already going straight for the Malefic Roar. Wind of Nature, a lot of respect over to Zenny in terms of what he can do. as a Beatrix. But instead of going for a hard stall, speaking about Danny, went for the Hunter Strike first because he needs more armor penetration to deal with the front line of Team Flash as they chase them down.
Yeah, just more damage in general is always good, right? Because you are against a Link as well.
Yeah.
In case he oversteps and does not go for you, there is a chance you can actually take him down even before he has a chance to pop off, right?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of semi-important. But ultimately, it will still be about how you push out the lanes, how where are you camping as well? Because look at bottom side, right?
Yep.
Cho was actually camping, Lousy was actually camping with Bruno, hoping to get a pick off before the Lord actually starts here. So for the side of Alchemy here, they have chosen to take up position at the Lord early.
Knock up onto Pacifist, the kick as well will land, and all the damage piled up here. Bandit's Rage not connecting with anyone, so it's a wasted burst ultimate coming from the side of Alchemy. Flash, again, with the upper hand here on the Lord, doesn't look like Alchemy can do anything about this.
Alchemy's rotation is definitely going to be slower because of the fact that you have a Hades, you have that Link to rotate you around as well. And don't forget, Lozy can also kind of slither through the jungle to find those pickoff as well. And Alchemy, because of that, they just gave up that positioning. Pacifist immediately getting busted down right there, giving the Lord over to Team Flash. Vanix already built a Malefic Roar just in time because this Lord push needs to penetrate something from the side of Alchemy, because Alchemy does have the high ground and it's pretty hard for Team Flash to kind of poke him.
Yeah, so take a look at Lousy here, right? He has the flicker. And actually for the most, everybody here has the flicker, right? So your playmakers, Adamir on the Terisla and Lousy with the Way of the Dragon, with his flicker, has to be able to make a good play here, because if they are able to go in for these multi-man slams, they will be able to end the game right here and right now.
Yeah, but that's only if, right? And it's going to be reliant on the definite skill of Lozy and Adamir to set it up. But look at Jay just starting the fight. Jet already half HP, the Lord already punishing in.
I mean, the advantage is they can, right? Look at the pokes coming from the Jay as well. He sends all these Star Shadows down, and once you get somebody low, it's a perfect opportunity for Adamir or Lousy to jump in as and when they want to. So Alchemy has to be really careful about not getting caught by any of these spells here.
Yep.
Like you said, though, they do have the high ground, and they're just going to do exactly that. Clear out the waves, and Flash has such a difficult time encroaching on the Alchemy territory.
Definitely, Flash showing a lot of respect over the side of Alchemy, right? They're not even going to encroach. They take down bottom lane, and then they just move away. They don't even try to turret dive, like what Youngin we were just discussing earlier. Like, if Adamir or Lozy makes that ultimate flicker engage, yeah, definitely Team Flash could have ended the game there and then, but that's another gamble that Team Flash doesn't want to take.
Yeah, so I'm very surprised here because we didn't even see a conceal popping from Lozy here, right? It means that he had actually no intentions to even try to go in at all. So that came as a surprise for me, because the longer that this game drags, if the Xbox is later on going to be full items, right?
Yep.
Even if all three of the lane goes down, Xbox will still be able to defend well.
Yeah.
One possible thing that they might be doing is to try to bait the opponent out. Maybe this is what they're trying to achieve here. Bait the opponent out, make sure that you got a positioning advantage before you actually finish
There
the
goes
fight.
the flicker king onto Pacifist. Adamir with the penalty zone in the backline as well. Danny in some trouble. Tempest of Blaze laid down on him. A full retreat by Alchemy here, but is it going to be enough as they trade 1-for-1? Hades for Danny. Super worth for Alchemy as they force Flash into a full-on retreat.
And that was Team Flash and Alchemy handshaking a fight right there outside the base. And imagine that it's Team Flash forcing a fight inside Alchemy in a turret dive. It could have been over, right, for the side of Team Flash. And now, because Team Flash kind of threw themselves at Alchemy thinking that, hey, I'm outside of the base and Alchemy doesn't really have enough damage to kind of deal with me, let me try to engage, and they ultimately fail. So Alchemy right here in a decent spot, and they won exactly this. The War Axe already built by Pruski, adding more damage and penetration and even more chasing power as he burns people down.
Yeah, it all comes down to execution here, right? Because both teams now, we are approaching that time where everybody has almost all of their items. Like we basically just saw Jay picking up the Ice Cream Wand, the last item in his build. So we'll be seeing if they are able to execute what is needed of them to actually take out not only this Lord, but also the game as a whole.
Yeah, Demon Wings already built by Pruski. When he goes low, especially after he pops he lost his sanity, rest assured that passive is going to kick in. Of course, speaking about passive, that's also Lozy has to jump away around. Pacifist gets chunked down a little bit low by Banix, and the Lord is starting to rampage around.
Yeah, it's not all that tanky. Look at Vanix just pushing out the damage, putting the pain onto Alchemy and slowly forcing them to back out here. Hades, the split push that we were talking about. Pooski backs out, but is it going to be enough? Tempest of Flames used to run away. The knockup comes through, and Hades pays the price for that sneaky play.
He tried to assassinate. Sorry.
He was so close though.
He wanted to assassinate a core, but unfortunately, everybody from the side of Alchemy went back. Jet just put out this massive laser beam that just wave clear quickly. No minions means Team Flash doesn't have the damage to deal with the core, and with that, Alchemy delays the game once again.
Yeah, so very interesting play here, right? Going for the core, so you know, it was kind of risky, right? Because the lot is up. Right? Making a mistake like this, if you did not pick off Pacifist here, you know, Alchemy will actually come in and 5v4 and try to rush the lot instead.
They might be rushing this now. Bennett's Rage, Adamir goes again in the backline with the trigger pop by Jet here to escape the damage being piled on. Adamir still chases them down. Pooski goes away with the last Insanity, trying to zone out the members of Team Flash, and Flash again is unable to push the issue, but they might have a chance to now take the Lord and then press that together with the objective.
I call that a Team Flash win in a sense, because Alchemy has a 5-man roster against Team Flash 4-man. They use 4-man just to push Alchemy away from the Lord player. And don't forget, Alchemy has been missing all these opportunities, and Team Flash was able to just punish them so easily. And then it was supposed to be the Alchemy Lord. It gave away to Team Flash.
Yeah, so free Lord again, right, for Team Flash. Even though for a moment in that brief time, Ling was actually out of the game.
Exactly.
Right? But unfortunately for them, because it was a 4v4 situation and they did not have the map control, they were not able to push into the lot side. And because of that, they were not able to start the lot at all. If they were having the position, they started the lot, they would have been able to force Flash to come and teamfight into them, and even so taking the lot for free, because Ling wouldn't even be there at all to even contest. But right now instead, they have to play defense once again.
Yeah, but speaking of which, defense is exactly how Alchemy SG wants to play, right? They've got guard, they've also got a good wave clear. Don't forget, when you know all these minions coming in, Pooski would just burn everybody into the ground because they're all congregated in one little tiny spot. But Team Flash right now, setting a 3-prong attack. Mid already coming in, encroaching bottom lane. There's also their Lord. Hades is chunking down, but Pooski just outdoing so much damage. Hades has to fly away.
They are looking at the Lord now, coming down bottom as well. It's Flash looking for a chance or an opening to be able to go in here. Astral Echo popped as well. Lousy just, you know, standing there waiting for a chance to kick. And it's going to be Pacifist knocked up here, but it's buying so much time for the members of Team Flash, and they've taken the top base turret along with that.
This is an expensive game coming out from Team Flash, right? Look, they've already got, by now, 70k. They should have full builds. Alchemy as well, encroaching to 65k, is also going to have full builds. And this is, and everything that Team Flash has worked for in the early game gets nullified. So now they're on even ground. Alchemy is more than happy to take this fight. But then again, as long as they keep the mid lane turret alive, Team Flash will have a little bit of tough time to try to just turret dive right underneath them.
Yeah, so for the first time ever, right, I think this is a true 50-50 type of a game, right? Alchemy does actually have a chance to win this, and you know, coming into this matchup, you wasn't expecting this game to be that close, right? So now for the side of Team Flash, right, what is their actual win condition? Because there are many things that you need to do to be able to push into this high ground, right? 22 minutes in, and the mid lane is still standing for Team Alchemy. So first up, right, you need the Novaria Spoke to come through, right?
Yes.
Full items, you need him to constantly put Jet into half HP, put the Beatrix into half HP. That's one of the things you need to do, right? Put a little bit of pressure on them so that the Link can potentially go for the assassination play, right? Number 2, Lossy needs to get a good kick. Adam on the Terisla needs to go for a flicker 3-man, a flicker 4-man, right? That is the only possibility, and more than that, you actually have to bring them out of the base for them to even try to pull this off.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Youngin, right there. Scruffy Cheeks is really grateful for us to have a coach on the desk right here. But then again, Team Flash already did exactly something like that, right? Don't forget, in the bottom lane, that was even before Alchemy potentially have their full items. Yeah, they tried that, and Alchemy somehow managed to find the damage onto Team Flash. So yeah, and I don't know what Team Flash is trying to do right now. They tried to split, but there's nothing on the map for Hades to take. And And Alchemy is just waiting for Team Flash to make a mistake right here. And don't forget, going into already 25 minutes in, the depth time is gonna just be so insurmountable.
Yeah, I'll tell you what is the game changer here. So far, we haven't seen Pacifist giving a good I'm offended yet.
Yeah.
One single good I'm offended here will end the game for Team Alchemy. It all falls on this position change that we see from Pacifist.
Instead, it's going to be Lolzy making the first move here to kick onto Puski. Shreds him of his Firaga armor here. Still has the immortality, but that being said, he manages to get away without it being popped. Pacifist taking the front line, stunning him out. Astral Echo pop. Flash looks to be on the hunt here. They zone out Alchemy from the Lord Pit, and looks like they're just gonna, be content with taking this objective for now.
Yeah, J tagged Jet with Star Shatter as well, and then after that, Hades was just pushing up top, and now they're already at the Lord Pit, and immediately it's up to Icon whether he can try to take it away.
I don't think there's any chance. I mean, look at Adamir just basically holding the entire choke point there, and there's no entry for Alchemy to be able to make it into the Lord Pit. Instead, they're just gonna hold up again and, turtle up, defend as they have been for the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, but like I said, this is very expensive for Team Flash, right? Look, one Lord for one base turret. Man, the high ground from Alchemy is just insane.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of how Team Revival was last season, right? Holding the games for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hoping for your opponent to come into you, miss the fight,
Revival
5-0, somehow, and then you go for the GG push all in one shot. Right, this is exactly how Team Mirror used to play. Right, and it's very surprising to see Alchemy trying out a strat like this. But I have to admit, this does give you more chance than what you were doing so to actually win the game.
But isn't it like hair tearing, especially when they try to fight into it? But okay, Pacifist, I'm offended.
Oh, there we go, Adamir with the 4-man penalty zone all the way in the back line. And now it's going to be the Mystics trying to prevent Flash from encroaching here. Hades goes in, Tempest to Blade, has to back out, Icon put in the dirt here. The blink in, Lolzy catches onto Danny, and he goes down the immortality pop as well. They're going straight for the base as Flash finally closes this out.
It's kind of such a very slow game, even coming off Team Flash, and you can say it's complete dominance in the early game to the mid, in the way to the later parts of the game, right? And I don't think they actually cracked open the mid lane turret as well. They just won by the side lanes.
Yeah, so the Lord actually when they pushed in, it was just slowly chunking in the core, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, they were under pressure. Danny actually got caught out as well, and that was like the last straw, right? That if your marksman get caught out in the base defense, you kind of have no chance. And props to Adamir because he was the one who actually got the 5-man penalty zone to actually start off the fight. This kind of for the side of Alchemy, they had to start to waste all their dashes or even their flickers to get out of the initial penalty zone range, and then from there, that's where the link comes in and goes in for the assassination.
I feel like I really agree with you in that sense, especially when there's a lot of forced errors coming out from the side of Team Flash to make Alchemy make mistakes. But let's take a look at the items right here, right? I feel like everybody has all full items. Just take a look. Puski even going for the Twilight Armor just to make sure that even if he absorbs the damage from Jay, that Twilight Armor passive will kick in. Bloodwing's already secured by Jet. Even going into the concentrated energy, especially in the late game, you need to constantly be healed up. Make sure that you're healthy, because if not, Hades will just come in and just snipe you down, right? But the Pacifist, on the other hand, even though he's such a thick little boy right there, but I feel like that positioning right there in the middle of a 5v1 right here, and then the rest of the members of the Alchemy cannot keep up. Yeah, I guess that's something that we would hope to see during the highlights.
Yeah, so 4 lots was all it took. I mean, it should have been 2, right? They needed 4 lots to actually take out Alchemy here.
Exactly. Right? I was talking about how expensive despite the Team Flash needs to invest in order to put Alchemy down.
Yeah, so as we take a look at the emblems here, I think across the board, nothing too special in particular here. The only thing that looks okay... actually I don't really see any, I was trying to find if there's anything out of the blue here, but Not by a long shot, actually.
I don't think there's anything that we should take a look out for in terms of emblems, because in the end of the day, emblems and also the key talents, right? They're all a lot of preferences, right? Like you look at the one I pointed out, Icon went for the quantum charge. Actually allows him to just stick onto any targets as you require. In fact, I haven't seen Killing Spree for a long time for the side of the for assassins in terms of that link, right? So that he can ensure that he get that chain of assassinations going to kind of clear it out. So I don't see any issues in terms of the talents, but I love the fact that, you know, Jet and also that Danny, they went for this weapon master to make sure that when they go into the later parts of late game, those 5% will come in super clutch in terms of the late game team fights.
Yeah, so ultimately, I think Alchemy did put up a very good fight here, right? Because for the game to be dragged out to nearly half an hour, okay, if you are the side of Alchemy, you are pretty happy here, right?
Yeah.
Take a look at the kill participation as well. Even though the score does not reflect too much on what have actually transpired on the battlefield, you can see across the board, Alchemy was playing together most of the time, right? The team fights that they take are usually 5 men together. That's why you see it's about 60-70% to 70% in general, because mostly they are sticking together. And then other than that as well, they are not tower damage, not enough, right? This 4k damage actually comes from Danny taking down the bottom tier 1 at the start of the game, and afterwards there was almost no tower damage done. They were not able to win a team fight. That translated into a tower push for the side of Alchemy.
Yep, I mean, so with that done and dusted, who do you think was the MVP of this game?
Vanix.
Vanix with his safe positioning.
Definitely
yeah.
Vanix. It has to be Vanix. Vanix is the best player.
Oh,
Production!
Psych.
You just pulled a puzzle on me!
You were so sure though. You were so sure.
Alright.
Gonna be lousy here with on the show, of course. Kill participation 76%. You know, really making the engagements that matter, and especially the one at the end when they caught Danny as well that you mentioned, ensuring that Team Alchemy had no way back into defending their core there.
Yeah, okay, fine. Jokes aside, Lozy, I think it's all about making sure and putting the final nail in the coffin. Remember the last team fight, it was also kind of forced first by Adamir, and then secondly forced by Lozy. But at that very last team fight, Lozy actually flickered in to basically land that kick. And if you notice, everybody for the side of Team Flash burned their flickers to catch up. And this tells you two things, right? One, Lozy and Hades are very aggressive roams, and also in order for their whole team to kind of follow up their aggression, they need to burn battle spells. The second thing they also tell you that their team synergy is there, and hopefully they will be able to see even more of that in the highlights and in game number 2.
There's a good alignment, right? The way that they play their playstyles. You mentioned the aggression. Lozy is very used to, you know, playing these catches, and Hades then is able to build onto that, catch anyone else, and clean up, you know, basically the battle scene. So yeah, I mean, props definitely to Mr. Game Plan himself. We're gonna see the highlights of this match that we just saw.
Yep, so taking a look at the team fight here, right? So early on, we see good movement from Lozy, right? Making sure that every time he rotates down to the goal lane, he actually gets a kill, and that actually happened twice, right? As we progress into the game, a huge impact coming out from both Adam and Lozy, continuing to dish out the damage and putting pressure on the backlines as well.
I mean, I'm still laughing at the fact that, yeah, when Scrubby was calling Lozy, what's the plan? I am the plan. That bit is so phenomenal. Don't forget, Lozy, these engages are really good, and it allows also other players in their team to really shine. And Team Flash is just really strong when it comes to identifying and the flexibility at the same time. And Jay, you know, landing down all these snipes at the back. If you notice, Adamir and also Lozy are the one that constantly force Alchemy SG to run away. And when their backs are turned against the enemy, they get hit by tons of footballs.
Yeah, I think we're coming close to the game-ending play. This was the one where Pacifist got caught out as well. But, you know, you can see time and again... No, not this one. I think that one was right deep in the base. But you can see time and again, Adamir making such good engagement as well. And Lozy, you know, you're forced to make a decision, right? And watch out for either of these members. So on Alchemy, it was so tough to be able to put that out. Yeah, I think this was where, there you go, Danny being caught out.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that, you know, like, you have different ways for the side of Team Flash to engage. And the fact that they use all the flickers to great success as well. It's a flicker kick. Oh, it's a flicker penalty zone. Oh, There's also a Hades coming towards your backline because I can jump across walls.
Even if you flicker away.
Even if you flicker away, if you notice, it's always Team Flash dictating how they want to team fight.
Yeah, and that actually comes down to pacifist actually, because being on the Ruby here, you are supposed to be the guy that stops this kind of engages, or even finding your own win conditions, which is going for the Bruno and going for the Novaria. But not once did we see pacifist actually pulling it off. You know, it could be just him coming back to the room position, right? Mechanically, not up to standard yet, you know, I must say, for being in the Pro League, right? So, pacifist, I'm looking at you, man. Okay?
Coach to coach.
Please. Yes. Okay, back to the room. I think that's a good start. Sure. Let's move forward, right? Because we need to be on the same level as all these other MPL SG roamers, right? They are able to always get the catch that they want, right? And we need everybody to be on the same level, right? So please, pacifist, do me a favor.
Very harsh words coming from Young. It really straight to the heart, you know?
Literally crispy and spicy words coming out from coach to coach. Oh, so juicy.
I have high expectations of pacifist, you know.
Well, juicy, spicy, and something that goes straight to your heart is McDonald's
Definitely.
as well. With their improved Chicken McCrispy recipe, now catch all of your MPL SG Season 6 action and complete your experience with a crispier crunch of this new and improved Chicken McCrispy. And get that with Mac Delivery, so you don't even have to go out of your house. Just stay home, eat, and watch this broadcast.
Yeah,
and that's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you
perfect.
and your squad.
Perfect. Sorry, yeah, I'm not supposed to be ordering right now during the show, right? But like,
You already had your McDonald's.
but I want more.
Jeez.
Well, why can't I have more? And of course, you know, the 100 diamonds, it also goes into the newbies thing as well. So yeah, I called it a massive win.
I see what you did there.
Of course.
Yeah, but seriously though, the Chicken McCrispy, like, it's one of my favorite fried chickens right now. No cap. No cap.
No cap.
No cap.
I really haven't tried it yet. I'm so sorry.
What?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to order it, alright? Every time when I go to McDonald's, I always order a Big Mac upsize, especially all the way back into my Singapore Poly days. Man, that's my literal comfort food. And speaking about comfort, you know, all these players gotta have to look comfortable right here, especially Alchemy. I don't think they're comfortable because, you know, how Team Flash has been forcing all these engages, I'd be scared.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're trying, right? Because to even have this game going down to 30 minutes, right? They actually controlled the game quite well at the start, right? Icon was actually moving correctly for the first, I would say, the first 7 minutes as well. Anywhere he popped up to, there was a purpose, right? He went to the goal lane, got the kill on Vanix. He went to the purple buff, you know, he got the purple buff away from Hades. And this is what impact you want from your jungler. And most importantly, right, it is the team being able to keep up with that pace, play around him, and from there you actually do stand a chance of winning that game, you know. And at the start, when they went for a draft like this, they already had this in mind, right? Turtle up, try to play this game to this 20-minute kind of a timer. Hopefully the opponent makes a mistake and tries to come in and fail. You go for the comeback play there, right? Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. So my question to pacifist yet again, right? What is your next course of action? Because you tried this, turtle up, you know, 0 goal lead versus 0 goal lead, 4 lots in, 5 lots in, you cannot end the game. Okay, that's one try. What's next?
If I'm pacifist, I'm in the field of insanity. Like, I love to try something over and over again and expecting different results. And especially when you're already on that seat, right? You really gotta have to just go for what you practice. And don't forget, this is kind of like a last-minute role swap in a sense, because we're already like, what? After today, we're already like halfway through the regular season. And this is not something that you can hot fix and hot swap, right? This is not a spare tire you can just pull out your boot, just poke it back in and expect this card to work as it is.
To be fair though, I think it was also a good time to experiment, right? Because up against Flash, they are a big titan, right? We know them as the Frankenstein. So you kind of have the expectation that you're not going to win them by a mile, right? So you might as well just try. And if it works against them, you never know if it could work against the other teams as well. And it's been proven. They've taken Flash to a 27-minute game.
Yeah, so because of this 27-minute game, it also puts a bit of a mental strength to them, right? Because you have proven that you can hold up against Flash for a good 27 minutes.
I can imagine if we're going to interview Hades again, he's like, this is just like PH. Because
Yeah.
of the Lord Duns, because of the game length, or the average game length in the Philippines, this is exactly where he wants to be. And now he's going up against, you know, don't forget, Alchemy doesn't really have any import. No, they have no imports at all. So, yeah, so, I mean, it's going to see how they're going to drop this one. Do they have any form of high grounds? Are they going to go into that revival, turtle up era phases, which I find it really disgusting as well, but Pacifist somehow brought it into Alchemy SG.
Yeah, so for this side of Alchemy here, I'm a little bit worried for them, right? Because for many of these lower bracket tier teams that you see, a lot of them usually, when they lose game 1, game 2 will usually be like a rollover for them, right? Your Titan teams, right? RSG, Flash, Bleed, Homeboys, you know, to a certain extent, the moment they get that game 1 going in,
The
you know, game 2 is
falling
usually like
stars
a
spot us
easy,
Right.
yeah,
So that
rollover
means
for
I
them.
can order my Mac delivery now and it should come in just in time, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so look at the bans here, right? Nothing too special, right? Because we see Alchemy doing the same sort of bans again, going for the 3 assassin bans, alright, which ultimately made the link came out. That's gonna be one of the choices that Alchemy has to go for again, because they need to prevent this Joy and Fanny from going through.
I mean,
right?
you don't ban. One doesn't simply ban out Hades, right? Like you don't just because of that one forest, you just chop down every single tree, right? Like I feel like Hades got a Olympic pool size of heroes that he can bring
Thorns
into the
remain.
jungle.
Your
So
team is
maybe Alchemy, I don't know why. Yeah, like exactly what I was talking about. Insanity right here. They're banning the exact same bans as game number 1.
I am
So
the
for
priestess
start
of
Flash,
primal
they've
lightning,
opted to go for
the hunter of
usual
all the
bans, right?
evil
These look like
gods.
bans that you'll be training your scrims with, the Paquito, the Valentina, the Novaria. To a certain extent, this could also be a chance for them to kind of like show the future teams that will be versus them. These are the things that I like to ban. You know, I'll use this as kind of like a setup for my future games as well, because
There's always
teams
a
will
chance for a
constantly
comeback.
be
Your
studying
team,
the
that's
things
why I
that you
love
want to do,
football.
what kind of order and what kind of priority do you have in terms of picking your hero. So, you know, maybe game 2 I'll be more relaxed a little bit, you know, showcase a little bit different bans, a little bit different picks, just to show off my future opponents a bit here.
Bumblebee
But of
reporting
course,
for duty.
ultimately you will still need to focus on the task at hand as well, right? Which is to get this next win
Detective
and kind of
Frederick
secure your
on the
upper
case
bracket.
24/7.
Going in for the picks right here, ladies and gents. Bruno and Terisla secure for the side of Alchemy SG, even going ahead and taking it away from Banix, because Banix plays a lean, mean Bruno for the side of Team Flash. This is a very open kind of roster, very flexible. These three, Edith Frederick and also the X-Bar, could be flexed into Rome, jungle, and EXP lane as well. So Team Flash is not revealing anything as of yet. Alchemy secures to go for themselves,
Come on,
going back into
Dexter.
that high
It's our
ground
show
defense
time.
that
Is
they
banning.
love to play in game number 1.
Yeah, so straight away after Alchemy has picked all these heroes, they realized that for the side of Team Flash, they should not be going for an assassin pick anymore because of this Fedrin pick, right?
Yep.
So because of this, a very, very good band that they went for here is the Claude, because look at the lineup now. What other hero can possibly, that is in your mage role or the marksman role, that can actually dive to your backline? Because on the side of Alchemy here, they actually have been provided a very good platform. This Bruno and the God actually is not very skeptical to a lot of picks right now. Things that I'll be looking for here, maybe the Fasa, right? You need long range artillery kind of mage to actually put pressure on backline right now. So for the side of Alchemy here, I'm actually leaning towards the draft a little bit more.
Okay, at the very least, Passive gets a stamp of approval from the side of Youngin right here. Everything gets taken away by the side of Alchemy SG, which is something kind of like you can use it to kite and also use it to kind of pseudo dive in a sense, because of a heavy crossbow, the AoE damage can just splash everyone in the vicinity. However, Team Flash right here takes away the Ruby, which Pacifist has been playing. I'm also highly expecting a Minotaur, but no, it's going to be a Cobra taken away from Pacifist. Alchemy right here. The jungle pick right here potentially for the side of Icon.
Yeah, so for Pacifist here, usually I think his most comfortable roam that he always goes to, I think, is the Minotaur.
Yep,
Even
right.
back then when Minotaur was not in the meta, he was one of the first few players who actually went for Minotaur as his main hero.
Yep.
So they have decided to hold out his pick a little bit and go for the jungle pick first. Alright, this
my
Artist
next
pick here is
conquest?
okay to me in the sense that because if you pair it up with the Terisla, there is a chance that you snowball straight away in the early game. And because of this, they kind of have a game only if they play the early game to perfection, right? The story of Alchemy has always been like this. You need to be able to play out your early
Time
game
and tide
evenly,
wait for no
at least,
man,
for you to stand
nor
a chance in
girl.
the late game. Most of these, lower bracket teams, one of the problems that they always face is that the moment they get steamrolled in the first 2 to first 3 minutes, that's where the game totally falls apart. The goal lead extends, your towers are taken down, and they have no chance to come back into this game, right? So when you pick up this Terisla and you pick up this Martis, you are looking for a very, very stable early game, or even potentially winning out the early game, so that you do stand a chance moving into the late game when the first and second lot is being taken. And lastly, as I've said, right, the artillery mage that Team Flash needs here is this Fasa.
Not only
right?
just
Super
artillery
important.
mage. It's not only just an artillery mage, it's also artillery marksman as well. The big bombs do not lie. The Bandit's Rage will find you behind as well, because that guard positioning can be also dissuaded by the fair airstrike and also the Bandit's Rage.
Yeah, so not many picks you can go for here. You need somebody that kind of stops the Fasa a little bit. I think you're left with Grok here, right? The wall is can actually cancel out the Fasa ulti. I think that is, yeah, so that, and you kind of need the CC for the Vanix Beatrix as well, right? So this is one of the little picks that you can go for. But as we said, he goes back to comfort here, picking out the Minotaur, and the one problem you have here is that, as always, the Fasa has free range over everybody. If the Terisla does not find the flicker jump onto the Fasa, Fasa's gonna be able to, even play at the front lines, going for the offensive feather airstrikes.
Yep, with that said, rosters are locked in for the side of Alchemy. Going in, a little bit more comfort. Jet going back into that Gourd. Pacifist going back into that Minotaur. And of course, Icon, it's a breath of fresh air as well. At least he's going back into tank junglers. Remember the first day he revealed that, hey, I want to try to play the Fanny, and then immediately he got some warm welcome from everybody. Yeah, they're not going to go for that. So Alchemy SG turning their strategy in a bit, right? They want to win in these massive early turtle fights, whereas from the side of Team Flash, they can play the late game. They've got a good clear and all across the board. I feel like they've got a very easy kind of scaling going into the early, all the way to the late game.
Now this is going to be game number 2 between Team Flash and Alchemy. So potentially it could be game point in favor of Team Flash if they manage to close that out. And we'll see as to whether or not Alchemy can take this to the late game as they have previously. That being said, their composition is very, very skilled and dependent on that early game snowball.
Yep, they definitely have to look for this snowball, and it all starts in the EXP lane. Yeah, everybody, and also the EXP lane and mid lane will be going there to get to that level 2. It's also very beneficial for the side of this Edith as well, because Lozy right now is already level 2, hits his power spike already.
Yeah, mid lane we actually see Pacifist taking a huge chunk of his HP down so early in the game, right? And this proves to be a problem for them, because if you are on the side of these Martis right here, you need to be able to find the snowballs that you want, and that actually starts with hooking down your opponent. So having to see Pacifist straight away with such a low HP right at the start of the game, that will also mean that Lozy has the map control and be able to do what he wants, and put a little bit of pressure on Icon here as well.
Yep, the Brave Knight coming in really clutch right there so that he can also heal out from the damage. And of course, because Pacifist went for the Quantum Charge to gain a little bit more movement boost so that he could chase somebody down, is forced to retreat. And because it's like what you mentioned, all of a sudden, full control of the river for the side of Team Flash, especially towards the south side of the map.
Yeah, as we take back a look, right? Normally I like to take a look at the second when the draft has already been taken out, right? 1 minute in, I will suddenly have a new realization of actually how the drafts look like. And my current assessment is that it is, for the side of Team Flash, right, this is a completely well-rounded draft, balance of burst damage from your mages, slow mage damage coming in from the EDIF, right? Good physical damage coming in from both of your physical dealers as well, right? You have the true damage coming in from the Xbox, and then later on you still have to itemize blade armor for this Beatrix. So on the side of Alchemy here, how effective can your itemization be?
Oh, but items aside though, they're looking to the bot lane to take some health off of Kuski here and force him out. That could give them the advantage over this hurdle. The first objective that they're looking at here, Adamir already doing great job zoning them out from that as well. And Jay, having hit his level 4, is going to have a huge AoE damage and zone denial to be able to help restore this.
I really don't think Icon will be here in time. Definitely missed the turtle buff right here, giving the first turtle on the side of Hades. Don't forget, it's Alchemy that really requires that big snowball. They aren't able to find any of it.
Yeah, so as they rotate to the top lane here, Icon actually wanted to try to go for the blue buff here, but wasn't able to do so. But luckily for him, he was able to get this first big catch on Lawsy here. And to make sure that they continue this momentum, they need to start pushing out the mid waves, alright? And not only that, they will need to maybe start a bit of a snowball invade, right? Invade the jungle a little bit, put more pressure on the goal lane, make sure that the Beatrix is not able to clear the wave, and that's where you kind of like get a tower snowball with your Bruno, and that's where you actually look to widen the gap a little bit to this small lead that you have currently for Team Alchemy.
But Alchemy doesn't need or doesn't want a small lead. They want a big lead because they rely on the snowball, right? If your Martyr is gonna fall off in the late game, your Bruno kind of falls off kind of hard in the late game once you get caught by anybody, because in these massive team fight, if you got a target painted on your back, you're practically dead. But then again, I really have to agree with you, Youngin, because if you take a look at Team Flash, how do you optimize this? You need to have a Radiant armor because of the Edith burst. You also got Athena shield because of Varsa burst, and then you got a very good mix of physical damage from the Beatrix and technically for the Fragile. And after that, you got the Xbox true damage. How do you itemize that against that?
Yeah, exactly. So for this side of Alchemy here, you need this kind of big HP lead where you can itemize when you see whoever is owning the game, right?
Yep.
If I realize that the Fasa is going to have a good game, I already start to build towards my Athena shield, right? If I am doing very well against this Fasa is of no effect to me, I will start actually build the Blade armor early on to account for this Beatrix, right? But if you are behind, you're going to be lacking gold. What is the thing that you can do, right? Because there is almost nothing you can do. If you build HP, anybody that goes on you, you'll be lacking the necessary defense that is needed to actually survive through that burst. So overall, super tough for Alchemy to itemize in this game.
Yeah, and if you build HP, even if you build any of these items, be it the armor or magic resist, Xbox does true damage too. So yeah, you're kind of checkmated right there. KZP kind of locked in these first 3 picks really early on, giving it over to the side of Team Flash. I feel Alchemy SG, they kind of focus a little bit too much on, I feel like the Terizla pick as a first pick was a little bit forced, the Bruno as well, because there's also a potential Fredrin that was slip on by in the first phase pick.
Yeah, so Terizla and Bruno here, usually you pick these heroes when you want to win your lane. So they went in with the idea that, okay, my goal lane, the Bruno's probably gonna bully almost every other goal laner, right? And then for the side of this Terizla, also most likely he'll be able to bully most of his matchups. And not only that, but to have a big impact in the first total fight. But because of them being zoned due to Pacifist taking too much poke in the early game, right, the first 2 minutes, they were not able to contest the total. Lawsy had map most of the time, and because of that, not being able to contest the total, this Terizla pick is kind of wasted in the sense that even though you did have a decent laning stage, you want to put that impact into fighting at the total.
Yeah.
But because of this, Team Flash got away with it, right? You have an X-Bot that is scaling, you got the total for free. But fortunately for the side of Alchemy, because right before this pause happened, they actually got a pick off on Lawsy. So because of that, they are going to try to take this small lead and look to extend and open up the game for them.
Yeah, so this is the start of the Alchemy SG snowball. We thought, when Team Flash already picked up the turtle for free, Team Flash has crossed that big hurdle before, they can get to that top, right? But turns out, because of that one pick off by Martis onto Lawsy, they're back to square one again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that being said, though, it's not all over, right? Because, like you said, if this is the start of Alchemy Snowball, they already nailed and, basically snagged that first blood in their favor. So it remains to be seen how it's going to pan out exactly. Right now, we are waiting for a glitch to be ironed out. Some time troubleshooting. We should be back in game soon, and as soon as we can. So just bear with us for a minute. I mean, if you're hungry, just call yourself a Mac delivery, and you can enjoy and wait for it and enjoy it while you watch the game.
Yeah, Youngin said that this is going to be a quick game. I already ordered it. It should be on the way over. And now it's going to be cold because I feel like this game is going to be a little bit longer right now, and it's not going to be crispy anymore.
Hopefully not, right? Because Alchemy does want to play the early game. So if it drags out, it's not going to be in their favor. They might try to end it earlier for you to eat your
thank you. It's called Mass Crispy for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, going into this, I want to touch a little bit on the mindset as well, right? Alchemy, bear in mind they're coming off a 27-minute game. This is very, very mentally taxing. And on top of that, so far, they have already lost 3 series, right? A total of 3 series. If they lose this one as well, it's going to be a 4th consecutive series that they are.
I'm sorry, I had to cut you here right now,
I
Scrubby. If you notice what's going on the
it's
screen.
so anticlimactic because I'm talking about like, you know,
mentality.
yeah, Alchemy's mental game, but here is Flash, you know, being so chill and just making faces at one another.
No, and the worst part is, if you know what's happening downstairs, if I'm not mistaken, Lozi and Hades were just sitting right up beside each other, right? And they're just like sending love languages to each other. Oh,
Are they gonna be the new VYs, but Singapore version? What would you call that? Lollies. I don't know, man.
Lodi.
Like I can't.
Hades.
L Hades.
L Hades.
Okay, I mean, if Jana C, even if we go back to Jana C, Jana Cutie, right? Low Cutie? I think we're getting ahead of ourselves right here.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's renamed himself.
Oh, here we
you know,
go.
He's rebranded himself.
This is still a better
as
love story than
Hades.
Twilight, guys.
Have you seen the interview? Like they
Which
did
one?
check out the MPL SG Instagram page. Shout
Uh-huh.
out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't, you know, MPL SG, constant updates and
Yeah.
where you want to get your latest season 6 news as well. In the meantime, here's Adamir snoozing.
No, he's
This is the classic Adamir snoozing, right? There's countless of photos of him doing this sleeping pose on the OSIM chair, lest I say, right? Where he's just, every time there's a pause, you know, he just kind of like quietly resets himself,
Yep.
think about all the possible scenarios that can happen in the game, and then just think about everything. And
So he
Adam
is
is quite,
meditating.
yeah,
Yes.
he's quite an overthinker in the sense that
Yeah.
he likes to think about many things. Even though it looks like he's very relaxed here, trust me, he's not. He's actually
Yeah.
thinking of all the possibilities that can happen. He's thinking about how many, you know,
How
right
many
out-
Max Crispies he can eat later on?
No, I was thinking more about the game.
Oh,
Adam
okay.
is actually very, very tryhard. Alright? Okay? He is one of the most tryhard players you have ever seen in your life. The most hardworking player in MPL SG. I must
He
must add.
puts on a very like
Chill.
cool, yeah, chill,
Yeah,
cool.
he's
front.
chill. Yeah, he got the V hands buff that's massaging that helps him worry even more as well, because it kind of circulates that blood
Brother, it's
circulation,
supposed
right?
to relax you.
Yeah, and he's practically the next ambassador for OSIM V-Tron. Chairs.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he really
Let's go.
sank into the chair super
He melted
comfortably.
into the chair. He is one with the chair.
Exactly. It's funny. I mean, you can see just the level of
Calmness.
yeah. And
Can we
also
take a look over to the side of
chemistry.
Alchemy SG's side? Because I feel like we're focusing a lot of Team Flash, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable how close Lozi is
we
with the
go.
camera. Okay, there we go. Puski, hey, what's up, bro? You're on screen.
They're so serious. This is it's a far cry from what we saw in Team Flash. Okay, yeah, he noticed the camera.
Yeah,
There you go.
he immediately goes into like the DJ spinning thing. And why are you wearing your glasses like that?
They just point out 2-0. Are they saying they will lose? They can't possibly be the one 2-0ing at this point.
Yeah, that's
Why
true.
not?
Yeah, because they dropped the game, so I mean, if they win, it's gonna be a 1-2, right?
Yeah. And why are they like putting the logo Cybertron upside down? Hey, yeah, coach, Youngin, this is your opportunity. Tell him something. Tell him.
Nah, he probably can't hear me. It's okay. You know, after the game, he'll probably PM
Exactly,
me,
that's
tell
the
me
whole
about the
point.
picks, and then later on we'll be like, hey, you know, you could have done this better. You could have done this better. But ultimately, you know, for him, you got to be worrying about a lot of other things at the moment, right? I
Yeah.
hope later on when the game resumes, he's able to rally his team together. Hopefully, you know, put in this, especially with this league, right? The pause kind of comes in at the right timing where they have a chance to actually.
Hey, a bit close, my boy.
Oh,
a bit
oh,
close,
oh.
my boy.
Wow.
wow. We're actually casting through like I think this what size of this screen? I think 75, 65 inch TV, and you're like whoa, a bit too close, my boy. A bit too close.
It feels very up close and personal.
No. That's not exactly how I like my EXP laners.
But I would want to watch, you know, an interview between between Youngin and Pacifist to see how that conversation goes.
Yeah, like maybe we could just put them in the game. Hey, since you got a headset, just link that up and downstairs, and then hey, talk to him. Tell him to wake up his mind.
Yeah, but at this time, you know, there's not many things that he can do as well, right?
Okay.
Because he's leading a new team, right?
That's right.
For Pacifist, let's talk about the history a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Because
I
for
love history.
Pacifist, he has been on so many different teams, right? But unfortunately for him, most of the teams that he has coached in the last 4 to 5 seasons has been on the lower bracket teams, right? He always finishes about 5th to 6th position. I think somewhere near
Almighty?
there. Yeah, should be 5th to 6th. I think the best one he did was 3rd place with Almighty
Yeah,
for
that's
season,
right. Season
3?
2.
2, 3.
I think 2. Because season 3, that was Team Evo that joined. That became like the new Dark Horse, remember? So I think it's around season 2, season
No, but
3.
season 3, Team Flash was 3rd place. Yeah,
Oh,
so it has to be like somewhere near the 5th, 6th place position, right?
Yeah.
And for him to now to take on a new challenge, right? Grooming up total new, a team like Alchemy, a community level team, actively participating in tournaments like your Campus Legends, people who have been on because they probably were like 15, 16 years old back then, and then now finally joining MPL while being legal of age, and Pacifist comes in as an experienced coach, leading them, and then ultimately joining them as a player, right? It has been quite a far journey for him in the sense that he has been moving on side to side, trying out many different versions of the team, and I think one of the future things that he should be looking out to is to hopefully, joining one of the top tier teams, right? Back as a coach, right? Back as a coach.
Yeah,
right?
back as a coach, yes.
Back as a
that
coach.
I really agree.
Yeah,
We
and
can
then,
agree upon.
Really go for that first championship, right? Because the moment you win a championship, right, your mentality changes, right? For me, who has not been back then when I was still a rookie, right? Back in season 1 when I was still in Team Explorer, right? So we're talking about way in the history books when we just started, right?
Yeah.
And to straight away be recruited to Team Evolves afterwards, and then had that champion thing fit to me, right? People like JPL, people like Potato teaching me the ropes. You usually don't see your players teaching the coach what to do, right? And because of that, ultimately you'll be able to not only have the experience to do well, but to also ultimately know what is needed of you to inspire the future generations.
Yep. That's exactly what happened to Joe H, right, in RSG SG. Someone just totally new, and rest assured, you definitely have these players kind of force-feeding you with a lot of information, and then hopefully, Joe H, become that next generation of coaches that MPL Singapore desperately needs, but we're back in game. Danny has secured his house close already.
Yeah, going back into the game, and thanks for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. What we last seen actually was Alchemy being able to get that first blood for themselves, so it was a kill onto Lousy right now. It's going to be a throwback on Pacifist. Here comes the Appraiser's Wrath, as well as Feathered Airstrike just for good measure. And it's going to be a 1-1 now across the kill board. Danny has to back away here. The onward and the Earth Shatter is enough to put him in the dirt. So Flash making quick work of Alchemy.
Lousy, the destroyer of tables. You remember when you watch Lousy play, he keeps slamming on the table at Zactra, and now he's flipping no, he's not only flipping the tables, he's flipping players right here. He caught 2 members just like that super easily and allowed Team Flash to just pick 2 kills, equalizing whatever Alchemy has worked so hard to get into a snowball.
Yeah, very important kill on Pacifist there because that actually opened up the game for them, right? And one of the disadvantages of picking this Bruno, yes, even though you might win your lane, but if somebody comes to you, right, 3 men, 4 men, what are you going to do to clear the wave? You basically have to sit it out. Most of these Brunos that we see getting ganked in the gold lane, they have no choice but to back out of the lane. And look at that, the gold plating for the side of Team Flash. The Beatrix has taken almost every possible gold plating.
Oh no, we've seen this before, right? A 3-man knockout on Pacifist though manages to get him out with a Minoan Fury there. Danny backing away into the safety of the turret as well. But that's one huge ultimate already spent on the side of Alchemy. So that means that if they retreat down to catch this objective, it might not be in their favor. But Adamir is a lone person here, popping that last Insanity with the burst. Kuski jumps in, penalty zone, tries to catch him out. Hades joins the fight together with Jay here. No ultimate available to save his teammate. He gets decimated by Icon there instead. Lousy is in the mid lane as well, joining the fight. It's going to be Hades securing himself. Icon.
Off the screen right there, at the corner of the screen earlier just now, Jet landed a Mystic Gush that definitely put the nail in the coffin for the side of Jay, and Lousy coming in again.
Oh my goodness, the throwback is insane! Danny, nowhere for him to escape, and again, he falls having such a difficult time. Hades, along with that, clocks himself the turtle, the second turtle of the game now.
Yeah, it's just, Youngin, just take a look at the items right here. You've already got core items secured for Jet as well. All that, Snowball, Attender Icon decides to do, earn him a Hunter Strike. Is that probably enough for them to go into the second phase of the game.
Yep, so definitely he'll start itemizing towards the more defensive items now as the game, kind of like slowly goes out of their grabs.
Yep.
On the side of Flasher, we actually see 2 Dreadnought being picked up already, right? This kind of like puts the damage of what Alchemy can do much lower, right? Totorisla, Martis, Bruno is all going to be affected. And Pacifist, we see time and time again, feeding his second death of the current game, right? And every single death that he has shown so far has resulted in another big advantage for Flash as they look towards the bottom lane now. We actually see Vanix going down to the bottom lane with Lossy backing him up, looking to take the bottom tower for now.
So much pressure here being put on by Lossy, right? And now 4-man rotation down to the bottom here, up against Alchemy. Feathered Airstrike starts the fight here. Danny, Icon, and Jet all back away, but this gives Flash the opportunity to take this turret here, so they clear a lot of map space for them to do that.
I know why you're laughing, Scrubby Cheeks. I know why you're laughing.
He just had to.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, I'm a marksman. I get a bit OCD right there. Might as well, since I'm a Beatrix. Whip out my bombs. I'm just gonna take down the turret down bot. But amazing plays coming up from Team Flash, even though it's not very flashy. Jay used the Feather Airstrike just to zone Alchemy away. There's no way for them to basically defend, and now they have top lane and bottom lane already first tier turrets gone.
Looking really tough for Alchemy, right? We talked about how they're looking for the early snowball here. So them being on the back foot, it's actually being 3 steps behind Flash here. Again, Adamir Lossy taking the front line. Oh my gosh, Feathered Airstrike, the big zone here, the stuns out, coming through. The Mystic Dash though, this time stops them from approaching Jay, taking a huge chunk of his HP out.
The Mystic Gush actually outranges the Feather Airstrike. This is something to take note, ladies and gents, going into the near future. Alchemy will potentially use Jet to basically push Jay away, but it seems like, the turtle is being contested right now. Icon and Hades is setting it up, and now it's gonna be Pacifist jumping in.
Yeah, goes all the way in with the Minoan Fury, has to back out though. Lossy, they are on the chase here. It's Pooski with the penalty zone, getting Hades, stuns out too. Flicker by Adamir, gets him out for now, but the Feathered Airstrike puts the pain onto Alchemy and forces them into a disengage.
Yeah, overall I think very good fight by both teams here, each of them knowing the limits of their heroes and ultimately only, Lossy going out of this fight, right? So for now, it's just going to reset a little bit, make sure that you are keeping up with your items. For the side of Adam, I think he got his immortality up. Yes, as we can see, he got his immortality up as well already. So he'll be able to poke the fun a little bit more without worrying that, that he will be punished for moving too forward, right? And for the side, for the rest of Flash, right, what they will need to do is to start taking, not only push out your lane, right, but take these big 5v5 fights where you know that Jay will be able to use the Feather Airstrike to take out the majority of Jet's and Danny's health so that they can get the advantage in the teamfight that they need and take the lot from here.
Yeah, they're taking it right now, right? Like, there's no contest coming outside of RSG. They're gonna play on the other side of the map instead, forfeiting that Lord. It's Pooski that's on that cross-map play for now. Team Flash, yeah, they're pretty stable. They love exactly where they're staying right now in terms of the gold lead, in terms of the map control, and of course in terms of the kill score as well.
The game plan's really not working out for Alchemy, right? They wanted 2 lane bullies, or at least be able to hold their lane in terms of Pooski on the Terizla, as well as Danny on the Bruno. Now, he's been camped so much, Danny, that he really hasn't been able to do that. Hold on, but the throwback onto Pacifist, the pain put onto them. Lossy goes down as the first. They trade out the 2 Romans, 1 for 1, and now Flash looks to siege in this mid turret. They changed their minds here. They're gonna have to, they're gonna go down. But Pooski, the penalty zone, catches onto 2. Vanix, a quick back by him. Hades zones them out and manages to force them back. So still okay. Flash managing to go hop away from this fight. And it's actually Alchemy that's limping away from this engage here. Adamir chases him down. Last Insanity will be the nail in the coffin.
You see how much Flash just likes to just bully Pacifist right there? Brother has renamed himself back into Pacifist. He's looking for peace, but no! 3 ultimates onto him. It's like a, if you guys enjoy Singaporean food or Malaysian food, it's like an ultimate rojak right there mixing it, and Pacifist got caught.
Oh my goodness! Jet just exploded! That huge amount of burst damage coming from Flash there. It's looking quite impossible for Alchemy now, to be honest.
Yep. So for the side of Pacifist, right, the reason why he is dying, without any backup, right, is that every single time we see that Fusky is not in a position to be ready to back him up. So therefore, he is not able to go for the counter initiation because he's bursted even before the backup comes. With the Teresa not being able to get to jump on the opponent, Pacifist will basically just die first without being able to use his ultimate at all. And I think that is the root of the problem that we are facing currently.
Yeah, you just basically deny any form of engage that Alchemy SG has. Alright, because then you just need to know that, okay, if Alchemy SG wants to come in to engage, yeah, just look out for Fusky. And Fusky's usually split pushing on the other side of the map. They're trying to split, but a Terizla that's splitting, yeah, it's gonna take some time for him to travel all the way back home because yeah, he doesn't have the surfboard like what Jet has. He doesn't have the ability to jump across walls, right? So yeah, it's gonna be tough for Alchemy SG to basically rotate back and join the team fights.
Yep. So 15 seconds to load as well. At this moment, if you're the side of Team Flash, you don't need anything too flashy to happen, right? Because your goal lead is actually way too huge to you don't even need that pick off first before you even start, right? Lanes wise, look at top. Actually, it is pushing in the side of Alchemy, but they actually don't care, right? We can see Alchemy taking small wins here and there, going to the other side of the map just so that they can just get a little bit more farm just for them to potentially contest this last push. But my prediction is even right now it is possible for Team Flash to end the game in the next slot if Jay here that we see on the screen here is able to get the feather airstrike onto either Jet or Danny, or being such a good player, both.
I mean, Jay has secured the loaded crystal, and you're definitely gonna know that that's a lot of holy damage. Land on top of Jet and Danny if they stick together. And I don't know why, but like somehow the damage dealer somehow just likes to stick together because, two damage dealers, 2 peas in a pod, that sort of idea. But then again, it's gonna be Hades. Oh, we'll be able to chase down Pacifist. Okay, then let him go.
Spotted him out in the bush there, so Pacifist making a beeline for that. Lord charges down the bottom base turret here, gonna quickly go down. Now, Alchemy left to defend this 3 ways. Top side being tended to by Fusky, and the rest of the team having to take the Lord down. Now, like you said, Flash is just hanging around, right? They have so much hope and ability to just chunk them down, but Adamir goes in all the way with the last Insanity already. The huge knockup onto him will trigger that immortality. Here comes the feather airstrike. The artillery will put Alchemy in the dirt, and it's 3 members down on their side. This spells doom for Alchemy. Can they fight back? Icon tries his best. Danny, the finish by Vanix.
You man that.
Secures him a triple, and that's going to be the end as Vanix cleans this up, switches up to his rifle, and ends the base.
Absolute mad lad, man. This is exactly how I like Vanix the player. Flicker forward, no marksman, flicker backward. Okay, I actually do, but you get my point. I love aggressive marksmen, especially when they come in like this. And then again, you saw how there's no fight left on the side of Alchemy SG, right? Like, everybody get busted down immediately. They've already removed one form of engage coming from Alchemy SG, and then yeah, everything is just history.
Yeah, ultimately for them, right, not having that early snowball that they needed, right? So they tried to kind of draft, right? First game, delay as long as possible, right? Second game, try to end it as fast as possible. But instead it went the other way around. So for Marty's base type of drafts, right, you always want to be looking out to get a very early snowball because Marty's will fall off so badly in the late game. So unfortunately for the side of Alchemy, today was not their day, or even not their week even, right? And
they haven't had the weeks at all for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
no, they're
but
right at the
we
bottom.
must encourage them, right? So for the side of Alchemy here, they will need to be able to reset their momentum, right? Because for them, just now, even on the player cams, before the game even resumed, we actually see one of the players, pointing 2-0. To me, this was like mentally they were checked out already.
Yeah, so
right?
they checked out the Victory Hotel early on. But speaking of which, let's take a look at the items. Look at for the side of Alchemy SG. I don't even need to tell you what items they have. There's so many empty boxes that they can't fulfill because they're always shut down everywhere they go.
Yeah, actually poor itemization coming out from Radiant Armor. So basically, was Lozzy really somebody you needed to deal with? Because look at Vanix, he was having a very good game at the start already. you kind of like have to think about him. That's one problem, right? On the other side, the Fasa is also countered by the Athena shield, right? Maybe their thinking was, oh, I have HP enough, I can live through the burst long enough. But as proven, right, the moment Pacifist got jumped on, he actually just instantly got bursted.
He just evaporated, right? This bull is just just disappeared. No matter how big he is, vaporized into thin air by the Feather Airstrike. I agree with you, right? Not only just the fact that the Holy Crystal is being secured by the side of Jay, there's also the lethal ignition already. So that's even additional damage being layered down onto that Minotaur. And if you notice how Team Flash, they're evil, they're cruel, they're basically just mercilessly just putting down this Minotaur.
Yeah, looking at this, it's difficult, right?
Yeah.
And I think the hardest thing was when Youngin, you were talking about the mentality as well. You can see the moment they came back into the game, there was kind of no fight left in them, right? And I think whatever they choose in terms of the items or the emblems, it wasn't so much that, but I think just the ability to come back from that deficit in the game.
Yeah, so ultimately as well, as we take a look at the post-game stats, you know, nothing much to be said, right? Very clean game for the side of Team Flash here. It was unlike the previous game where there were a few struggles here and there. But for the side of Flash here, you know, across the board, teamfight participation among everybody. They were sticking as 5 most of the time. They were rotating to the different lanes, right? Adamir was kind of like doing his own thing at the start, making sure that his lanes are pushed out before they actually come. That's why, hence why a low kill participation. But ultimately, in the team fights, he did his job.
Yep. Zoning away, tagging the necessary things. Also, very nice kill participation right there by Vanix, 69%. Rich Guy, of course, goes and the carry goes into Vanix, and I hope the production this time around will be giving the correct person the MVP.
Yep.
Well, we'll take a look at exactly who the MVP was for this game and whether or not this side are right. Vanix at 7-0-2 with a GPM of 830.
His positioning was so good, right? And not only just that, he has only just the turrets. And I feel like, remember that time, because of that one small little gank, he immediately just absorbed all of that turret energy and then just, you know, just rotated like it's just normal day in his life. Just walk all the way down to mid. Oh, if I can't get a kill, then I walk all the way down to the bot lane. And then just, you know, take even more turret energy, crack that bottom lane turret open. And then because of that, Alchemy SG ultimately lost a lot of map control, and it just snowballed out of control for Alchemy SG, and they can't do anything anymore.
And he was playing that supposedly against Bruno, right? Where he was supposed to lose that lane, albeit he had help, yes, but still, in the early game, he was already there, and then continuing that with a good positioning in the team fights later on as well. We have to see, of course, how Flash kind of talk themselves through this game and talk to one another. So we're going to go into the mic check to listen to how that went down.
I know ulti.
Hey, Ruby guys.
I can get the back,
Ruby not flicker. Hey,
I
guys.
can kick Fedrin back,
On just here.
My ulti soon.
You want fight or no?
We can fight. Oh. Hey, Ruby.
Nice.
Hey, Fedrin.
Go. One hit. Never mind. Back. Relax.
Ulti.
Slowly.
Hey, Pacifist first, guys. Ruby first.
Hey, no flicker.
Can a Fedrin slam.
Slowly, guys.
Hey, can moment. Hey, wait. Slowly, guys.
S1
no shoot. Hey, wait.
I need to back.
B-Chicks. No one. B-Chicks. B-Chicks, nice.
I will.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
The god.
I knock up.
Nice.
Toxic. I start.
Nice. Savage, hey.
No mean.
Minute.
I want end, guys. Goodbye.
Minute,
I want end. Goodbye.
This is actually the first time I see Vanix talking to the team.
And what's a Mario yell as well? Woohoo! All this kind of stuff. And apart from that, you know, I feel like in MPL Singapore, Gord hasn't found a very good win rate. It's not the case for other regions, especially in the Philippines as well.
Yep, so everybody have this right theory of playing the hero, but ultimately because it is still quite a new hero in terms of joining the meta, right? Teams haven't really figured out how to play with it in the sense that teams kind of know how to counter it because you're so you're so used to diving to the back lines as whatever you're playing, right? And of course, in MPL SG, there are a lot of picks like Khalid, Terisla, things that dive into the back line easily, and having to constantly deal with picks like that in your EXP lane makes this god not super good in my opinion in the MPL SG meta, or teams need to be able to figure out that once the EXP lane has been taken and there are lack of backliners, then you can actually go to pick the hero.
Exactly, right? I mean, it all depends on the meta and how they play it as well. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of all the series we have for you today. Now, congratulations to all who have taken the victories today. We want to hear, of course, from the winner of this series first, and our beautiful host, Cheryl, to close out. Thank you for being here with us, and over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, friends. And we don't just have any interviewee right here to close out the show. It is our wonderful Vanix right here from Team Flash. Wow, see, got claps eh? Okay, so Vanix, can you introduce yourself to our audiences?
I am Phoenix, and I play goaling for Team Flash.
Right, you forgot to add your accolade right now. Scott Maniac yesterday. Absolutely crazy.
And I scored Maniac yesterday.
Thank you for being so supportive. Now, we do have questions for you. Now, first up would be, right now we're in the middle of the season. So far, who do you think was the toughest gold laner that you have met so far?
I think it will be the RSG Oki.
RSG Oki?
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys still managed to take the game off them, so that's very, very respectable. Now, next up was that in the interview itself, Lousy mentioned that Pacifist was the best gold laner in Singapore. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't think so. That's why he changed to roamer. He from goal lane become roamer means there's something wrong.
I see. Now then, who do you think is the top 3 gold laners right here in Singapore? And are you yourself included in that list?
I think Oki, Anya, and I don't know. Everyone else is better.
So in short, basically, you're included in that gold lane trinity.
No, I also bad.
Huh?
I also bad.
How can? Now you're rising in the ranks, like right now, top position, and then you scored Maniac. You sure?
My Lozzy say he carry me because he got 3 medal. Then Adam also got 2 medal.
Right. But then they got medal, and then if you cannot survive or you cannot kill people, then there's no point. Right? So definitely, you have some substance in you, right, Vanix?
Okay, then I'm inside.
Okay, so is gonna force one. That's why you're inside the Golden Trinity. But you yourself don't agree, man?
I also don't know.
Also don't know.
Don't know.
Then what can we expect from you? Where do we put our lucky guest coins?
Just better, cause Lozzy will carry us.
Oh, so in Lousy we trust, huh? In Lousy we trust. All right. Then also Lousy mentioned there is this Tau Pok strategy. So what is this Tau Pok strategy?
What Tau Pok strategy?
In the interview, he mentioned that there was a Tau Pok strategy, and apparently you're inside it.
I also don't know.
Oh, you also don't know?
He never tell me anything about it.
Never gotten CC in the email. So, but then apparently he counted you in.
Oh, really?
I
don't know, sir.
So don't know, just follow lah.
Yeah.
In Lousy we trust then. Yes. Okay, so yes, Vanix, thank you so much for this opportunity to get to speak to you, and we really hope that you guys are able to shine even brighter right here in the season. And right now, as of now, you guys are in top position. Do you have anything to say to all of your wonderful supporters of Flash?
Continue supporting Flash and we'll dominate the regular season now.
Vanix will carry us through. And wait, the tagline.
Oh, yeah. And we will make gamers heroes.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much, Vanix, right here for this interview. Amazing. Isn't he cute? An absolute beast scoring maniac over at the Land of Dawn. And right here, he's just so cute. What top box strategy? I don't know. I wasn't CC'd in the email. But yes, we're looking forward to many more stellar performances right here from Team Flash. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings so far after much bloodshed in the Land of Dawn today. So as you see here on the screens, pulling that gap even further now. Right here we see Team Flash SG with 11 points to their name. And trailing right behind them, our defending champions are catching up right now with 8 points to their name. And right behind them, we have Bleed Esports with 8 points to their name as well, pushing Homebois SG down to 7 points at 4th position. Now, who we find in the lower brackets right now, Evil just tealing right behind, just a point in lower brackets in 5th position with 6 points. Behind them as well, Vanguard Esports with 5 points, Stellark SG with 3 points at 7th position. And unfortunately, even though there was much contest and improvements in overall play, Alchemy SG still stands at 0 points. Wow, so there has been a lot of changes, and even, the lead has gotten much wider as the day progresses. So what can we anticipate next for our upcoming week? Let's find out in the upcoming schedule. So here you see on your screens, this will be happening next Saturday. And for our first match, we see Flash going head-to-head against Vanguard Esports. Now, this is opening the show at 10 a.m., followed by match 2. We see Alchemy SG crossing swords with RSG SG happening at 12:30 p.m. For match 3 itself, we see Stellark SG duking it out with Homebois SG at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, this is a match that you don't want to miss. We see our Dark Horse team Evil fight for the upper bracket spot right here with Bleed Esports at 5:30 p.m. Now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, right here at MPL SG Season 6, things are heating up. Teams are doing whatever they can to secure the coveted upper bracket spots. Now, I really wish that you guys were here with us at the live audience, and the energy is just absolutely electric. I highly recommend that you guys stay tuned to all of our wonderful social media pages, such as mpl.sg.official, to find out more on how to secure yourselves tickets. And of course, you can also catch up on all of the action on your favorite platforms, such as Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok. Now, ladies and gentlemen, MPL SG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Mutan and Zenray Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. And our partners in esports, OSIM. Now, this has been a wonderful week so far, and with just 3 games left for all of our teams, we hope that they will take the week to reset and pull out all the stops to secure more points to head on over to the regular season. So that's all for us now, right here today, and we hope to see you next week, Saturday at 10 a.m. Thank you and goodbye.